And then start off with a roll call and move on with the. Well, now we're recording. Moving on with formalities from there. This is the Naabik'íyáti Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. It's our regular meeting. Today's date is May 12th. The time now is 10:13 a.m. We're going to call this meeting to order. We're here in Winter Rock, Arizona, on the Great Navajo Nation, and we'll go ahead and move forward. Presiding is myself, Seth Damon, Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I'll go ahead and turn the floor over to get a roll call, and then we'll go ahead and move on from there. Thank you very much, colleagues, for calling in this morning, and everybody listening in. Thank you very much for being a part of our discussion today. Kat.
Good morning, everybody. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Good morning, Speaker. Delegate Key Allen's online. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
This is Elmer Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay
Where's your
Jr.
turn,
is
Elmer?
present in the chambers. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Begay.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Elmer Begay calling in.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer roll call. Honorable Elmer Begay answered roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not answer roll call. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati.
Untitled Chapter. This is Delegate
present.
Amber Knez-Bakrati. I'm on the call. Thank you.
This is Delia Charles Newton. I'm on the call.
Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati and Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton both answered roll call. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon is present on the phone call. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels. Oh, Honorable Herman Daniels is excused. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I'm here. Thank you. Good morning.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Hello, Mr. President. Thank you. Good morning.
Honorable Pernell Halona answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Present.
Honorable Jamie Henio answered roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not answer roll call. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not answer roll call. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, present.
Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Otto So.
I'm on the call. Thank you. Present.
Honorable Otto So answered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Edison Juanica.
Here.
Common denominator of.
Honorable Edison Juanica answered roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Here.
Honorable Edmund Yazi answered roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Good morning,
Honorable-
Delegate Yellowhair is present.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair answered roll call. Going back up. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown is present. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown answered roll call. Honorable Vince James.
Yeah, Bennett, Delegate James present.
Honorable Vince James answered roll call. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not answer roll call. Honorable Charlene So.
I'm present.
Honorable Charlene So answered roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer roll call. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 19 delegates who have answered roll call, including yourself.
Good morning again, colleagues. Thank you very much. We have 19 delegates that are present. I do have Honorable Paul Begay here in the chambers with us for the record. With that, colleagues, thank you. That, I'm gonna go to the floor. Is there a member of the Naabik'íyáti committee who'd like to do an invocation this morning?
Speaker, this is Delegate Brown.
Yes,
Can't
Honorable
say the prayer.
Brown. Thank you. Honorable Brown, I'll turn the floor over to you to do the invocation for our regular Naabik'íyáti committee meeting today.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Peggy, Shananta, Ado, did the number not get neat Linigi. Ado, Peggy, Lay, Ahawade from my home chapter, Danahoto. Ado, Nazona go Haya, Shik Edo Shadenda. To all our staff, good morning. Ado, to the Navajo Nation employees, I know that it's been pretty windy throughout Navajo and throughout the Southwest. You know, and all the faith base, please join us. Nikeya no hoka to in the nitle, the nankit, nabi honkit. Ado ditzel, tabiete, Eya kudo sisna zil, todzil zil, ado dog o sleet zil, adon le the benza zil, joel e dodzil na otil. Ado alt kudo hashine la kudo eya be kenit, adon de trahot sand eya. ade nekenant de ade ankeln da has anle ado tratnas nale ja kuda ahuiche deil nation le ado altscho le da his adon lenkik ein leit ode keda hat lechos doch hotso jo tro hotso ado so lecha hotso do na leis na jini hotso jogo an le na belache na khalchen da hot da hobit zilo da altra an le da antsande ada da altra le ado na hitene leide dal nashinde leine zade hade she na nishi kain da kinda le altro throughout the 50 states, Alaska and Hawaii. We have people out there. Ada should be in the lay Tohan dan kid ada salat so dan le could ada bagad that ito kodoshi ama jen no lenishi huiche na khalchina did so the todolzen Asian kodol kenelni to lesh in kodo an hik huiche bankin le nzaden da kregosh in the na yet nezani trobajen kodo akon kilta no lando nikkeya na khamano hasan khabik edno di kwegi ostoit ini nalto lenige hashine la nikik negi sla de kodo la ko de neta shi kweya jo khan si kes ado kehwinsen nige de nas von his ad hajo bains and do ha ishi la deal nil dansen no which hot deal nish na le belahon da ke adonan din da initiata aje asache asahidat in hidden shtra shdian ado shaman hosanting nalchen nitlening kidat no na khata hol ado che hona je kodan gige nadat no gige nadat no ding do bank trahada hot eto les tra shdian kwege hajo de ishi hashine la ahuje bahot ahle ishi hajo nikidne ya khunzen dole khaila bana khain kida no ko shidin did na asi khandole did joba anadesh need anadi need lindole ado kegi di thon choice it leni enke is lindole lishin dot naste neje adit ayat eho gelkhadat atolesh ado nekhenat de joslin kenat halkhindole sabakan sabat lening landa hatlondo chelnjono khadocha le kodonal tloshi bakodo shamano hasam kai kodonal tloshi pada hajo pai hajoshi anil swasasi tsenoshi beneit ni to biketnit do ba kedil yeto le patkhol nahi khato ba huit as hajoshi khaticha as anil swa ado kojo alaj inkenant adas taniki aja President Jonathan Nez, Ado Becount, that's Dani Vice President Lizer, Ado Ina, Ini, Asla, Ado Ba'alchan Halo, Ado Aja Dale Nation, let the executive branch, Ado Nahamato Aja, judicial branch, Heshke Nahata, Alaj, that's Dani, Shama Joanne Jane, Nakabelta Nosho, Ado Aswa judicial branch, Aja Dale Nation, ado khashine la kodo ezel engine dal le edon kabik eden ish khashdian adon le salada dan le ado ezel ne kahada dan le ado EMTs ado lada khas bada ult khan leni ado kodo khashine la ne heden ne kwegi na nesh deyo span le dishe aje ben yeba huint le kodo dan hotso ult khaje ado dishe ton le into a da besh chain de in kabik that no ne heden ne ka nacha she could she what ka nature to le tra shdi na kha khonosen she tra shdi yen hasht wan hasht yalki Nihi Zini Shimpigi. Taho eto Nihi Jado Nihinsi Kes na Ranigit Nisi Kesigit Nihit Soto Shi Hansi Hatasi Chitashidin. Hanek Zindlenigishi Bahunix dollars. Kala ein Kachin and cast Queen Gizani Daus Nahahunism. A Kododit Abenachi Hanetze Iki Bahwilian dollars. Shawwings and dog ehwings and nigi queggy. A bay yelt hit no less at Hashidin. Ado kodo ea Oda hilza and less at Hashidin. Latnik the nashing, the yen dustling. Ado eshi hajo. Kick eda days in the Ado can not say nage il tato less did no cut the nanny lini Ado belash and lini. Be a bit hahukenit, it can't nature. Ado Sanachalchen ea. Lato aslido hashin soshi as the net andla do bats for deals and do Nachalchen dandla Nihiajin ke wait andla Nazasha swashi don Nihid the nen Halchen Hiajin ke wait lini dotla nature hodil nilta. It didn't need deals solto Eshin she as nabititi nilto dishishi. Ya she wait nank the dot nilta trashdian. Ado kododi Naabik'íyáti holia kwen haneche do Joshi dinaltos denil thado bikidi thando kwegi ba nai niltole. Ana se neche kodo jong ikeden ish trash digen. Jono hai ba khensen ba khenitsen. Na se neche kodo tradim biketi na danshkai na dalsu that e koda. Hot ashi kodon kich anais ye kandole. No kodo hajana hasling. Hajana Hasling. Ohan Sodolech. Yeah, thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much for that invocation, Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Got colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down. And thank you for blessing the day too as well. Everything as we discuss a couple of these items that are on our agenda here. Colleagues, we are on item number 2 of our proposed agenda, which is recognizing guests and visiting officials. Are there any recognitions this morning?
Vice Chair Smith would like to speak.
Yes, Vice Chair, floor is yours. Go ahead.
Thank you, Naabik'íyáti committee members and Chairman Damon, and those that are listening with us this morning. And thank you for the Zenhain Bagi, Honorable Brown. I'd like to recognize all the graduates throughout the Navajo Nation and at the universities, colleges, and all those that have made that commitment to complete their education and continue their education or move forward to their endeavors and going to school or getting a career or getting a job or joining the military. We appreciate them, and God bless you all and the families and all the loved ones that have supported them. And we honor you, and we're proud of you, and we're thankful that you have made it this far through graduation. And even though COVID-19 has put an impact on school, and it has put an impact on families and put an impact on how we attend classes, whether it's virtual or whether it's trying to be present. And we just want to say good job, and a law from the Navajo Nation Council and the government of the Navajo Nation. I say this throughout the whole 50 states too. We have others that are out there, our Navajo people and our relatives, loved ones that are there. Thank you, Chairman Damon. Appreciate that.
Thank you very much. Yes, congratulations again to all those graduates. Thank you, Vice Chair Smith, for that recognition. That, let me go on down, Madam Chair. Amber Crotty, you are in the queue. Floor is yours. Good morning.
Oh, yeah, Speaker. Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. Thank you, Judge Delegate Brown, for providing that prayer for our committee. Speaker, I want to recognize our chapter officials who are on the call. I appreciate their commitment to advocate for their communities, and also our chapter staff and managers. Throughout the session, we do receive emails and texts that they're on the line and providing comments and inquiry and want to know how this will impact the decisions that are made on council in their communities. So I represent communities of Sheep Springs, Two Great Hills, Tolina, Sanasi, Red Valley, Cove, Gadiai, and the Clabato. And I just want to thank the chapter official, president, vice president, secretary, treasurer, our grazing officials, and farm board members. We had a great productive week with some of the CLEPSIs in understanding what was being provided in the ARPA legislation. And they had a lot of great questions and accountability and looking at how we can regionalize because Window Rock and the Central have failed them. And so I just want to appreciate their commitment and preparing to make those recommendations to the Title 26 Local Governance Act. And I appreciate Vice Chair Smith recognizing all of our graduates. And we want to send a special prayer to our Navajo Scouts who are out there helping with the wildfires. There's been some close calls in the past. And I think knowing that our first responders are out there providing service and what we can do here with the fire restrictions to make sure that we're preventing any type of accidental fires. And so, Speaker, I just wanted to recognize those individuals and all of the chapter officials who are on the line representing Navajo Nation. It's been a pleasure being of service and continuing to work with all of you. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Member Crotty, for that recognition this morning. With that, colleagues, let me go to Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay, floor is yours on recognitions of visiting guests or officials. Honorable Elmer Begay. Might have to press *6. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay going twice. Honorable Elmer Begay going 3 times. That, colleagues, are there any other recognizing guests or visiting officials at this time?
Speaker Freeland.
Good morning, Honorable Freeland. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning, colleagues, adult staff, and for that prayer as well. This morning, I wanted to recognize all of our Navajo people, of course, but those who are also dealing with challenges on mental and behavioral health. And, we have a lot of issues and challenges here in the Navajo Nation. Mental health is one of those issues that seems to not get enough recognition at times, and we need to remind ourselves that, we need to support all of those individuals right now who are going through these challenges, and just to understand that this issue runs prevalent among our people as well, whether it's dealing with COVID or the effects of COVID, or even substance abuse is another concern continually. Our people battling alcoholism and drug abuse, and there's a wide variety of mental health issues that still remain, and we need to be remembered of those individuals, and pray for them each and every day, and let them know that they're not forgotten. And there's always a way to a path forward. There's always a light. There's always hope. There's always a way to pick up your life and move forward. And I think as a council, we need to encourage all of our people right now who are going through these challenges or on the road to recovery. We need to continue to encourage them as much as we can. And I for one, I've had community members around Crown Point come to me and tell me these and remind me of these scenarios. And losing one life is one too many, and especially when they're your next door neighbor, and the reality exists. And young people out there, you are all loved. Everyone's loved. And please, if you find yourself in a hard situation, seek the guidance and seek the help. That there is help out there, and we need to be reminded of that, because I was also reminded recently from Crown Point. So, Eddie, Speaker, I just wanted to remind ourselves and encourage those that are going through these challenges, that they are not alone. We are here to support them and help them any way that we can. So, Eddie, Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Freeland. That, let me go ahead and go back to the queue. I do have Honorable Stewart, and then Honorable Elmer Brigade. I think you're back on the line. Honorable Stewart.
Okay. Good morning, Speaker, Chairman,
Oh,
and the colleagues, staff, this morning. This morning to start the day in our meeting. Speaker, Chairman, recognition, I would like to recognize Nihima Lenigi from Fort Defiance, Luva Dahosi, a 95 years old Banachaido from the University of Arizona. Recognized NATO. She's receiving a doctorate degree, honorary doctorate degree, for her work that she's done not only for the Navajo Nation, but throughout the counties and states within Arizona, and all of her lifelong work that she has done through the teachings of others that she's encouraged to communicate with, also, and doing our cultural and traditional cooking in that way, and healthy living, all these years that she's been doing that, promoting that across the nation. So she will be receiving her honorary doctorate degree on Friday evening at 7:30 at the University of Arizona campus, and then on the 22nd, it will have the reception in Fort Defiance at her residence. So I just want to recognize that. And again, like Delegate Chairman Vice Chair Smith stated, congratulations to all of our graduatees and our promoters as well too in the different schools across the nation and off the reservation. So just wanted to recognize Chairman, Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Stewart, for that recognition. That, let me go back to Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Good morning, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes.
Yate, Chagwet, Speaker, other members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, and other people that are all on the line. So Yate, Bene, this is other the for this dawn, the behavior. Nikki and dawn, and the for this go. Other the I know that we have some coffees that are out there. So cut. And that the citizen the I think that's all this. Other these cactus they not the donada in the so they're doing what they can to. There's a lot of patients that are out there. They're trying to put them in line before they have to start cutting out their ceremonies. They would I don't dancing. Because none of this other thing today, we're gonna have other ceremony coming in against Dodge and all that. Issue as between out and blown. They haven't done ceremonies for almost 3 years now, and I like to acknowledge them. And it's so sad to say, and I don't know what we can do as a Navajo people and as leaders. We just every day, in every session, every meetings, we just acknowledge people and the workers that have benefits, workers that have insurance. But these coffees don't have insurance, don't have no benefits, and they're not guaranteed that they can get paid. And whatever little amount that they get, they want to render some services. They want to render some problems and issues that the health of the people. So every day they do that. So I don't know. I hate to just recognize them today again. We don't even do nothing for them. So we haven't even given them anything yet. So right now I'm going to tell you about 3 people that I know. They're elderly now. One is in Indian Wells. I just happened to visit her. She's Sarah John. And I was trying to get more information from her. She said one of her ceremonies, the 5-night ceremonies, she said she lost some of these her songs. So she cannot do complete ceremony now. She hasn't done it for so many about couple of years now, and she wants to know who can help him rehearse and get these songs back in orders. And how do we do that? We think that we know a lot. We think we can just appropriate funds. How come we're not doing this to these people? Once they lose it, it's going to be gone. Seems that we don't even sit with them and help them. So they have issues. He said that once they got COVID, they went through that and they got shocked. Seems that their minds are not there. They lost something already. So the other one is Roy Lester in the well too. And the other one is Justin Sosi. These are all 9 nights chance of coffees. So now they're looking around. So who's going to be my apprentice? If I lose it now, it's going to be gone. It's already like that. They said. So what, as a leaders, as a government, these are the people. What can we do? We can know a lot, and we can appropriate all these kind of funds, and we can every meeting I see delegates' name on there appropriating these funds. How about these people? They need help now. Once we lose, it's gonna be gone. There's us, the net people. So this is what the people there are asking me. The concept of what can you guys do for us, for me? So I'm just gonna ask, maybe if you guys don't use your PPE there, nobody can save it from elements. Give it out to them. So I've been doing that. So I wanted to acknowledge these people that are out there that are without any kind of insurance, any kind of coverage for them, but they're there to restore harmony and peace with their own belief, what they know for so many years that they have from their parents, their grandparents. That's the head of. So we have Hatavi out there. Think about them today. How can we help them? That's my question to all of you and all to the executive branch, judicial branch. So that's what I'm going to say, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you for that, those concerns and possible recommendations, Honorable Elmer Brigade. That, colleagues, at this time we are recognizing guests and visiting officials. So let me go down. I do have Madam Chair Charles Newton in the queue at this time. Madam Chair. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Speaker, and good morning, colleagues. Speaker, I am currently here at the Navajo Preparatory 30th, their 30th year celebration. And I do want to recognize Navajo Prep at this time for celebrating 30 years of being open as an educational institution for our Navajo students. So I think that it's very important at this time, especially with it being graduation. It's the time for graduation that we recognize how old some of these schools are, and just listening to the history of how Navajo Prep was created and who was all involved in the creation of Navajo Prep is just an amazing history to learn and then to know about. And so I do want to recognize Navajo Prep, their students, their administration, and especially Betty OJ, who led the efforts at that time. And she did talk about, how she was given 2 months to get the school up and running. So I want to recognize them at this time. And then, Speaker, I also want to say happy birthday. I understand that yesterday was your birthday. I hope that you had a good day and that you continue to have a good birthday week. In our family, we laugh because we say our birthdays last a week long. And so I hope that your birthday celebration does continue with families and also, with your granddaughter, with your daughter. I just want to say thank you, Speaker, for everything that you have done. And the way that you stood by me when things were tough, how you always guided me as a new delegate, and how you've always made time to meet with me, Speaker. So, Speaker Damon, happy birthday. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Charles Newton, and thank you very much for that. Shout out too as well to myself, and again, thank you to everyone out there who did reach out yesterday. So, and continuing. With that, colleagues, we are on recognizing guests and visiting officials. Is there any further anybody else in the queue? Nobody else in the queue. Is there any other further
Speaker, this is Delegate So.
recognitions at this time? Honorable Charlene So, good morning.
Good morning, Shija. Good morning,
yours.
Shanant. Thank you, Shija. Good morning to the Naabik'íyáti committee. His staff, being that I do want to do some recognition for our students. College, university, that and even technical training, military dance, they finish their basic training. I want to thank each and every one of them And I know that this past year hasn't been easy for our students. A lot have been involved with hybrid learning, and that challenge has come on as we as leaders try to find solutions for broadband, for internet, to make it convenient for them. And they stuck it through. I really want to acknowledge our students across the Navajo Nation. And as they're getting ready to walk across the stage and receive their diplomas, I want them to reflect on this past year and as a reminder that they can get through anything in life. Jean, without end, they have the strength, and as long as they can put their mind to it, they will get it done. And to our students that have already graduated, and I want to say congratulations, and I wish you the best with all of your future endeavors. As we are invited to many as council delegates, I know that some of us will not be able to make it to all, but again, know that my prayers are with you. I wish you all the best in life. Thank you, Shahadna.
Thank you very much too as well, Honorable Charlene. So, and again, thank you everyone. With that, colleagues, and congratulations again. I think there's numerous individuals graduating, many recognitions out there to whether you're Head Start all the way to post-grad school out there graduating. With that, is there any other recognitions at this time? Colleagues?
Sure.
Honorable Eugene, so floor is yours.
Yeah, it. Oh, you know what it does. It don't say. I don't know. The Hanet Hagidi, not Dean Nil Aggie. The share. Nepati Kosobayel. Funny, Kadoch Isinil, Sagi share. For a recognizing his shadow share. For those families, wives, husbands, kids, mothers, fathers, grandparents, either officers, police officers go out the door, not knowing if their police officer is going to come back. I feel we need to recognize our fallen heroes, our officers that didn't came back with our family. Monday morning, a family left from Chinle for Washington, D.C. to witness the recognition of their officers fallen in the line of duty. I would like to recognize the family of Michael Lee. The Shaban Toki Sohon or the Alice, Billy Eliedo, the Bahon, Jennifer Holner, the Irish Shabanasmi, own, and includes all the front line, the first responders, and also the veterans, and the ones that are down in Poland and another country awaits for maybe a World War III. The kids that had no arguments, the mother was the best sample that day. Since about the engine of the danger, it is just not great, not good. The need for young Naki. What aid about his name, my son, she's Mahada, what to talk about when he's in. 8 asking Kodoya. And Shabbat asking all this art, do ye but the thing, that's stronger. Or ye are. And now has a house, a loud out, a year in Laden Dark. But is the Hoye beyond that hit the card on his arm dark. Ye go shopping not need all this old shed or I ask cars I send up with us, Miss Avatar and Dark. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you for those recognitions, Honorable Eugene. So,
Mr. Speaker, Delegate Otto Sal.
thank you, colleagues. And if you're just joining us, all the listeners, we are on recognizing guests and visiting officials at this time. I do have Honorable Otto So next in the queue. Honorable Otto So, floor is yours.
Yeah, just would like to reiterate thank you to our high school students that are graduating, and our junior high students, and down to our Head Start and college students and our trade students out there. And as Madam Charlene Saul spoke to our military personnel who are graduating from boot camp. So, today's world is a whole different world when the time that I graduated high school. As Eugene So alluded to too, maybe at a brink of war. And the many thoughts of that and pressure that it puts on families. Delegates that are on the phone. Oh, so share. I think so. So, so, kunza the whole dish. Ako, I've been there. That I be caught slave. He ganda has on. He has on. They do bandit. Daddy. The net at the squash that stiga. Admirati da scoso nagi da teo. What on Hinan State? Yera Yego, Benos Zito, Yego, which I not neither. Call Bab Nash Aya or Dauba, which Aya, Hahitness things not shit. Halaya Yego, please kiss, oh, Yego, Hanit na you stick, oh, Jina you nothing. Halid Egolaya says in lane Bab Nash, could you aha? Ya Edo to Doka, could you hash ya Nash, Edo, not Jin. Go to that, I think so. Benda, I'd open now, sad not. Go a day with our bench. Hate me things. We saw it all. Yeah.
Great. With that, thank you, Honorable So, for those recognitions. Let me go ahead and continue on down. Colleagues, is there any other comments or actually further recognizing guests or visiting officials at this time before we continue on our proposed agenda? One twice. One three times. Thank you. With that, colleagues, let's go ahead and move on down to item number 3, review and adopt the agenda. With that, Mr. Rico, if you could read that into the record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. This is the regular meeting agenda via telecommunication. Winter Navajo Nation, Thursday, May 12, 2022. Proposed agenda, Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Seth Damon, 24th Navajo Nation Council. 1, call meeting to order, roll call invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journals. There's 1 journal, April 14th, 2022. 5, receive reports. Report A, report from the Naabik'íyáti Sexual Assault Prevention SAP Subcommittee on the United States Department of Justice consultation written report on efforts to address the unacceptably high rate of violent crimes in Native communities, including the rates of missing or murdered Indigenous persons, presented by Honorable Madam Chair Amber Knez-McCarty, SAP Chairwoman, and an Action Plan Advisory Group. Report B, is an update report from the Navajo Nation Elections Office on the preparation of the 2022 primary and general elections as it pertains to voter registration outreach, as well as proposed funding shortfalls. Report by Ms. Rosita Kelly, Executive Director. 6, old business A, legislation 0013-22, B, legislation 0050-22. 7, new business A, legislation 0043-22, legislation 0049-22, legislation 0052-22, legislation 0062-22, E, legislation 0086-22, F, legislation 0087-22, G, legislation 0077-22, H, legislation 0040-22, I, legislation 0051-22, J, legislation 0064-22, K, legislation 0065-22, L, legislation 0066-22, M, legislation 0067-22, N, legislation 0093-22. Close the meeting, announcements adjourned. Mr. Speaker.
Motion, Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you very much. With that, Mr. Rico, motion is by Honorable Vice Chair Smith, second by Honorable Paul Begay. That, colleagues, at this time, is there any comments, questions, additions, deletions to our agenda this morning?
Speaker, you're doing so.
Colleagues, if there is any amendments or recommendations, we will be needing to delete the journal stated as April 14th, 2022 off the agenda due to the fact that that is not, hasn't been sent out. It's not complete yet. That Honorable Eugene So, and then Honorable Otto So.
Speaker, if I may, if I'm in order, I would like to request for the order of the day to be re-amended.
Okay.
To up the E as A. I reckon we're gonna have quite a time on it, or maybe the amendments are not ready, but I feel that it should be going forward before the tuber for price goes up again. Thank you, Speaker.
E. Okay. That was a motion by Honorable Eugene So, colleagues, to move legislation item number E, which is legislation 0086-22 is an action related to the Naabik'íyáti Committee and the Navajo Nation Council, allocating $1,070,298,867 of the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Funds, approving the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund expenditure plans for Chapter Assistance, Public Safety, Emergency Communications, E911, and rural addressing projects, cybersecurity, public health projects, economic development projects, hardship assistance, water and wastewater projects, broadband projects, home electricity connection, and electricity capacity projects, housing projects and manufactured housing facilities, bathroom addition projects, construction contingency funding, and reduced administration funding. Sponsored by Honorable Freeland, co-sponsored by Honorable Helena, co-sponsored by Honorable Stewart, co-sponsor is by Honorable Wanika. With that, colleagues, on legislation 0086-22, that legislation will be moving up as new item number A under new business if this amendment goes forth. Is there a second on that motion? Madam Chair Charles Newton. What's the second? She takes that in. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on Amendment 1? Can you hear me?
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair. On
Oh, yeah,
amendment
thank
one,
you.
floor is
Yes.
yours.
Thank you, Speaker. On Amendment 1, thank you, Shiaz, for the motion. If I could ask, as a courtesy, to modify your motion to include letter F, legislation 0087-22, that it would be the new letter B. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. That is a modification request, Honorable Eugene So, to add on item number B, or add a new B. Hold on. Item number F, which is legislation 86-22, which is an action related to the Naabik'íyáti Committee and the Navajo Nation Council allocating $1,070,298,867 of the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Funds and the regional and chapter projects, approving the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Regional and Chapter Project Expenditure Plan, sponsored by Madam Chair Crowdy, co-sponsored by Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, co-sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Slater. Honorable Eugene So, there's a request to move that item number F as new item number B under new business in the modification.
B, I should say, that would be really good. Thank you.
Okay. Madam Chair Charles Newton concurs. With that, colleagues, on amendment number 1, the way it stands is moving item number E and F as new item number A and B under new business. Any other comments, questions, colleagues, at this time on amendment 1? Honorable Eugene, so is it possible to include in your amendment that we delete the journal dated as April 14, 2022 off the agenda?
I reckon we can do this so we can go to the amendments before the 2.4 price goes up. Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair Charles Newton, you concur the modification to add on the deletion of April 14, 2022 journal off the agenda?
Yes.
Yes, she concurs via text. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions at this time? Going twice. Going 3 times. With that, Mr. Rico, could you do a second reading on amendment 1?
Thank you, Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Amendment number 1 is to move items E, legislation 0086-22, and to the new item A, and also to move item F, legislation 0087-22, as new item B under new business, and also to delete the journal dated April 14, 2022 off the agenda. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, let's go to board on amendment 1.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I will agree.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Delegate Callan votes red.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Amber Kamez Bakrati, how do you vote?
Shadeja, this is Delegate Crotty, and I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canaz Bakrati votes green. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels is excused. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
It was green.
Alone votes green. Right here. Turn in right here.
Honorable Pernell Halona and Honorable Jamie Henio both vote in favor. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Vote is not here.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker
votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes in favor. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Rick Nez, Honorable Daniel So, and Honorable Edison Juanica are excused. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not vote. And Honorable Vince James votes green via text. Once more, Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazi did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 17 delegates who voted in favor and 1 delegate who opposed, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you, colleagues. With that, 17 in favor, 1 opposed. Motion carries on amendment number 1. That, go back to the floor. I do have Honorable, was it Otto? Honorable Otto, were you wanting to speak on the motion?
Yes.
Okay, floor is yours.
I want to propose a consent agenda for item G and N. Those two are really not sort of no-brainers. I propose a consent agenda for letter G and letter N. Thank you.
All right, there's a motion for consent agenda item of G and N, correct? G is legislation 0077-22. It's an action related to the Health, Education, Human Services Committee and the Naabik'íyáti Committee establishing the Navajo Nation Foster Care Awareness Month as a recruiting event in May to bring awareness to Navajo foster children and increase the need for more Navajo foster parents. Sponsors by Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Second is N, legislation 0093-22 is an act related to the Naabik'íyáti Committee and the Budget and Finance Committee approving the fund management plan for the Dene Relocatee Fund, sponsored by Honorable Otto. So that, colleagues.
Okay, here's.
With that, colleagues, motion by Honorable Otto. So is there a second on these two consent agenda items?
The case.
Honorable Eugene So as a second.
Oh.
That, any comments, questions, colleagues, on Amendment 2? Boy, twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Amber Knaz-Bakrati, how do you vote?
So Deja, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote green. And can staff open the council? Thank you. I'm here waiting.
Honorable Amber Knaz-Bakrati votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels is excused. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Malone votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
He votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez is excused. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So is excused. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Oh, thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes in favor. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So, how do you
I
vote?
vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica is excused. Honorable Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Once more, Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 18 delegates that voted in favor and 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, 18 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries on amendment number 2. That, moving back to the floor, back to the main motion on our agenda. Honorable Vince James has just texted his vote on the last vote, amendment 2, so that makes the vote 19 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions on the main motion of our agenda this morning? Going twice. Or 3 times. That, Mr. Rico, second reading.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, you have 2 amendments. Amendment number 1 is to move item E and F to new item A and B under new business, and to delete journal dated April 14th, 2022 from the agenda. Amendment number 2 is to add a consent agenda with items G and N, which are legislation 0077-22 and 0093-22. This consent agenda will be new item A, which moves the previous amendment to items B and C, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Rico. With that, colleagues, let's go to board on our agenda this morning.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Speaker Callen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes in favor. Thank you.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Amber Kanaz Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kanaz Bakrati votes green. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels is excused. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Jamie votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez is excused. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So is excused. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
What is it?
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker, how do you vote?
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica is excused. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 17 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who opposed, and presiding chair not voting.
Here. You do that demo first.
Okay. Okay, with that, colleagues, on our agenda, 17 in favor, 0 opposed. And speaker and our chair not voting. That, we do have an agenda before us, colleagues. Let's go ahead and continue on down. Item number 4, reviewing and adopt the journals, and there are none at this time due to the amendments. Item number 5, receiving reports. Item number A, report for the Naabik'íyáti Committee, Sexual Assault Prevention Subcommittee on the United States Department of Justice consultation written reports on the effects to address the unacceptability high rate of violent crimes in Native communities
Motion in second.
Usually get after.
Thank you, Speaker, colleagues. I want to just make sure that we recognize the teamwork that it took to develop this working document. We had the Navajo Nation Washington office, Maxine, Justin, and Cassandra, and Speaker, your support with your Chief of Staff, Ms. Yazi, and Ms. Nikita Kirk has also made this help, has also helped with the development of this paper. And with our judicial branch, we worked with Raquel Chi and Karen Francis. This document, colleagues, it has been sent to your emails. This is a living document that is our attempt to try to write down and to coordinate what are the challenges when it comes to public safety on the Navajo Nation and what are the criminal justice needs. There has been a lot of movement in Congress to address violence in our community, our missing and murdered Dene relatives, and looking to the nation and our families on how to respond to the need and to resources. I do want to state that we had worked and had a weekly meeting since January and talked with and brought in the Division of Public Safety, Division of Health, Division of Social Services, the Judicial Branch, the Legislative Branch, and some of our advisors were on the calls. And we're continuing then to reach out to the Department of Dene Education and the other executive branches that play a pivotal role in how we address systemic public safety and criminal justice needs on the Navajo Nation. With that in mind, Speaker, I'm going to refer to the written document where it does have some, stating the Navajo Nation as the largest American Indian tribe in the United States. But what's important is that we have, the U.S. government has treaty obligations when we engage in consultation with the United States Department of Justice on addressing public safety and criminal justice needs of Native Americans. And so the first question was, how can the Department of Justice better meet your public safety needs? The judicial branch of the Navajo Nation needs assistance from the U.S. DOJ to ensure that individuals qualified to fill the positions of judges and attorneys are compensated at rates with their experience and education. The lack of infrastructure and housing in many of our courts and regions significantly decrease our ability to recruit essential positions. We believe the development of salary and benefit packages that are attractive to potential candidates will lead to an increased recruitment and retention of highly qualified candidates. The judicial branch also needs additional funds for other judicial branch staff. One of our most pressing needs is for additional probation officers to assist with the large caseload of the Office of Probation and Parole Services, support and administrative staff for our courts and programs, including district court clerks and bailiffs are greatly needed and have been difficult to fill. In addition, the Navajo needs consistent funding from judicial hearing officers to serve the judicial districts by hearing cases on domestic violence and some child abuse neglect cases, which affect most vulnerable community members. The judicial branch has been utilizing the judicial hearing officers and has increased the number of officers from 2 to 3 since 2017. The Navajo Nation currently receives Bureau of Indian Affairs Tribal Justice Support funding for the judicial hearing officers, but funding is year to year with little or no knowledge whether funding will be available for the next year. Currently, the situation of inadequate funding creates uncertainty for programs and personnel. The judicial branch also requires more judicial hearing officer positions to better serve our communities. From 2017 to 2021, there was an average of 2,171 domestic violence cases filed per year, making up 30% of the caseload in 2020. From a law enforcement standpoint, the Navajo Nation Department is consistently challenged with the use and restriction of its annual 638 contract funding received from the Bureau of Indian Affairs, Office of Justice Law Enforcement Services, including internal issues related to its tribal financial administration's interpretation of use of contract dollars. There is conflicting information shared between the funding source and the Navajo Nation as to the actual use of the contract funding. For example, if for operational uses in purchasing emergency equipment, advanced technology, and or acquiring police package vehicles. At times, the funding source would dictate that the department has discretion on how contract dollars will be spent or utilized, but then the Navajo Internal Financial Administrator will not allow such use and would instruct the department that the contract funding is solely used for personnel costs related to providing law enforcement services on the Navajo Nation. To this date, the department continues to contend with staffing shortages across the 7 Navajo police districts, despite the increase in recruitment efforts. Another immediate concern for Navajo law enforcement is the need for new public safety and detention facilities for the Window Rock, Delcon, and Shiprock police districts, including substations for the more remote communities, for example, Tohajale, Alamo, Annis, Lichi. In order to bring police service to these remote Navajo communities, there's a significant need for housing to accommodate law enforcement personnel willing to transfer or request for assignment to these remote duty stations. In addition, we also have issues with mileage costs, and there's a concern for the lack of detention centers, not only for the Navajo Nation Police Department, but for the Department of Corrections, as various police districts lack jail detention facilities for the Shiprock and Delcon Navajo police districts. As a result, Navajo law enforcement officers must transport their arrestees to the nearest detention facility that is located adjacent to their assigned police district. At times, with the lack of closure of detention centers, officers must release their arrestees on their personal reconnaissance into the general public or return them to the homes, not only to reoffend or be rearrested. Other situations involving arresting officers being unable to book their arrestees into detention centers due to physical injuries and or arrestees testing positive or displaying symptoms related to the coronavirus pandemic across the Navajo Nation. As a result, the department has been criticized and scrutinized by the public with the immediate release or limited detention of habitual or major criminal offenders. Aside from the above related factors, the Navajo Nation, in collaboration with the Office of the President and Vice President, the Department of Criminal Investigations, and through a consultant, have been meeting and developing a Navajo response plan to address missing Indigenous persons. The department, however, has also been responding to any and all missing persons related calls for service. Most of the calls have either been categorized as an attempt to locate or be on the lookout calls, which an immediate search has resulted in the recovery of missing individuals. Most search and rescue operations involve lost herders, wood gatherers, or individuals with dementia-related illness. However, sadly, some end with weather-related death exposures. In most cases, missing persons or search and rescue operations are conducted utilizing the incident command system structure that provides a standardized response to human-caused and or natural disaster incidents, including our response to the search and rescue operations for missing or lost individuals. Despite the lack of policies and procedures in dealing with missing persons, the department has always responded to such incidents utilizing standardized investigative techniques and a process of elimination through basic or advanced training to determine if a crime has been committed or if the incident is related to family violence and or substance abuse. For those incidents involving acts of violence or abductions, a preliminary investigation is commonly conducted by the Department Patrol Division and thereafter referred to the Navajo Nation criminal investigators and or the Federal Bureau of Investigations for further criminal inquiries. The most common issue with missing person cases is the mislabeling or entry of the proper uniform code reporting, the UCR codes, and segregating them from the simple, I'm trying to not use the acronyms here, I apologize, colleagues. Attempt to locate or the BOLO cases involving lost individuals. For these reasons, the department is considering evolving into a more integrated record management system to provide a more comprehensive and accurate statistical reporting mechanism. Another concern for the Navajo Nation and department is to enhance the public safety answering point and emergency 911 systems for the central and western agencies of the nation that lay within the boundaries of the state of Arizona. Although eastern and northern agencies have nearly completed their E911 projects at a 95% completion rate, there still requires additional funding to complete the projects in its entirety. This initiative helps members of the Navajo Nation to immediately request for public safety service at one access point, as opposed to being transferred from one police district to another, as well as improving response time for police service calls. This also would provide for uniformity of relative information of the UCR codes being entered into the department records management, including improved quality and accuracy of data information shared among the tribal, state, federal law enforcement agencies. Overall, the severe underfunding of the tribal public safety and the tribal criminal justice system, jurisdictional complexities between federal, state, and tribal law enforcement, and the challenges to fully fund the tribal public safety are the overarching obstacles that need to be addressed to solve these problems. There was a question on ways that the US DOJ can strengthen partnerships. And so the response was DOJ, the US Department of Justice, can strengthen partnerships between tribes and the US Attorney's Office by developing training, specifically serving the Navajo Nation, and understand the substantial areas of law that affects how Navajo Nation courts interact with federal agencies. The financial hold on current DOJ grants needs to be lifted. The projects aimed at alleviating the prioritized problems identified by our Navajo communities need funding. The financial holds, which have been in place for years, appear to have no end and no final resolution. This impedes our ability to move projects forward and takes considerable time and energy from an already financially and understaffed strained system. The DOJ should also instill the partnership of kinship, what means the understanding of relationships among our people. The Department of Justice needs to come to the table prepared with cultural competency and cultural knowledge. The Navajo people draw on the strength of finding solutions when the solutions are based on kinship. When kinship is not established and honored, the Navajo people revert to adversarial ways of blame and punishment. When the traditional dispute resolution process of peacemaking is used to find a mutually agreed upon resolution, such resolutions are honored and recognized. The uniqueness of the Navajo Nation, this question is related to the strengths of Amber Alert in Indian country. So colleagues, I'm almost done. The uniqueness of the Navajo Nation and all children belong to the tribe through clanship, kinship. When a member of the clan is a missing child, the whole clan is expected to answer and will remain in alert mode until there is a recovery, closure, and healing. An unaccounted child must be accounted for. The processes and the procedures to address issues with the Amber Alert can be discussed at further Department of Justice summits. The Navajo Nation Justice incorporates the clan and the community. This is inclusive and comprehensive method of planning require that all systems work together in problem solving. From a law enforcement perspective, the Chief of Navajo Police summarized the need for improvement to the Amber Alert in Indian country as the need for software upgrades, updates for the Amber Alert system, unrestricted data information sharing with outside law enforcement agencies, safe house shelters for abused and abandoned children, annual funding for Amber Alert systems for the Navajo Nation Police Department, training on how to conduct a proper missing persons investigation, technical assistance to create Amber Alert system best practices and lesson learned, improved technology equipment, drones, and all-terrain vehicles to assist with missing children searches, grants to start Amber Alert programs and to create Amber Alert coordinators within each of the Navajo regions. The last few questions are related to the federal prosecutors and also the community members' experience with victim services. This is important because victim services and having advocates is so important to our community to heal. While the Navajo Nation has not had direct interaction with the Department of Justice Victim Services, the judicial branch of the Navajo Nation does participate in critical discussions of victim services, including protocols for culturally appropriate communications with families of victims and their advocates. The judicial branch needs more resources for providing access to justice for those with disabilities. The prioritizing of how courts and the judicial branch programs are involved or should be involved in these processes are important, and the judicial branch should not be left out of the discussion. There is an area of concern that the Navajo Nation would like to address regarding support services. There are challenges with support services to family members affected by the disappearance of a loved one. They are often left in limbo. There are no support mechanisms for them as they do not meet the criteria established by the Office of Victims of Crime. In addition, there are barriers to labeling a person missing as laws do not recognize an adult over the age of 18 as missing until specific requirements have been met, such as not returning home or communicating for a specific amount of time. Another concern is that Navajo Nation Police Department needs its own victim advocates to provide guidance and information sharing of all federal cases being investigated by the Navajo Department of Criminal Investigation Services and/or the FBI. The need for victim advocates from the patrol division's perspective evolves from the lack of information being provided to families of violent crime victims, particularly surrounding those cases that have been referred to the FBI or being reviewed by the Assistant United States Attorney. Ultimately, the department has been accused of withholding investigator information when in fact, such cases are being handled by federal authorities and are commonly subject to confidentiality or deemed sensitive in nature, what includes the inability to provide community updates through media releases. In such cases, despite making necessary referrals to the appropriate federal authorities, families of victims continue to request immediate updates from tribal law enforcement agencies who have limited authority to provide updates. This causes added frustration to the victim's family and/or advocacy groups. Other concerns are those demands for investigatory information related to a federal case being requested by legal counsel and/or attorneys representing the surviving families of the victims. Again, those are commonly referred to the appropriate FBI or Assistant U.S. Attorney's Office. Thus, in order to avoid continued allegation of withholding information against the department, federal authorities through its victim service program should provide periodic updates to the families of victims without compromising the federal cases. From a social services perspective, the Department of Family Services provides services for victims of domestic, family, and dating violence and sexual assaults. Services including crisis intervention, transportation to safety, shelter, courts, and medical appointments, safety planning, advocacy, referral service, and shelter services. Further, Department of Family Services provided prevention outreach awareness and education within Navajo Nation and collaborates with local resources. In fiscal year 2020, Department of Family Services received a total of 4,040 referrals of child abuse and neglect, 210 child sexual abuse, 2,045 child neglect, 161 domestic violence involving children. The first quarter of fiscal year 2021, Department of Family Services received 847 referrals of child abuse and neglect, 41 cases of child sexual abuse, 297 child neglect, and 36 domestic violence involving children. Speaker, I've run out of time, but you do have the written report. I'll yield back to the floor if there's any questions, as the subcommittee will be making recommendations to this body. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Crotty, for that presentation. With that, colleagues, we just heard a report from Madam Chair Crotty. Is there a motion to accept it? Motion by Honorable Paul Begay. Is there a second?
This is Delegate Brown. I'll second.
Second, Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Any comments, questions, colleagues, at this time?
Okay.
Yes, Honorable Eugene So. Floor is yours.
Aye. Opa. In the long neck home. Oh, Michigan. Oh. Crime versus enforcement. I don't know how far we're going to go. Somehow it feels that we don't have the cash of crime. It keeps growing. That is the niche that's in the hands of the Navajo Nation Council to make a regulation, etc. If a yacht is not at all, the EA is on the village SLA. I could argue what can we do to maybe just go 10 or 20% down on crimes? We all know the roots where it's coming from. I need to in his husband. This is how out. Everything this is on the so nas in the Le hade sin hote jade in the jade don some mahazi has been added all those collected. Added the standard has I be a cardinal. For the ADC in Hudson are alert are me. Yes, they are smart, they can get their doctor's degree. Eba has a year. But there are others also that really needs the Kombe just at the go to similar other not. And they had a ship of hot, as you seen to me sometimes of to buy it. Or could it up a kite for me, I'm not a certified medicine man or certified practitioner. But I can only say the things that I collected as I'm growing into my 70th year. How I see is that we need emotional, spiritual, and physical growth to be taught that to our kids. AI need the innocence, kids. Could I add a bit in the gate? So I think in see kids, I think in the hotel. Enough to Navajo. A bit in the emotional, spiritual, physical. I seen it better enough. Emotional and physically and spiritually, all the natural resource. Invaded never no boundary fence. Here the boundary fence for your grandma. That's respecting others. All these are taught in there. Go to further into this crime. Right now, just me. I do the way my life is my life. But I don't I always say that. Now, when the sun goes down, you have to lock your house. Be sure you have a weapon, and don't go out all night until morning. We're controlled by gangs. Thank you. The more money we put in there, the more crime is out there, and we're running out of money. We don't have a lot of officers out there for all these sectors that are trying to get a substation. Even in Chinle, sometimes it's so hard to get a policeman. But also, we don't have the cash. But how can we change it besides fighting it with cash? To me, I always see it as emotional, spiritual, physical growth. There are warriors against negativeness. They all get in negative. But you don't go positive and harmony. They all just a shadow. So sometimes we interpret it differently. It seems that sometimes more spiritual. It also yes lies within that. Look what happened at 16 Washington. It's 10 years. And they're over 40, some more 50, some more 60. They're not emotionally grown up. They have no appreciation, no respect, no trust, no faith, encouragement. That's why how our kids are out there. That's where the problem is. That's because there's no parenting. Somehow we have to turn this around. To me, that's the only way I can see it, but that's the hardest thing anybody can do. And that's a challenge. If we ever going to do that again, our kids down and let them grow up with their age. To go into school, go out of high school into college with the odd out. Another when they're 20, 30, 40 years old. There's a lot of us like that. So that's the reason why I know this needs to be really pinpoint and really is not that's the hardest thing you can do, I think. Who's going to say this and that? Look at us. All negativeness. Tattoos. I don't need a t-shirt. I eat out of a car. So this thing needs to be really, really thought up and really put it on the top priority if we ever going to change our younger generation into a more a warrior against negativeness. Be more positive. Be more in harmony. with everything that surrounds them. And I'm sorry to say this, but this is how I see it. I'm almost 70 years old, but that's how I see it. But any way you look at it, any way you slice it, that's just how it is right now. On just not for just we'll just put more police on them. There's more crime over there. Put more police over there. But where's the money? I say peso. And now we're becoming a contract track. Or contract became every 5 years. They're no longer a treaty track. Seems like sometimes. They have responsibility. Such responsibility, to us, you have highlight it to Congress. They show. What do you need? They've been hunting a whole argo. But it's not such a. So they need to contract it. No, we're becoming the reorganized Indian tribes. In some instance, by layman's term, I think we're the treaty tribe. We need to have international lawyers to speak for us. So it is the speaker. I just wanted to say this because I'm with also with anti the reason why I say it is because I lost an older sister and my younger sister. I lost them. And I really feel like I'm really hurt sometimes, but they told me in order to get well is to accept it, and then you're going to start getting well. You can't say should have said, could have had. It's just going to take you into stagnation. Hold on, in the case of the need and this get on. Hold on, this is an on this case because that's what I see. Thank you, speaker. Hey.
Thank you very much. That Honorable Eugene. So let me go on down now to Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay, floor is yours.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Okay. Thank you, Chair Damon, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, Honorable Chair, Madam Chair, Member Crowley. Go ahead. This is a very important issue. You see, sometimes some issues come up, and we really don't think about it. We know there are important issues, but it doesn't really sit in our thoughts until something is shown to you. I had an opportunity to join the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Relatives Tribunal last week at the Navajo Nation Museum. And on Thursday, participated with former Chairman Peter McDonald, Sr., and also Senator Shannon Pinto. And I really enjoyed the presentations and the thoughts and the talks that these people had to share with us, and the testimonies of those of our people that were affected by a missing relative or a murdered relative. It's to the point of heart-wrenching to listen to these stories. And on that morning, we had the opportunity to view a documentary made by another native person from another tribe. And the documentary was filmed not here on the Navajo Nation, but at another tribe. But the issue is still the same. This issue of murder and missing indigenous people are everywhere on the reservation where there's a reservation. And when I viewed this documentary entitled Somebody's Daughter, I walked away with a feeling of a very heavy heart, wondering, even though these people were not my relatives or somebody I knew, I felt hurt for those people that are bringing this attention to us. And I could not get away from thinking about that for the rest of that day. And I think that we as leaders of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, there is a way to get a hold of this documentary. I think each one of us delegates as leaders should view this. And I'll guarantee you that it will give you a different view, a different feeling. And the issue will hit you very hard, enough that you will want to do something about it also. So, Chair Damon, I think I would like to make a recommendation that we get a hold of this documentary and share it with our leaders, council delegates. Aro nete nil ingo okot ego eya job get eating. Documentary shows that you can't leave a loved one by themselves to wander alone. So nahakata daida shon begin that nentahende the kid that has seen okot ego ba dahanego hot ego eya nar kit. Honorable Delegate Eugene Suya, it's drug related. These cartels exist and they go to these reservations. Used to be selling drugs, you can make a lot of money. Now it's stealing women and using them as slaves. That brings them more money than selling drugs. So some of these companies that come onto the reservation and do business by Yahweh Ngota. So that Egida Ninkayako na Nishbahit Ako, the Nadat O Hayugo, men can't well yego, Betho Aho. So Harchin Aben the Jotni Eteda. So that Ego Betnahas Anigi Kondna, Nikidanado Maharchin don't beta Hoyozinta. For idea been situation and so. Well, I was very thankful for the presentations that were made during this tribunal last week. And again, I would like to make a recommendation that we get a hold of that documentary and have we as leaders look at that, use that documentary. And like I said, I guarantee you, it will give you a better understanding of how important this issue is. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Paul Begay. With that, let me go ahead and continue on down. I do have Honorable Charlene So, and then Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, and then after Madam Chair, I'll come back to the sponsor if there's any response. Honorable Charlene So.
Honorable Chairman Damon, sexual assault prevention, the Hassan the Hagi chairwoman, the Handle. A co I say, quite by yet, stun, tell, I don't that. The J is nothing, it really moves you. And I know that this is an initiative that I partnered with my colleagues to seek justice and to look for our relatives. This has been an issue that has been not pretty much swept under the rug for years. And I like to thank my brother, Honorable Nathaniel Brown, Adult Shada, Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati. A quite been Nahadesh, Nashon Lay 23rd Council Yanta. Seek at Gonzago holds just non Bedati it. Don't like at Naso Honi Shik. It's happening everywhere. You know, I hate to say, but in all reality, with statistics, it's really right. It's happening on our reservation. And right now, Gallup, New Mexico is within the top 10 of women being trafficked and kidnapped. And that is a disturbing statistic because most of our relatives, Lake, which is Central Agency, Western Agency, they shop over there. Some walk to school on it. Gallup is number 6 for top U.S. cities of missing and murdered Indigenous women. And I've heard statements from dear friends of mine where they would be walking back from the gym. In the evening, and they would be chased by a van, a cargo van. And they would have to run and hide and escape that van. This past year and a year and a half. And then now Albuquerque is ranked number 2 again. Salt Lake City is at number 9. Tucson, number 4. At the beginning, day hasn't go by that I don't think of her. It hits different. When they are related to you. It hurts. It's an unimaginable pain, stress, and worry. There's still continuous efforts from my constituents, my relatives, where they search whenever they can. Law enforcement is lacking. We don't have the police substations that we need. When DOJ no IDA agreements. No, the quita she not is link. How are we going to fix it when there's some problems within our own Navajo Nation. The response time is slow too. We're still facing that problem. Our law enforcement, we haven't even get an appointed officer for Annis, Utah. We have an available space offered by our Annis chapter, Auto with Utah Navajo Health System. I have been advocating and pushing for this, and I just can't understand what is slowing it down. And now we are reaching out to our federal partners. We are trying to connect our tribal relations to have one centralized data. It is an uphill battle, but my colleagues, this is an effort that we delegates, the 3 of us, 4 of us, 5 of us cannot take on by ourselves. It's going to take the whole movement of the council, the legislative branch, the executive branch, the judicial branch, our attorney general. I say it hits different when it happens to you and your own family. Oh, for a few moments. And then you panic to look for all the resources available. And then you hit a frustration point because there are no answers. We need to do more than what we're doing. It's exhausting. But we need to do more. I worry about my nieces that are growing up. And how's it going to be? I just pray that they're going to be okay and they're going to be safe. There are people out there that are so evil. They don't care who you are. Relatives sell their own relatives for drugs, for sex trafficking. Are we really not going the right direction? So each and every one of my colleagues, I ask that you put the same energy as we have to this important and critical matter, and that we advocate continuously with our federal and state partners. We cannot lose another relative. It hurts too much. It's hard to heal from. Family dinners, it feels weird now. Because you're missing that one relative that would bring their favorite dish and the one you would enjoy. It's difficult and it's one I still grieve over. We haven't found LMA. What is it going to take for us to move forward? We have so much power and authority to do more. Please, read the statistics, listen to this presentation, go to these workshops. And I ask that all 3 branches put differences aside and help us move forward with our federal and state partners. It's not what the needle is. How many more times do you need to hear a person cry? Do you need to see another statistic to do something? Enough is enough. Yeah, and I want to thank you, Shada, for standing and leading the fight. on the kiddo says, I support you. And I want to thank you. Whatever we need to do, as I have told you, we're going to do all that we can. And I hope that, our relatives listening will also join in this effort and fight to stop trafficking MMIW, MMIR, our relatives. Lengo sausage. I don't need his tweet, ni his sonny, ni man, ni his jet. They are the next generation. How are we making it safe for them? What are we doing wholly and collectively? Thank you, Chairman, for allowing me this time to speak. And thank you again, Shaka. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you for that testimony, Honorable Charlene. So thank you again too as well for recognizing the work to our colleagues have continuously done and continue to work on every day. So I'm going to turn the time back over to Madam Chair Naabik'íyáti, and then I'll come back to the floor. Madam Chair, I don't know if there's any response at this time.
Thank you, Speaker. What I want to do is just with that prayer that Delegate Brown provided for this council and this committee, it gave me the strength to provide this report. This touches every one of us, whether we recognize the type of trauma that we've experienced through our lives or the type of hardship that we are currently experiencing. So, Speaker, I want to also make sure that all of my colleagues and callers on the line know that we do have crisis counselors that are available to assist through the Department of Behavioral Health, and we've been partnering with them to understand the dynamic when a family is in crisis and how to begin to heal from long-term trauma. What we're learning from trauma, Speaker, and I appreciate your office. We're going to be providing a trauma-informed training to our council delegates, to our colleagues. We're with the Casey Family Program because the work that we do involves so many different complexities, and at times, and as stated by the Peacemaking Program, is if you're not able to recognize how trauma has impacted you, then you go the adversarial, you go the violent route where you'll start, shaming, blaming, taking, physical action. And what we need to do is heal ourselves, so to heal our homes and have this healing community for our children, because we're their examples. And so this has been a very hard report, and I appreciate my colleagues for sitting with me and giving me the strength collectively for the Naabik'íyáti sexual assault subcommittee. We do have on our subcommittee, I chair the committee, but I'm also with Vice Chair Nathaniel Brown, Delegate Paul Begay, Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr., Delegate Eugene So, and Delegate Vince James. And collectively, we hear some of the hardest reports and listen to our advocates. And the good news is through prayer and understanding, this council passed the Diné Action Plan last year, and that mandates the three branches to work together. And so we are moving forward with the Diné Action Plan to look at the systemic issues when it comes to violence, when it comes to substance abuse, when it comes to suicide and suicidal ideations, and looking at our missing and murdered Diné relatives to have these conversations. And something that I want to put on the radar of my colleagues is, from our morning discussion, we really need to focus in on elder abuse. There is not a way on Navajo Nation that we could track and provide case management to our elders who are being victimized and are being bullied and find themselves being abused. And so that is also going to be the next area that will need the help of the committee and the Speaker's office. Thank you, Speaker. I'll stand for any other comments, recommendations, and I deeply appreciate the work of all of my colleagues here. Each of us are providing a solution to this very complex issue. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Amber Crotty, with that. Let me go back to the floor. I do have Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, then Honorable Yellow Hair in the queue at this time. So with that, let me turn the floor over to Madam Chair Charles Newton. Madam Chair, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Speaker. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, Speaker. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. So first I want to say that to Shadeda Delegate Crotty, I thank you for providing us this very in-depth report on what your subcommittee has been doing and kind of the issues that are happening here on the Navajo Nation. I think it's really important that we provide these reports on the work that has been done, and then also what still needs to be, I guess, the work that still needs to be completed. I didn't get your presentation until a little later. I do apologize, but I think that what you highlighted, the issues that are currently happening right now. It does, it does affect all of us as Navajo people, and especially as leaders, because we do hear stories from our constituents. We hear stories that have, that have been shared with us by all of our people, and the things that they're going through, especially the trauma and even the generational trauma that we continue to carry with us. And so it's always a question of, how do we go back, and how can we fix this? How can we fix, something that has happened and that still affects us even today? And I know that one of the stories that was shared with me during the Dinasani March was from an elderly woman, a grandma. I think she was in her 70s, and she had talked about, how she was sexually assaulted, and how, she was raped, but it was something that they didn't talk about, something that they didn't, they were not allowed to share it with people. They weren't allowed to talk about it. And so, she shared that story with me. And, I always think about her, because she is an elderly woman, and she was talking about, how things were back then. And all I kept thinking was, that still is the case today. That seems to be what we are still perpetuating here in our communities. We tell our people that it's something that they shouldn't talk about. Don't bring it up, don't talk about it. And it really is, a shame that we continue to, to say these things. And then the other thing that is really upsetting is the shame that we, that we put on a person because they shared those stories with us, because they, they had those, they encountered what they encountered. And, instead of providing support, it's like there's a shame that's attached to it. And that may be why a lot of our, people are continually told not to talk about it, don't say nothing. And, it is really frustrating to hear that, and to know that that is still continuing. And, I just want to commend you for the work that you've done. And then also, Delegate Crotty, for creating a safe space for me, and also, for all of the victims who have come out, who have talked about what's going on, what has happened to them, and who have shared their stories. Thank you for being that advocate and for speaking out and for, like I said, creating that safe space, because sometimes, as victims, we just need that safe space. We need to know that we're okay and that, it's going to be okay for us to talk about what happened to us with no judgment, with no eyes looking at us that, is trying to feel, something that is not there. And I say that because, I do know, what it feels like to have somebody who has never experienced, that type of trauma, look at me and try to convey to me, their sentiments when it's very obvious that they're so disconnected that, they can't, just through their facial expressions, that's something that they just can't do. So Delegate Crotty, I know that, I did state it on the record, and I'll state it again. You and I consider, when we are on opposite ends of, when we're on opposite ends when it comes to debating legislation, you certainly are a fierce advocate and, one that I truly respect. And I just want to say, but at the same time, when we're on the same side, I think that we have been able to make things happen. And I just, think that you are a remarkable leader and, taking up this torch and making it known, starting with the sexual harassment that happens within our Navajo Nation, the sexual harassment that takes place even among our elected officials. The fact that you brought that out during the 23rd Navajo Nation Council, and it continues to speak volumes to me because it is something that I see, and I think it's something that needs to be addressed. And I, truly think that, with you and your advocacy, that some of these things can change. And I truly believe in my heart that, this coming election, there's going to be a lot of changes that are going to happen. And I think that, there's a lot of women who are now starting to step up, starting to step out to say, that they want to make change. I know when I ran as council delegate for the 24th Navajo Nation Council, there were only 4 women who were running for council. And now there are so many women who are coming out, who are ready to step up and to make that change. And I think that Delegate Crotty, you certainly are the one who was one of the pioneers in letting, us women know that, that our voice matters and that it should, we should no longer have to be silent about these things that have happened to us. The trauma we carry with us, the hurt that we carry with us, and how, through that all we're able to function each and every day. So Delegate Crotty, thank you for this report. And I feel like now is the appropriate time to come out and to thank you for all of the advocacy that you've done at the national level, at the state level, and here at the tribal level, in making sure that those of us who survived what we survived, that our voices are not forgotten and that we don't have to be quiet anymore. So thank you for that, Delegate Crotty. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. That we go on, moving down to Honorable Yell here.
Good afternoon.
Oh.
12:35. Yeah, Speaker. One of our councilmen, we're having a special work session going on right now. And regular meeting, regular meeting about it. I'd like to say thank you, Chair, Madam Chair, Amber Naabik'íyáti, Chair, Kudo Hitapanina, Ani Bahalato, now the missing or murder and indigenous people across the Navajo nations in the United States. Kudo this Ani Asibayati, Shidoban Saski, but LA Benahatan Dole. It's in Nalka investigation. Upon this case, not that the net or yon Hayun that is kidney and trembling. Era just touches in without ego. And she not this kitty and then that is kitty and like you that is kitty. Is there one ever been used? There's not at all a unit and put on that this kitty. Should this by your kitty. It is happened as $1,000. Has there ever been found these missing persons cut out the public not at time but $100? Not caught out the catching out there's any investigation. Sashonalia just say what on this case. Other Indian capital of the world, Gallup, New Mexico. I don't think they have any surveillance about that on our list. What elder the source card of the Gallup, Formanton, Auto Conrad, or Shet, just a team of Nasha. There was a person that was missing, but two years ago, that is named. It's a royal area. Diego, it's in the hot opinion, don't need Black Mesa. It's allowed, then there's no policeman. Substation, how long they don't come to the up there be on time. There's only judicial administration. They saw we need an attention center. I think that the husband on she's a nail in the stick. He pinning on the attention in the hand. What on the net then she number one shipper number two window talk shit then so he's on nail Mr. And southern here now the all surveillance the hello na Italiago le clienta the hot ego the a conde see that dandy but because it not trust I was thinking of how can we find these missing persons what area on this case they see that the tinota that has she had that I don't cannot the 8 and then how in the how just in the Hulia the chair husband all this the need is a day to the need is he died in yours as hard to Haliande. Other than let all from the outside they got eat up in Hana day. Could order Hana. Man to collect now was at Nissa. 8 out of 100. One morning I was driving up to Farmington to Neppy, trying to get hay early in the morning. I was one of the van passed me with a high speed. It is a on some only because I just always say Neppy go. I couldn't just always so over in this case, just thinking that way. So a couple yeah. Kato not the never not the kitty I never like you and that the kitty cut out the set off in in some such case. She wrote she's not the missing person. I got out. So I yelled to or it ate us at on Nista. I by yelled in the eat on here now. I don't hear you President Nasby. She's not I saw that's not all. So their support to a missing person. Thank you, Shemayaja, Honorable Crowdy, Avanan, Gordon, the car that's a head of other door here, and on the city, a hotel, Hasna. Bash is good at that, and this surveillance of them. Not especially in Killa, but we need to start working with the animal state. governors. I thought, hey, we need to start working with them from the Gallup Detention Center. Or you see, getting on this, getting the on it, not on some. They are your such a young child, they can answer $1,000. I don't know. We need to put it on the front page USA magazine. The book cut on it. A cocotti up on this case, up and so it over the should up on this case. But ilé the had cut on this. So I was known that there's a basketball Canada. I take it there a Sunday cut. Once about this, once to the yes, bigger. Ocean nation of signed or not and the conde. Kodoya Pinion, Malaysia of Aj, Yon Hunt, Lagos, Asnan, Shimna, Nishiti Nitsun, and a while is now with Archer, occasionally with Salah Nitsun, just a chamber magical. We need it all the way up to lay hard rock or started the Nessa, it in the house, it on needle, Jade, Hitcher, and the hot, and Abba, and the Lord hit and later the chamber magical. About this, out of share, he did about 24 Navajo Nation Council. Once ago, AI, and then he says, Shadow, he's not all, Scar, Alligator, she is not, all the he niggy. Yeah, thank you, Speaker. Once at all.
Thank you. Over over here. That we'll go ahead and go on to Honorable Keon Begay. Then I have Honorable Freeland in the queue. Honorable Keon Begay.
Yeah, that's Che. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Shatoles. Ado kodo shmayas nalsos na report ni in lagi. The one area kodo we need to continue to consider at the same time. Sometimes kodo sato do jobe kitni kaki inanat esto. Koko attended in it last week. Kodo, I was on the Tribal Interior Budget Council at Washington level, budget subcommittee bana alte koko. So that's where a lot of these funding are initiated. Because the constant engagement to advocate for these funding, to some extent, it's lacking. Koko, I see it. Oh, we were just stretched thin between chapter meetings, state level meetings, other meetings, and even committee meetings, council meetings. Koko nla te peso ndahtet yego kodo ba yel. Yeah, fun. I mean, statements are sent, and a lot of time, we get so many chapter resolutions. Literally, do we read each and every one of them? And how many resolutions we get? But some may. But I mean, my point is that we send information, and there's 500 plus tribes across the United States. Those that are involved in ayot and that because the one thing that we always justify is the tribal enrollment, or the size of the reservation, and then the different jurisdiction that we deal with. For those that are appointed to that Tribal Interior Budget Council to be considered, because I know that a lot of time we're asked by the chapter where we're at, by the committee that we say that I need to step away to get on another call that the Nisha. Like right now, just up to recently, I had 3 calls going at one time. Right now, I'm on the Low Mountain Chapter meeting. Just to listen in what's being discussed, and at the same time, what's being discussed at the committee level. But what aimed Joe Quacky ayo anhilato beach and ho yidna bahan sas case. The one thing, broadband. I mean, I'm sure the ye shells and that's all yet. Yahanado it's a show chinwins and a coco what ego na hot go. And the council passed, I believe it was CMA 1220, get in an emergency legislation to implement these essential, important infrastructure such as FirstNet on the Navajo Nation. And I kept bringing this up because there's references of availability of calls, availability of 911, the response time, the communication. No, I mean, why the council supported that legislation, and the president, I believe, signed that into law, but yet the progress for developing FirstNet across the Navajo Nation, in a way, it's at a standstill. Halet a kwato behas anisa ailia di kon beche tahanne. Adat ahaki that needs to be available at all 110 chapters. Ben ye kwato behas ani pas ilia koko. But what ain't not those carriers, some some and I just heard recently that a lot of these FirstNet initiative will be dropped just because they're not able to push forward with some internal process or policy that the Navajo Nation has. Although that FirstNet was awarded, this was done at the DC level, but AT&T is looking to these regional carriers' infrastructure to help develop these FirstNet progress. According to she bahanasi did egon hitch in nahot ekoko nikisala ye hadnet dolly the nebit in nahot ye hadnet dolly the 911 call at the in koko an instant second that it comes to directly on Navajo operation, not being transferred from off community and then resent back to district where these calls are coming from. So digi a late ensign that would minimize probably to some extent of our availability of these individuals. Ye hotol neto ya hotol neto ye ichi hotol niki to hajopa develop is neta. A late this is a good justification. Public safety issue, health issue, and any other thing that our Navajo people would able to have access to in terms of telecommunication. Akoko shema di kodon hit a report in lagi, and then I saw a statement came out of Department of Justice earlier, sending an overall situation about the Navajo Nation to Tracy Toulouse, who is at the United States Department of Justice overseeing the trouble justice. Prior to the last term, I've chaired the Travel and Tour Budget Council Public Safety Subcommittee. During that time, I mean, again, those were the time a lot of these initiatives were forward and were brought forward to the Navajo Nation. Ako ita bedates nishla. Ako edient atin the dishin atin the asaki hot and halen. Oh, yes, to some areas there's oversights. Responsibility for us is the land withdrawal, the like the cell tower fees and the that the media is too much to pay for a smaller community. The Nandingi Alepi Pati Niliki be his on it D quack hot and not a behonet so on hitna. Akoko going back to get a lot of these programs into play. The Bahanates and I thought that these legislation that we pass would really speed up the process. And a just attended a hohot at all. Okoko di Shbayaj Kwaki report in Lagi Pepenach. I mean, I don't know if we add these to the previous council passed approved resolutions, add them the reports to the approved legislations or council resolutions, would that really make a difference to say that, okay, could we just add additional justification? Earlier, Kodosh Mayazu Misoya had Dalget so Yahadzin Eninit that Ado Hatnit at other page and see case no yet Ashi knew what ain't, but that is the situation. It alla in the short needs on the it on the dig at from my end the key is this telecommunication process, the 911 call center, the Amber Alert, the whatever that are public safety or social service needs to have these resources available right away. The reportedly I mean, I would believe there could be a drastic change of a situation in every area that our Navajo people encounters, or different demographic of the Navajo Nation population. Domestic abuse, elderly abuse, women abuse, men abuse, for other reasons, young kids, adults, I mean, everyone around. Maybe the other thing that I have been asking Speaker there's the purpose of having 3 branch of government, additionally. And maybe I just asked the court, our Navajo Nation court, to say that, okay, how can we, or how can this particular policy enforces what it says? And then the court may say that, well, you got to do this. Because I mean, you talk about these Supreme Court issues at DC level, how they're interpreting a lot of these issues, social issues, whatever issues that's out there. Everything is brought back up to court, and that's where the reaction by a lot of these Congress comes into play. Policy issue. Akoko edat aj godat objet change nonsen o aj da inish need. But koto e dot I see need age kot abe has only hadel yaki hasha net down aden ha clarify in the le ini go esabek e shja to hot ego ko kompes pangas aneti be has ani hadin land ego ko to jo ba ho no ta sala jo na tletan hit to ni so ta shit ate e to ta kombe has on la di in kon whoever program whatever whichever program show hey di bit and don la an le kon na hat to ni so shit to ate ko Akoko akwaki ki behas anit o hayu o ikitas en gokoto yego betil nistat ani. Akwaki ki shmayaja, maybe we can ask the court to interpret a lot of these policies that are in place right now. To me, I would think that they're just idle and are being overlooked or are not even being considered to be implemented by the programs. So how is it that we just continue to pile up policies, but yet knowing that it's not going to be abide by, but rather more of like referring to the previous policies? At first, that the one-stop shop at the end of the but where does this the emergency legislation comes into play to say that, well, let's waive those area and implement this infrastructure, and then policy minan di konal to kin na chonat zago hatni go la ai has on is aunt, but yet kodo ador nishi aton sa adajneta. But it is shisazido quakia. Yegot atinde. By bashin to by yashti. It are the deal sato at the hot e that the hon nikito at the hot in Hiki. And especially those communities that don't have even cell service or cell tower. That's the key thing. The broadband, Nikia a Yegobich and a Yegobin Anish Aj to get the internet. But the cell service, the immediate touch of a tone of pressing 911. So a Diki Yegobizilo Tinkle at the Nislach Ehenson, Shanant Anotheniki. A cordic at all Ohonahot Edolil. And that's why I kept asking, and I have been asking, and even within this CMA 1220, it does specify, it does request for an overall plan. And where specifically in each of the communities need these telecommunication infrastructure, chapter Lindiki, Yego baby na hot ki lunch eat go ego go kunk at It's in there. It was AT&T being told to provide an assessment of the Navajo Nation broadband telecommunication infrastructure. I know you've been part of it, and some of these discussions regarding FirstNet, regarding the PSAP, and then everything else that we know that needs to be improved. Again, I'm not here to say nobody's doing their job, but all I'm saying is that let's take a step up to really make a position. Because a lot of time, or the creation directive that directive what's the time, the turnaround of get some of these information. Other counties, and that's the other thing, requesting for the counties to do a report before the council tomorrow, before we go into the debating on the legislation. I mean, they have offered some of their suggestion of how they can improve in helping the nation and the community that they represent in each of the counties. I mean, they are elected by the same people that elected us, but they're with the state officials, but we're the tribal official. Ado kodo the kuidishin direct service by yashke. What's so hard about asking the U.S. attorneys, United States government, Department of Justice to establish an office on the Navajo Nation? A decree the shin sto bahasi, I mean the sovereignty ni, but yet to some extent we gotta have these resources. Having our Navajo Nation Department of Justice taking the lead in every effort, because the maze and the jurisdiction really gets things complicated. Because some of our Navajo reservation lies into the state of Utah, Arizona, and New Mexico. So the response time from those resources from the outside. So I know to some extent you have been discussing it. I know I know Law and Order have been discussing it, but a lot of time we have a boundary within the committee that we represent. But any delegate can sponsor legislation, but also with the courtesy of a notification. But nonetheless, Speaker reporting, I'll continue to stress it until. But I don't know if the last, even if the last chapter of the 110 communities have received towers, then we got to deal with the with additional progress, because every year, 6 months, 3 months is considered obsolete when you're talking about technology. So what that could we recall CMA 1220 and then really say and put a stance to say that no question about it that this is what needs to be done as soon as possible? Again, I mean, my point again is that we got to get these infrastructure in place so that our Navajo people, no matter where they're at, is able and will be able to call for help. I mean, even with the touch of a button. Sean Kong commercial done that. When an elderly falls down, it alerts the fire department, or an area where they've been told that an elderly had fallen, and the quick response is less than 2-3 minutes. That should be cut or something like that. So that hagi shibin does that at the art the sani has twin linigi ani ye go iklatobich and has iki a coben nachigo 8 kodo out ego hajo Bahanana seat do deep broadband do internet do FirstNet do PSAB and 911 and you name it. We got to get that in place for Mayaja, and I know that you are working on it. I know the committee is working on it, and then the council supported it. But again, it falls back down to cut the hate off. I mean, you guys been hearing, and I've been saying low mountain, low mountain, low mountain. But still, yet as of today, got a response back to say that $12,000 fee is just too much for a small community. So how do we change that? We already have towers going up at several communities, but yet another company wants to establish another tower. Why can't they utilize that one tower just so that these services are relayed out there? So I would ask I don't hear I mean, the court area, I mean, I really would need to come back and sit down, talk about it to say that, okay, I mean, how do we ask our legislative council to ask the court to interpret this particular policies so that it's being enforced as what it says with being a council's resolution that the president had signed it into law. So the speaker do
Thank you very much with that. I'm going to go on to, I do have Honorable Freeland, and then one Honorable Freeland. Once you're done, we'll go back to the sponsor or the presentation, Madam Chair Amber Crotty. Honorable Freeland.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Honorable Amber Crotty, thank you for this very important report, and thank you for all the work that you have done and continue to do in relation to the topic of missing and murdered Indigenous relatives. And Karigi, I just wanted to also commend some of the work at the state level as well, in particularly the state of New Mexico. And this past session or this past year, the state of New Mexico, working with Senator Shannon Pinto and Senator Linda Lopez, created the establishment of a Indigenous person specialist within the office of the New Mexico Attorney General. And I hope that this establishment and creation of this position will also reach out to tribes and reach out to the Navajo Nation in particular. And it's a great step forward, and it's a great step in the right direction as far as working locally on the issue at hand. Other states can really learn and follow suit from this, in particular the state of Arizona and the state of Utah. It always seems like New Mexico is always leading these types of efforts, and
everyone was crying about, which I know is definitely like a thing. I had to mute it because I was like, this.
That wasn't me, by the way. But anyway, I just wanted to bring that up because I believe it was Senate Bill 12 that was signed into law by Governor Lujan Grisham. And, just knowing the dynamics of politics at the state level, it does get a little bit in a situation where, politics becomes an issue, and that shouldn't be. But hats off to the state of New Mexico, and, I hope that Arizona and Utah will soon follow suit. I just wanted to make that point as well, because yesterday, just watching the news as well, in relation to nationally, on CNN, there was a story about Secretary Holland talking about the assimilation of boarding school children between 1819, I believe, and 1969. And 408, I believe, are known to have been not identified, but believed to have been lost their lives at the boarding school level. And it really sums up a lot of historically how the federal government was towards our indigenous people, and how much of that 408 are our own Navajo kids. And that's something to consider and for us to think about as well. I know you, Shmeja, I know you've been doing some work on the boarding school issue, and thank you for that. And it's a very heart-wrenching subject to hear or to learn about more and to discuss. A lot of our kids were sent off to boarding school and were told not to speak the language and had their hair cut. And just to hear that report again yesterday and see the news conference that Secretary Holland made was, quite remarkable, because it opens a lot of wounds again. And, it's got to be tough for a person in her position to have to deal with all the historical trauma that BIA inflicted on Native Indigenous peoples, historically. And, I think as a council and with your subcommittee, I would like to learn more about that as well, and how that whole era of assimilation, how did it downplay and affect a lot of our Navajo people as well. And, I just wanted to bring that up. So those two I wanted to bring up, Speaker Damon, our colleagues. And again, thank you for all your work. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. I know you're having some technical difficulties. Thank you, colleagues, for your questions and your comments. Delegate Yellowhair, I appreciate you recognizing the family that has lost and was searching for Jamie. What we will need to do in talking with the Hopi Law and Order Chairman is they requested a joint meeting with Navajo Nation to discuss some of the jurisdiction challenges, but also how we can come together in coordinated efforts when it comes to law enforcement. There's been a history of a strong working relationship when it comes to drivers under the influence, and now we're looking at how can we support and have no boundaries when it comes to searching and recovering a missing relative. And so I hope you have the capacity to join those conversations. And I did mention that to the Law and Order Committee, and we will be following up with having that conversation. I was able to speak to Division Director Delmar and Deputy Chief Silversmith, and so they are aware of that request for that joint leadership meeting. And we'll keep all of the Navajo Hopi land commissioners informed when that will happen, as it is critical that you're part of that discussion. A lot of times that what we're seeing in terms of prevention or vulnerability or individuals being targeted is a high emphasis on prevention and education. So talking with our children and our families to let them know what is happening and ways that they can prevent becoming another victim of violence, and for our families and relatives to get the support that they need to heal their mental illness, so that we destigmatize what is going on, because what they do is, and we've all had this challenge where we'll numb with either drugs, substance abuse, food, gaming. There's all different ways to deal with your trauma. And so we need to start talking with our family, with our children, elders, veterans, on how trauma informs and creates this really vicious cycle of violence within the community, and how we can create safe spaces, not only here at council and having these leadership discussions, but that the home should be their safest space. And right now we're seeing that is in school, but if there's school bullying or other type of violence, then it really hurts our children where they need to find somewhere. And so we're always working with the Department of Youth and trying to find alternative ways to keep our children engaged and having strong partnerships with nonprofits and other programs that want to do the prevention work. And so this morning there was a question asked, what is prevention work or a preventable measure? And it's something where you provide a positive experience or positive activity to remedy or to counteract the negative activities or the negative experiences. And so if we know that there's a lot of violence happening in our communities and we are taking a stand to address that, we need to equally take a similar stand to fund prevention programs to strengthen our families and our communities and our educational system. Chair Charles Newton, thank you for the feedback and creating, having these courageous conversations. It's not easy in terms of how sexual abuse, sexual assault has been normalized in our communities, how there has been always this discussion of don't mention it, don't talk about it, keep it within the family. And what we're learning is that is a hard, that's hard for anyone to heal when their story is silenced and that they're not given the tools that they need. And what we're also finding out that to heal from trauma, to heal from your wounds is not just talking and having those conversations, but also this physical movement. So, movement outside, movement to move your body to get a rhythm back so that your body feels safe. And so what I would ask is, in terms of this living document that we continue to add to it, every committee has a spot to contribute. And what we do need, though, Speaker, is some policy expertise in this field. We need someone with a strong background when it comes to criminal justice issues in Indian country, and an entity that will really drill down to understand the history of the complexities of violence in our communities. We try to work with staff and other staff from the President's office, from the judicial branch, but it's really time to have either an institute, like asking the Net Policy Institute with the Net College to dedicate a section of their research capacity to drill down on these issues. When we talk about these data points, these are our relatives that we're talking about. When we talk about our children who have been abused and neglected, what systems are we putting in place to help them? And so it's all about identifying, first it's preventing, identifying, and then being accountable to make sure that they go through the system. And we'll need more case studies. We have horrendous cases that are happening on the Navajo Nation, and it's not clear from the family in terms of how that case is going to move forward. And there are laws that we can amend that are low-hanging fruit that will continue to work with the oversight to address some of the Title 17 amendments, which include the statute of limitation that I know former Attorney General Ethel Branch has been a strong advocate to try to get that language changed so that we have the ability to prosecute these cases if they're federally declined. The other area that I wanted to mention, Delegate Kealan Begay, in terms of the work with emergency communication and the broadband and the FirstNet, is to identify with that resolution then who is going to be that responsible entity. And in my experience, that has been helpful because as we pass resolutions, it really is not clear then how that is, as you mentioned, how is that going to be not enforced but implemented, and who is going to be the responsible body. And that's critical as we come up with the budget season, and all of these areas that we address as council. Then the budget really needs to reflect. Maybe it's time to put very strong conditions of appropriations, legislative concerns to keep the programs accountable, and that the entities and the different programs have to report back to the committee. And it's not just something that we talk about today and move on with our business, but it's something that we continue to come back to and have an ongoing conversation and make those decisions that we need. If it's an internal policies and structure, then pulling that together and having a clear understanding of the role of the committee and what actions need to take place, and then how the executives who are most likely going to implement, how they are going to be able to implement some of these resolutions that are passed by the Navajo Nation Council. And that's accountability, and that's something that maybe the Government Development Office can help us with in continuing to track to make sure these critical areas are being implemented and designed at the executive level, or if it covers the judicial part. Delegate Freeland, thank you for that update as chair of the state task force. I appreciate that you're familiar with Senate Bill, or New Mexico Senate Bill 12 and 13. I actually sit in that. I'm on that New Mexico task force for missing and murdered Indigenous people, or Indigenous women and relatives. I sit on the data subcommittee, and so we have had multiple meetings throughout the year in developing that report and those recommendations. And I want to give a very warm recognition to one of our volunteers, family advocate from the Navajo Missing Persons Update, Naabik'íyáti. She was critical in the conversation and the development of the New Mexico Missing Persons Day, and in her work advocating for families. She also wanted to see that in the state of New Mexico. And so it really is our families and our advocates that are driving these policy recommendations. And in terms of the boarding school and that impact, it is critical to understand this generational trauma, how our families were separated, how children were violently removed from their parents, and the experience they had in those boarding schools. That has really been a critical point in our Navajo experience when it comes to what does Navajo parenting look like now? How do we have an education system that meets the needs of our people? And, what is the role of parents in terms of advocating for their children when there's generations where that was an area of violently ripping children away from their parents, and our grandparents and our mothers and our uncles having stories of running away from those boarding schools, and some of them not making it back home, and how that has impacted. So there really needs to be this coordinated effort of truth and reconciliation, and our Navajo Nation Human Rights Commission can certainly help this council in understanding that report, the impacts, and being a part in getting those community stories so that we can focus on the healing and know how much as a nation we need to fund this treatment and the prevention, and getting back some of those teachings that have not been passed down. And sometimes it's not by choice, it was by force. And the stories of those children who were victimized at school, who were assaulted, and how then that behavior now is in our homes, where we shame, blame, and use a type of violence against our own children, and how that impacts their little bodies and minds while they're developing. So I appreciate you, Chair Freeland, for recognizing the Department of Interior report. We do have Navajo children who need to we need to have that conversation on working with the families in terms of how Navajo Nation is going to address those children who are still out there on those boarding school properties. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Cardi. With that, colleagues, as Madam Chair has concluded her response, I'm looking at the queue and there's nobody who has texted in. And already. Oh, Elmer Begay? Okay. Honorable Elmer Begay and then Honorable Keon Begay with a follow-up. Honorable Elmer Begay, floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Speaker, Chairway, and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee.
Yes.
About stage of Delegate Crowdy and people that are on the line, about topic that we're discussing here. So, I've been listening to all these delegates talking about the loved ones and the relatives, people that we know. And as a Navajo Nation, as just being the net people, going through this, understanding, trying to think about, put where your heart and your mind are, the missing the people that, and then trying to cope with people that lost loved ones through that. It's all thinking about it here. Wasn't intent to say something on it. I was just willing and trying to listen to each and every one of you. But but first of all, I don't know how to comfort a person. I don't know how to do that. But have sometimes I myself that I have faith. I have something that I could offer and ask. So this point in time, that it's like to say to you that that my condolence and all of sympathy. I wanted to express my sympathy to each and every one of you and all the people that went through the experience in this. Know about this situation. So I was good to just say something that you own. So export the jump for the what are the contact is Sydney Journey to the Dober when it's a hospital difficult. It is settled this. For each and every one to express my condolence and sympathy to each and every one of you. Just thinking here, that yes, we could say that we all kind of know that why these things are happening and things like that, but that presently, especially with females, the most of them are females. It's very people that are very special to us. We're coming from them, i.e., there are wives and there are children, and even the small, the younger females that we have in Himayas, thinking about them highly through this they're the one they're the main ones that are being targeted. So, 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 what can we say? You know, that it's coming after that. This is not something that just recently happened. In living our Navajo people and particularly our indigenous people, we've been experiencing that with that for so many years now. Today, now that how do we do that? How do we cope with it? And how do we protect them? You know that, and then right now that it's here with us. I call who's the one that's doing that to us? Up on CK Circle, and it's those people. And they are not on Unity. So actually, right now we have we welcome them onto the reservation, not only to the reservation, but into our enterprises, into our workplaces. We allow them to be here, and just recently, you know, that these things happen. And to think about it, is they're using their money. Their money, you know, that they offer money. Not only with that, they offer positions. Then you know, that's basically that's one thing that happened within our enterprise. What are we doing here with it? We're just letting it go. I don't think that should be allowed. I think if we really truly say that how we can protect these our innocent, young, beautiful women that we have, females that we have, which is our mom, our grandmas, and our wives, our kids, our daughters, through that, and our granddaughters. If we truly think that we need to stop this, you know, we shouldn't allow these things happening. These Telecommu, these other people that we gave them jobs to be here to help us, not to abuse us. We're just letting it happen, and here we talk about it, and how can we stop it? I think one way to do is right now to show that it really happened. And then my sister just talked about it, Delegate Crowdy. It's not only that person there that's been got hurt. It's the whole relatives, grandmas. Oh, they're the one that got hurt, and they're going to be living with it. And with these monies that they have, the position that they want to offer. So, and right now they're playing politics. We're going after that because these projects are being offered to us. And us politicians, we just go for it. So I think we need to really, truly think about what my sister's saying here and what my sister, Delegate Charlene, so is my knowledge too. Delegate Charles Newton. No, we're really behind them. We should let these things don't happen. We should get rid of these people that are doing that to us. It's happening here. We're just letting it happen. Now we're just letting it slide through or just ignoring what happened. We're just thinking that that the courts will take care of it. As leaders, I think we need to really step up and really to support them. I think we need to start doing this. Oh, even that's just want to share that with you, speaker. Don't quite about this case. So thank you for allowing me to speak and share that. Maybe I said something to other people. Maybe I hurt them. Yeah, I'm just here to try to support our mothers, the female part of the us. Yeah, don't.
Speaker Delegate James.
Thank you very much, Honorable Elmer Begay. That Honorable James, I can put you in the queue. We go over to Honorable Keon Begay. Honorable Keon Begay.
Yeah, Hernando is speaker. The other thing, I just want to bring up Kodo, brother, Mr. Freeland Yahazi earlier, state task force. The one thing that we've continued to advocate as well, again, Mr. Freeland and I were in Phoenix area on Monday, talking directly with the state legislatures. They are pushing certain policy about the MMIW, and our representative continues to advocate for those particular area, certain funding as a direct program for tribes within the state. The need of it is what we continue to address at the state level as well. Just to assure the people, the Navajo people, why we say that we go to the state level in talking with our state legislatures. Recognize a lot of these policies that the nation has been pushing. Again, the recognitions of some of these colleagues that have been adamant and being notable at the national level of what they do and how they are advocating about these situations. So ede yakudo hishnadish asnsoya akwaki itan ade vinyatadati kredo vinyatadadol de do bahanada si zigo god as recently as Monday and koko to jo kodo abahanas. I mean, I think this is the reason why, and brother Mr. Freeland, I mean, I don't know. Some people just think that PR is just for self kodod or that or so how do we inform the people of what we do at the state level, federal level, or and everything everywhere else that we're dealing with situation? I mean, if that's the case, just say, don't mention delegates' name. Just put Navajo Nation Council. Has done this at here and here. But to be in the sun seeds. So you go what the old non old kiddo, the old nonsense. She didn't know that bit. But the reality, they just look at the picture, but they don't read the articles below it. When you're not state, do bahata isi, do baha oziki, do jo, that you'll tell that state down nil ogenizing. But what ended oh jo kodo jo ad, but Hanani zigo got out at your other budget ban al de sto. Ko ashoyan that it's base of ban de dan koko. Joy hit out the Nabihun Linigi, the Sato Chinani, the Incourt, Ajian, Linigin, Bayadat. So, what I could do, but not see the little as far as State Task Force Chairman.
Thank you very much, Keon Begay. Let me go ahead and go back to the floor. Actually, the queue, I do have Honorable Vice Chair Walker and queue. Vice Chair Walker, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, the Chairman of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, other colleagues on the
call here this morning. Although everyone that's listening today, there are a lot of people to recognize and acknowledge and mention. I just want to say all relations. Although I appreciate the time given here to me. Listening to this report certainly is very, very thought provoking and very emotional as well. Eko, nti isto na isna, kota ado shumayaje delegate Crowdy report in lagi as our elders, our relatives say that we're not thankful for the subject matter here. We're not appreciating that. It's very unfortunate, but we do appreciate the effort, the work that's been given and has been made up to this point in this area of extreme concern, critical concern. Although yourself as other colleagues on the council do and show that effort to raise awareness and call attention to the need for protecting our people in all kinds of ways. Eko, pan city kisto na ipa ba Chinese na ko ibikate pan city kis so bayatil ki akuta yeah. Want to also add to the list of concerns. Numerous concerns were mentioned here on the call by our leadership. So the amongst the list of concerns could be the need to have a website on cold cases involving Native people, Navajo people in particular, in this part of the nation, this part of the country, Southwest. There are numerous cases that are still unresolved. So I speak from Southwest part of the Navajo Nation, and the communities that I represent are in close proximity to the city of Flagstaff and city of Winslow. And unfortunately, like mentioned earlier, I have firsthand knowledge of some of these cases. Cases involve people that I knew, that I grew up with, that were neighbors also. And the cases, unfortunately, are just cases. They're not resolved. There are no answers as to who is responsible for the loss of lives concerning our relatives, our people and our native people. So I could get more specific into this, but I just want to mention that cold cases, there is a need to keep that in public view. Without that, like I said, there are cold cases, they're forgotten, they're filed away, and they're sometimes never to be seen from again until some more evidence or more witnesses show up years down the road, or something breaks through, and all of a sudden there's new information. In the meantime, they're just cold cases. They're in a file that's just stored away. On this case, I guess could be a recommendation to the subcommittee, Delegate Crowdy, other colleagues on the council, Mr. Speaker, and everyone that's on this call. There is that need to keep this in public view. Fortunately, it's to help us know and understand there are situations and that responsible parties have to be found and held accountable for loss of life. I know earlier, numerous related information was presented and comments made and for that, missing people or harmed people, assaulted people, hurt people, injured people. So, the cold cases I am talking about are where there's loss of life. And a person that can plunge Johada Nahaza to Heda. Ya Yakti that teacher. I do know that I think Coconino County Sheriff's Department does have a cold case file on their website. I'm looking for Navajo County or some of the other police departments. Or iya pansas keso report Eliagi ishi another idolition and what sad the hospital de qua shaho agida shedil evansas kesto bashin shido da in abahin nigi that in six case adona isna ko so da yedi yakodo. Sad to have Speaker and Chairman of the Naabik'íyáti Committee colleagues and relatives and listeners. Patela, thank you for the time.
Thank you, Vice Chair Walker. With that, I'm gonna go on down. Honorable Vince Shames, good afternoon. Floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Danshin, other speakers, other members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Ado da isinolts agi. Yad len ado bikitche ko konzakted kodo hiln da huil neto ishjan da huinil zon konzade in hilhol jisn lako. Kojet atia it's is nakhalshin khishin no selchi. Atia isn't that what in his attendal age has aniki konzakte by yelti in lako. Ako ani hana large shin in il keso hana large shin ban tsitsi keso ban shlita ako di nache atwata seta ako shimasane belako ajin khalans da seta ako anabo Amber Crowdy ako konzakte awat koche sexual assault committee aj what bananish il do beto biga do benil geo hinanish il ako nihil nadahan ado hashit eshi benag ishthot na long yen hichahanatz ako do yen hil nadahal ne ako khahola kut ado la anha ba ako hat notzi khaholat tide ben hichen da huist kut at hidan hitel any gida khaho ohot bigetet otlalla jonitsen jokot yada thio oko danls de kaya tabetoji do danls de at oko the nekhe da hat and then has on the hot the question hitato ni khado ni hilche da huis asli oko ashi konehi adan ne oko kodo sotizen dini be yel do sotizen lini be hanetze ako nle de kodel klede tosel lahade yan se lahade inna hata hast it hawam mazesa ande hoishi dat be otla sela ade inna hata hist hawan so ande hawanas lade eishi akwa ekishi ye koshi ya beltahodik to belhodik kwa kayasa aniki khishi hot athibitil ko kwa eki ya khahola in khaba akoteno si la jokot ben hicha atse le ko khala ya kodo soto zendo sa jono be ya tahti ni hete no okonde di se akot yedo we hoyajita akobet il iho abel ke hajit eni akobedil eho el lahaut au ena ilnado lahaut au ensi il kesla jokot ado ya yadal ti ako okokot al swanje na halont eya ages titlila al swanje chisdo kosen de huts apo o hidlela okoko okwagi do na ba ako hin zinda ako halate au kodo ben higa to hon londo lilla ni hinat leniki mentally, spiritually, and physical well-being. Kodo yego in hisi zini ben hich nahot ile ako ani jot ohin zin ako ani la adane halate koje do beso la bandit atala halate in a den kinahal goden has ande ado unda di kaya yo toji hahozo do hos do hahozo ashi bi to hahozo as ad kaya ta nas neldo bis hata hasto ako ade na has ande halate oje bis has anje do hot in hil hahodet da jodan no yen hije hada zhinle ako abich do talto ade nebel do talinte asi ti o Carlet Tata Ajaga with the to Quagi has ada John hit ni Jordan no the Yada Tiako Had da la had la Hai Haila Bilhadi Dala Haila Bilhadini Chekla Haila di Kodobe Bilhashis now don't Lego Hashi as a Zenzo Yana Naholne Tadole Kot out Tishi Iliagi John Nenegi limited resources. Akot in Hachwello on the Navajo Nation Halit Akot Ado Azil enended Honanet Azil Enesa Anigin Hanasnel Akoko DIHS bidi no Indian Health Service bidi no de do hot eda do hit the house Eya in hika and da lota jot kot ado ben hitchan hata is the we do have the IHS facilities, but they're all not consistent with their resources. And sometimes, like with one case, we were informed of that individual, that victim was informed that the IHS was not their service area. So they had to report back to their service area. Khalid to okot as nit ben han saha kisla ako khayda tale no chelo legishido akot tibit in ho haja la yahtinish chel maybe I should go to the state of New Mexico. I'm hardly known in the state of New Mexico. Maybe I can go to that hospital and get seen over there. Because my local hospital, a lot of people know me and they're going to start spreading rumors. But then this individual is being told, well, you're not in your service area. You need to go back to your service area. Jokot out the AA, Nihit in the end, Lenegi, Okot on hits out, Hital on Okokode, not on in it, Lenegi, do your Papa Akonit Zinda. Eshina Adan Nehahola, not on in Lenegi. Nahada is Nengi Haholan Hikado, Wala Hahola, Quagi, Halayati Au, Nahits and Iota Ado Lisa, Hahola, Ad Okot Au, Ben Hatsito Kosla, not Ani no Lini, Jokot Au Yanda Oka, Yego Okoko, Ani at Okohodil, in thought art Hihodil, and Hoshinda Art Vegeta Hoshi. Asian Anisa hot or hot Baban sus case ako Quagi has ani lachit out but edil Nisla Jokodat echo as Jean Kodo IHS director Miss Rosin so Hokobedi need de o by Yananil Kyo Hanzagoshi and Nahodoljish at that gist she added the Anishas and she that gist Jokodat echo Ada dashin hit aho da dashin kodo bahasi to ba yel ki shin ashon ta shin belchitot to belchitot to ko shin to inache ta shin ni hech not na hoton edo tanal sos ni hech kuido li ko hata hot ho yego an si il keso ko the sexual assaults that he ki ko ha ho shin do nal so say but Kate not that these sleepy this month this is the sexual assault month that no or hata hot I think those are just some things to shut us up. Those are some kind of people that like to bring up those kind of issues to us. PR public announcement they won't mention it. She that's a Queensland lay then hit the net hot iron to case that call. Ba yel ha hadil beniya na hon hinan shil le ni ka o je o anta ni ka o lo to anta chokota ko ha the kuidela the net den the dodja la to kuidela hot do la ye o ye ta hon zendo le hikin his istan lisla not an ni kliniki Ado Ajibel has Aniki, the division director, to Hunana at the division, Khalid out a Kodo Kot did a base of Bahins and the did a base of Buns and the La Chocotat, a hona has uncle. A cohort our sheet a base mass underneath Lenny sheet Lato a beneath Nito Lish, dig at base on Nada had it agent, not the whale Gish a co. Ashi beneath Nito Lish. Nahatzot lead on he. Ayan hit the net and lenin hitch and the days in leco. Hot echo. Hanet shap ba hate ba yell to sheet ayat eto lechokot echo. To Sato sheet condiant the she the net hit up with Iliagi la ashon hinat an in hayanat jokot the she ashon sat heart sit the coso. Allato baby trahia hot list allato ye hana osnedo list ye na betzil list jokot an has anko okoko ashi ani late etate tlado atahotetla ya de lat ashbe yana nalki ya de lat ash coin cake a yana nalki chi huinzente le that or then hidden eta is do hot hita bit iliagi ta is Khalid an haba huint Khalid ashaba huint ila dan zon shi hot da ist ko sat da shi benak ist hot de hot da ist ko sa ta shi shi da de in hot da kunia be hana jol ni be na hot zi ko shi hot da on hal shinen hik dan lini hot da bet iliagi shi hot an han sa da kisen le ko ebeni nad kodot abanet indolist abayel titolist jokot na haban ses case to ko hot fohon shen det hots sende ba hasti to listo di kodo IHS has anje itil ahigido agency il kesi gido kwaige in hil istan isla do lis ko hot he had non hitesh ni do lisha hot igi thank you speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Vince James. With that, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. Are there any further comments or questions? If I go back to Madam Chair Crotty.
Okay.
Yes, Honorable Eugene So.
Yellow too for follow up.
Honorable Eugene So, and then Honorable Yellow Hair.
So. So on his on ayo so yo what it's yesterday. So for the Navajo Nation Council delegates to resolve this critical urgent concerns, it's an issue. In order to resolve it, we need some laws to work with. At this time, our rules are not working. Dollars and the enforcement are not there. With the funds we got, we need funds. What we have is not enough for a fast-growing Navajo Nation population. The crime is growing alongside, more even faster. Nahat ado insahak sheso shehasen ina ithadet epi khahim shidini not ani khares edong nisen so shidogo ekhot anish. We can cry for police support all we want, but if we don't have the funds and the background checks are really high now to get policemen to be qualified. More guns are being bought as we speak. Because of more guns being bought, there's a lot of background check, all backlogs. Well, we're not seeing or hearing and so on. Just hear what I'm saying. Is it because I'm old? The station there, so sudden there. What are they not? Yeah, Father was missing for years. I need go. It's in the other teacher or you Holia. What they be bad no. They be on Nila what on. We just poured a very portion of her bones. To see that is the next on go. Parents in it. But the hot in the one that raised you. Or it's the time when the mom's not there. The older sister. I never got that. I lost a Daisy. My youngest sister got abducted, taken to a remote area and raped and killed. Seems like she fought. And she fought them. I guess she got hit by the vehicle. She broke a leg and had internal injuries and head injuries. And she was still dragged over a hill and raped. Was left out there without her clothes in the snow. These out, I lost my sisters. Raven now, the only way I see it is to go back to the roots. But within our own Navajo Nation, we need to go back. This case, we need the social service. We need other people that can help us out with this thing. So it's a lot. So I need even teachers. I always thought that maybe parenting should be one of the curriculum in school in order to survive. If we don't have that, we can't survive. Yeah, all over the world, and you can see it. So that's how I see all this, what we're talking about. I don't know if when we can turn it around, but the only resolve that I see is to go back to the roots of the problem. Not this the plan that we just approved, action plan. This is where I should go to get these things changed. So on this case, so we need a lot of work if we're going to save our Navajo Nation in this regards. All y'all say this, they are when he can't. Even now, Sahani, the hardest and largest, no. Even now, Sahani, no, let us touch on that, Nisha. Even now, Sahani, no, all the things that all that's going on is because we don't go back to the root of the problem. If we just keep going the way we are, we're always going to be fighting the way we're fighting now. So just to remind you, that's how I see it. As an older man, that's what I see. That's what I experienced all the way through almost 70 years of my life. And that's what the problem is. That's where the problem is. And somehow we need to resolve it. So what I would not, it could be hospital. Only got 8 months to go, but the 2 months I might not have anything, but maybe I can start dropping some legislation in that regard. To change the Navajo way of life, the government has to change too. Speaker, Navajo Nation there, could they bias to all license see but I could also Vahanana still this is yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Chin So that go on to Honorable Yellow Hair.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Appreciate it. For giving me the floor and also 24 councilman. Yeah, national strong. So yeah, I just want to follow up with the Shemaya Honorable Crowdy that have you ever been used hand trimming? In the United Kitties, have you ever used that hand trimming to use our own traditional medicine woman or medicine man? They usually use it. Have you ever done that? Nana Craigie, yeah. I just want to remember that all crime, federal crime, a big crime like this, that goes under federal and state law, they don't come to us. They do already have a policy for this, and only us, Navajo Nation, probably just have in-house policy needs to be established. I know we do have that too. We have the law already. It's just that we have to find the people who's doing this. That's hard to find. If you can't find it, you can't really do nothing. You see, just for example, way back in maybe early 70s or late 70s, there was under our own Navajo army that was on vacation or break time, and in return, and was never been returned back to United States service. But he was missing person. If they found his body in Alamosa, nobody asked for the investigation. Who did that? You know, I know veteran or there have been always concerns about veterans themselves, but no one asked for whatever happened to that person. Our own serviceman was found back in Alamosa to find his skills. That's all. It should be clap on break on not done one. They are not done yeah, as a missing person. But he's here, not a Glande Alamosa. But no one ever asked an investigation at then. Aro Eliada, say Air on the Elias in that Ella. 8 of double Tadeoban case to be very yet as further. In the art of science in the other in that Chidata. 8 of these art. But he could be has on it. The next credit on couldn't he not election not stage. And let all what the stage are I can't sit could you on Nishi and we are he don't we are the other over is nearly as that as one has over on out of the on it out of the hello. So yeah, Asaba not this yeah, up at the tea for the dish alley, a cocoa, crack, and a card. Have you ever used hand trimming? Not the chidlape, in lebe, not the chiddy, even not the skid. Although, I will sober not the share, but only Kahnana speaking. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Yellow Hair. That colleagues, any other comments or questions before I go back to Madam Chair Crowdy? If there's none, I'm going to go to Madam Chair. If there's a response, maybe you close out. Madam Chair, I hear you.
Speaker. Thank you. This is Delegate Crowdy, and I appreciate the questions. Delegate Elmer, Begay, and I, what we now are at the point in understanding with the families and creating a space for them to, a safe space. And why that is important is really just until a few years ago, most of these families were shamed into silence, where they're missing daughter, son, grandpa, grandma. The family was blamed by either law enforcement or community neighbors on that it was the fault of the family on why their relative was no longer in contact. And really, as early, as 2019, hearing from our own law enforcement, criminal investigators, that these relatives want to be missing, they want to be gone, and they have a right. And it wasn't until the families were able to tell their story, like in Ariel Begay's case, where she was last seen just here in the community of Oak Springs, St. Michael's, and how the family reached out for help to look for her. And I remember Vice Chair Raymond Smith helping with that search because she was involved in a very violent case where her partner at the time put her in, she had to receive medical treatment and was, had to cling on to her own life. And through that case and going through that process is when she was either abducted or last seen. And then ultimately we found her, and the family was just devastated. And her mother, Jacqueline, is the one that requested that something be done and to raise awareness for our missing daughters, sons. And in all of this effort, when it comes to our missing relatives, we acknowledge very early on with the work of our volunteers that a majority of our missing relatives were our men, our boys. And there has been very concentrated efforts in trying to understand what's happening. And matter of fact, just before COVID, we had a forum in Tuba City that was focused on the Navajo male experience and what were the factors that lead up to our Navajo men being targeted or vulnerable for violence, being missing, and trying to understand that dynamic. So the question is, what do we do to continue to support the families? Well, first is to believe that this is the most traumatic experience that they're going through, and to understand the challenges that they face. And as a nation, not only with this report, but other activities through oversight or when talking with our community leadership, like what training can we bring to our communities so that the chapters understand what's happening? What can we do to support the mental health and prevention efforts? Your Sehasin ride, I believe this is the 10th year to prevent suicide ideation is part of that solution where families can come and be in a safe environment and heal. Now, when it comes to counseling or talking to families, what we've learned is the best way is it has to be family driven, where we can't offer or we can't give, we can't tell them what to do. We can offer a variety of different resources and let them know that support is here and that their loved one is not forgotten. And we've been working with the Navajo Nation Peacemaking Program. We actually received a very small Bureau of Justice grant to help build up our capacity on what can be some of the culturally appropriate response when a community or relative is missing. What does that mean to the family, and how the clan then activates, and when we have to work with other entities that are not familiar with our cultural and family ways. So those are some of the suggestions, and any advice or guidance in terms of how you want to support with the work that you're doing, and bringing and making sure, like the future Delcon health clinic, or with Winslow. We've been great partners, actually, with all of the 638 programs in IHS. They have provided a lot of support and have sponsored and co-sponsored a lot of activities in this work. For Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, just in terms of the suggestions of hand trembling, we defer to the families to make those decisions. And it's my understanding a majority, if not all of the families, do seek guidance. What has become a challenge to the families is the cost for these types of service, especially as when COVID and the limitation of individuals who can provide this type of healing or this type of guidance to the families. I believe with the majority, if not all the families, have either have gone to at least one or multiple practitioners to get some type of guidance, and have used that guidance in helping with their search and rescue and ultimately recovery of their loved one. And there's also, and because it's every family's choice, is the opportunity to get those ceremonies for healing, or different types of support. We have also worked with our faith-based community, as we have families that are have their church family, and trying to provide them the resources that they need for search and rescue. I know Delegate Kealan Begay's church and family had invited me out to their community to attend a walk, an awareness walk, when we were still looking for Jamie Yazi and her family. And so to understand the dynamics and how collectively as a nation we can use all of the tools to with the prevention and the healing component and the search and rescue activities. Speaker, what I do want to say, when some of these cases, and I want to make it clear, are still within the jurisdiction of Navajo Nation. There are some cases that do get referred to our federal FBI if there's a major crime connected with, or if there's some federal laws that have been violated. We also know that we're working with families where the loved one was last seen, let's say, in our border towns, and the families, I'm thinking of Mr. Castillo within the last month, where his daughter from the Cuba area was last seen, and we're fortunate that our police officers at the Crown Point District took that case. And so there are still challenges in terms of reporting, because my understanding that it does come down to funding, it comes down to resources. And so that is something that we can identify and provide some support and continue conversations. The last thing I want to mention, Speaker, is I did mention the elder abuse part, but I would be remiss to also let my colleagues know that we have an issue of missing children on Navajo Nation. And what do I mean? We've done a lot of good work when it comes to the Amber Alert and what happens when a child has been abducted and how the community is alerted. But what we're finding is there has been a normalization of children not being in their home and not having the parents report them missing. And so in looking at the NCIC, that's just a law enforcement database of
the 70 plus individuals that are in that database, only 3 were children. And 1 I know that we have recovered. But there's so many children out there that are out of their homes that their parents, there needs to be a campaign to let their parents know they have to report those children. And we're hearing maybe they feel like law enforcement won't do anything, but what that provides is the data that we need for the prevention, for the intervention, for the wraparound, especially if they're habitual runaways. They're an endangered youth. If they're outside of the home and they're under the age of 18, they're an endangered youth. And as we try to keep our children out of the system, keeping our children, out of these Navajo Nation children's homes, we have to be able to make sure that we're accounted for every child here on the nation. And so I'll need the help of my colleagues and to see what type of information we can receive to make sure parents are reporting. And it just as easy as it is to report and put them in the database, when we recover that child, it's that easy to take them off. But we need to know the facts and to know that we possibly only have 2 children or youth in our system is we're doing a disservice to our families and future generations. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. That, colleagues, are there any other comments or questions at this time for Madam Chair Crotty? Well, twice. Only 3 times. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and go to the board to accept the report. We do have a motion. We do have a second. Motion by Honorable Paul Gay, second by Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Yeah, we call it.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Yeah, what's green?
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote in favor.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canaz Bakrati, how do you vote?
Shadeja, this is Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canaz Bakrati votes green. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels is excused. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland votes green via text. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Delegate Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James votes green via text. Honorable Rick Nez is excused. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green. I'm back on. Thank you.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So is excused. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, God, is the show.
Honorable Eugene So is excused. Excuse me, votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Juanica is excused. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Maloney votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker votes green. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 20 delegates who have voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Speaker, Delegate Daniel So's on the call. I vote green on the report.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. With that, Honorable Speaker, that changes the vote to 21 delegates in favor and 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Speaker, this is Daniels. I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels has voted green. With that, Honorable Speaker, the vote changes again to 22 delegates who vote in favor.
That, colleagues, accept the report at 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. Motion carries. That we are on receiving reports. Item number B. Colleagues, time now is 2:30. Just keep in mind we have $13 legislations on our agenda. That, moving on down. Number B, under reports, update report from the Navajo Nation Election Office on the preparation of the 2022 primary and general elections as it pertains to voter registration outreach, as well as proposed funding shortfalls. Report by Ms. Rosita Kelly, Executive Director. With that, there was a written report sent out at what time? 11:55 this morning. So with that, colleagues, I'll go ahead and turn the floor over to Ms. Kelly.
Good afternoon, honorable delegates and all the people that are listening. Rosita Kelly and Ado not Otenet Hachin Ashi Bashichin Ado Ashi Dashichedo Tadishkizni Dashanale Kota is the next done. Mr. This is a report that I had finished last night, and I emailed it last night, but I got in touch with Mr. Rico this morning asking if he had sent them out. But a while back at the spring session, or oh gosh, I don't remember, but Mr. Key Allen Begay had also posed some questions to the election administration, and his questions were emailed to me on April 20th, and Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton emailed her questions on May 10th. So I went back to Mr. Key Allen Begay's questions, and that's how I answered the questions. So I will read what I wrote, and probably on the way, because I don't, at the time I was getting this together. So anyway, the election administration has always been like short on funds. And when I came in September, and though I've heard people say that we've always been lacking funds, election and so we're preparing for that. We're preparing for that, and we've done numerous meetings to prepare for it, work sessions, and then getting people registered or reactivate their registration. All the agency offices are doing that. Okay, back to my report. Mr. Key Allen Begay's first question is, how current is the plan of operation? The plan of operation that the NEA uses is CD-68-89 and 2 NNC subsection 875 to 878. On the budget forms when we're asked about plan of operation. Although like I said, I started back in September 2021. But I called it standard operating procedures, and I noticed the nation uses plan of operation. And the Board of Supervisors, Title 11, use it as our guide and is also our plan of operation. So that's how I answered that question. Although agency staff now, there are supposed to be 2 agency staff at the agency offices and Layfield offices. But Chinle and Eastern only have 1 person. We have interviewed and recommended office assistants for Chinle, but the hiring process is bottlenecking at the Office of Background Investigations. Even though we forward our recommendations and everything to the OBI, the background checks, so that's where it's bottlenecking. We take it to DPM. Again, DPM, so because of this, we lost some really good candidates. They went on to get hired by other companies or departments. So that's the problem we're having. So we have a number of vacant positions that we're advertising for. Voter registration specialist for Eastern Agency, and the closing date for that one was May 11th, which is yesterday. DPM is assessing the applicants right now. So we hope to have a pool of applicants that are deemed qualified real soon. So A kota agency staff gi auto number 3 guna a current voting registration data. We use the data for the limitation on expense for candidates. Not data back in March, that was 119,918 voters. Not use the data to calculate the expense limitation for candidates. Like I've mentioned before, we're registering new voters and other voters who've been inactive for several years. They're coming in to reactivate their voting status. We will have an accurate number once our database allows us to run a current report. Because we can't even access our database with the computers that we have right now. But we'll give you a current updated report on that one. Plan to register online. That's one of the things that the Board of Supervisors wants to do, and they're discussing that. At least they mentioned it before. Right now, like today, gas is very expensive. People are traveling to the agency offices to register. If we had it online, that would make it so much easier, and people wouldn't be spending money on expensive gas or food. So we will pick that up after the 2022 election is completed. The plan to revise voting machine. Automated election services. We have a contract in place with them. They're out of Albuquerque. They're telling us that the voter machines are still in good working conditions, but we have talked about updating that or even maybe leasing those. So we've discussed that. And again, we can revisit this during a non-election year. And then number 6 says plan to revise the ballot. I was unaware there was a problem with the ballots, so I'm not sure how to answer that. If Mr. Allen Begay can elaborate on that question, I'll try to answer. Number 7, report from the election board, their overall plan for improvement. Like I said, they interviewed me August, and then they hired me in September. We're behind in technology. We need to catch up. We need to move forward with that. So that's one thing we started working on. They also want stability within the NEA. The executive director, we need someone in there. They shared that with me. And then they're also wanting to build a new building. They want to move forward with that for the Navajo Election Administration. We found the paperwork that said that everything is in place, that the land, the environmental clearances, we have schematic drawing, just everything is in place. All that's missing is funding for the election administration. Only 5 agency buildings, they're real old, some of them have holes in the floor. Others, like Crown Point, Navajo OSHA condemned that building, I guess, a long time ago. And we're going to fine you because our staff continue to occupy that building even though it's been condemned. We've been trying to find different office areas for them, but so we're trying to look for land because we have been working with the county, McKinley County, just school buildings like that empty. They all could, but you need to work with us. We need your nonprofit organization paperwork. Although it still has to go before their board. But even if we get that building, where do we put it? We don't have the land again and the infrastructure on that land. So we're trying to work through that to find a building for Crown Point. Northern Agency, they're in a warehouse, and it has issues with handicap accessibility, and lighting in the back is not good. It's not safe for them. COVID protocol is difficult for them to adhere to because it has like one entry, but you exit out the same way. So that's not COVID protocol. So we're trying to get new buildings or even find different buildings for them to occupy. I don't that right now we're on, all of you know, on for candidate filing yet. We're upstairs in the Quality Inn office complex. We don't have an elevator. So the people that are physically challenged and the elderly, they can't access the offices. So we go down there and we help them outside in their vehicles. We did request the owners of this Quality Inn to install an elevator, but they're telling us we're going to move you downstairs. So we're just waiting on that elevator. So anyway, so that's where we're at on that. The other thing, the board, I didn't include this one on my report, was they wanted us to work on a fund management plan so that we can utilize the filing fees that come in during election years. So we have a draft, and I'm not sure how to go about doing that, but we're still researching that, but we do have a draft. They want to also update and codify election code Title 11. They want to have a uniform policy for elected officials by elaborating with ethics and rules, Navajo Government Development Office, and other departments and committees to have a uniform code related to elections. And we're all over the place, like regarding background checks. Dodi has their own way of doing background checks for school board. The ethics and rules, the ananasati, they have their own. So, but we're all kind of interconnected somewhere. So that's what they brought up too, is that they want to have a uniform code. And then the other one is being independent is another one that they brought up. And other states and counties have independent election departments. So NBOs would like to be independent within the Navajo Nation without political pressure. So that's one of the things that they want to work on and plan and work on. Number 8, it says any specific plan to improve technology communication. Because our plan is to improve technology is to secure funds, to purchase a new database for storage, and to have our own server, which will be solely for Navajo election administration. We plan to create a new IT position that will take care of the new system. We're currently working on the PCQ, but because of funding issues. And one of the questions on the PCQ form is it relates to funding. Is funding secured for this position? Because I didn't answer that because funding's not secured. So, rather than paying an outside vendor all this money for them to take care of our system, we wanted to hire a Navajo person to help us and to be employed by NEA and work on the system for us. Although we plan to purchase new computers that will be compatible with the new database. We plan to purchase new printers, new scanners, new telephones, and hotspots for agency offices since they are experiencing difficulties in accessing the internet for voter registration purposes. We need our Navajo Nation Council to approve our additional appropriations legislation. Make this happen. Although since September 2021, NEA has purchased their Zoom licenses. So we're having like small steps at a time, we're improving. So we have our own Zoom licenses to conduct our meetings. We have purchased a Polycom to be used for a meeting hub. We have purchased new tablets for the agencies so they don't need to use their personal cell phones to conduct business. We had the latest one we purchased was a new projector because the old one was going out. So we needed that to use at work sessions. So we have made some improvements. And we are striving to make more improvements to move the NEA forward. We just need additional funds. The next one, a question from Madam Chair Charles Newton. The first one, preparation for the upcoming 22 elections. We've had numerous work sessions and meetings to prepare for the upcoming 2022 elections. We've discussed the additional personnel needed during elections, temporary the field staff. So they're requesting 2 temporary at each agency office. And the temporary personnel, we calculated at 160 hours. That's 1 month. So they would come to work in July and end after the primary election in August. I'll calculate daily. They have.
Ms. Kelly?
We've also discussed. Sorry.
Ms. Kelly, this is
Yes.
Speaker Damon. That's 20 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That. How much more time do you need, Ms. Kelly?
I'm almost done, like a couple of minutes.
Colleagues, if there's no opposition, we can give Ms. Kelly 5 more minutes. No opposition? That, Ms. Kelly, go ahead. Continue on. You have 5 more minutes.
Okay. We've also discussed the overtime the staff will need, like they earn 150 hours of overtime during elections. And they've gotten comp time all the time, but this it kind of is not good for the NEA, because in December they try to use up all their hours, and then they get letters from DPM saying that they need to use their access annual leave hours. So so that's why they requested overtime instead of comp time. Although we've also are in need of printers, Xerox copiers. They're old right now, and sometimes they refuse to work. So we hope the ones we have will allow us to print poll books for the election, updated voter listing for registrars, and we need updated telephones, funds for voter registration drives and registrar training. I missed a little bit on this side. We assisted candidates in their filing and had a mass filing day for those that still needed to file on May 4th, the last day of filing. So those are some of the things that we did. And then registration activities is another thing that she brought up. The agency offices and central office have been registering new voters, reactivating voters that have not voted for a while. We've trained new registrars in Phoenix and Las Vegas. So now they have registrars that are available to register people and, people that live in those areas. We have been requested from Salt Lake City, Denver, Tucson, but we just don't have the funds to have the staff go out there to do voter registrar training. The other ones, the voter registrar drives, registration drives, we've done in Phoenix, Albuquerque, Shiprock chapters, and other locations. Western Agency has scheduled one at the upcoming Navajo Voter Coalition Conference in Twin Arrows on June 17th. And then we still have others that are being planned. For people that live in other states or metropolitan areas, NEA sends them voter registration applications, which they will fill out, and send back with the documents that we need to register them. Documents needed are CIB, driver's license, or state-issued ID and Social Security card. We also accept Navajo Nation ID cards. And yes, funding is a huge problem with NEA. And a lot of these things that I listed are one-time expenses, like the computers, the database, the server. Those are one-time. It's going to last many years. So we do have problems with that. Nana supplies, we're going to be ordering ballots very soon when we have all the presidential and the other
Ms. Kelly, you have 1 minute.
that have been on the ballot layout. So that's when we'll be ordering our ballots. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, colleagues. Could I get a motion? Accept the report.
Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith. Was there a second?
Delegate Yellowhair.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. That, colleagues, is there any comments or questions? Going twice.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles.
Delegate Wanika.
Chairman Daniel So, then who? Madam Chair Charles Newton, then Honorable Helena, and then Honorable Wanika. Chairman Daniel So, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman, Speaker Damon, Otto and I, colleagues of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, legislative staff, and presenter, and all the folks on the call. My question is regarding, there's some immediate needs to conduct the election. And then there's the request for dollars for buildings. Then that just brings up the question of, all right, does the budget that you'll be seeking include stipends for the Board of Election Supervisors? Or is it just solely on the need for additional personnel? And do you basically have a priority for the current needs? That would be the extent of my questions, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Kelly, I'm going to go to two more colleagues, and then I'll come back to you. With that, I'll go to Madam Chair Charles Newton. Madam Chair?
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for the presentation. My question is more concerning how we can get people involved with, or I guess get people enrolled to be registered to vote, who are living outside of the Navajo Nation, who are living in the metropolitan areas. I know that it was reported at one time that you were working to try to that they can get people registered to vote. That's my first question: is what are you doing to get, the drive to get registered, to get people registered to vote? Number two, people who are living off the Navajo Nation, if you're not going out to these metropolitan areas, I know that you did mention, maybe possibly allowing them to be able to go onto a website, to register to vote. I guess I'm a little bit concerned with timing, since I believe they only have 1 month to register to vote. And so I just want to know, like what exactly when you're talking about a website, or when you're talking about somewhere where they can register to vote online, what ideas do you have, and how much funding is that going to, how much funding is that going to take? Number three is I am aware that you guys have a turnover in your office. Many of the workers there at the election office have left, and many of them have, they are voicing their concerns on social media, and then they're also voicing their concerns through letters. And so I want to know, why are you guys experiencing a turnover? I believe that 4 or 5 individuals have left the office, the election office, in the last month. What are you doing to try to retain those employees? It sounds like you're trying to hire employees, but if you're not retaining your employees, then we're running into an issue where we may not have enough workers working for the election office when it comes time to election. And then my last question is, in terms of your funding, I know that I was looking at the budget, and the budget last year, your unmet needs and your shortfalls were in the like hundreds of, I want to say it was like, it wasn't even $1 million. And now all of a sudden you're jumping up to a $3 million request in a legislation. And I know that that's a separate legislation, but the report that you provided to us here today, is that your justification for the $3 million increase from what you were asking last year for your budget? I'm really concerned because I feel like you guys are giving us a Christmas list. And I don't do well with Christmas lists, especially since we are looking at a possible shortfall. And then, we really haven't replaced the shortfall for the closing down of the coal mine. So I'm a little bit concerned, and and then also hearing what's been happening there with the election office. What I'm really concerned about is the last time with the election, you guys ran out of ballots. And I know that this time, you're saying that it's going to be a little bit different. And then I also heard that the ballots this year may be in color, as opposed to what it was previously. I believe it wasn't even a black and white; it was a different type of color. But I just want to know, are we really ready for election this time of year? This coming around this time, or are we just presenting a Christmas list of things? And the one thing that I've heard so many times, and now I believe it, is throwing money at an issue doesn't really fix it. And that's what's happening right now with our hardship, So I just want to make sure that that your office is really in tip-top shape when it comes to the election, and then also your employees. Why you guys are losing your employees, especially 4 in 1 month. That's a lot. Especially when you're saying that we don't have enough employees working for election. And then in terms of the funding that you're requesting, what do you need right now to help with the election versus your wish list right now that has been presented to council? Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I'm going to go down to Honorable Helona, and then I'll go back to you, Ms. Kelly. Honorable Helona.
Thank you, Speaker, and colleagues on the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and all the presenters. Thank you for your presentation, as well as all the people on the line. Good afternoon. The question I had right now is that money that you're requesting, budget season is coming up pretty much right around the corner. What kind of budget are you guys putting together for all this extra equipment that you're requesting? Budget season just right around the corner. Do you guys got anything included in that, or are you just depending on the money that we're trying to get allocated and funded right now? And basically for your equipment there in the office, computer supplies, new computers, database, those are all budget items that could be put into a budget. But I understand you're new at the office as well, and maybe that kind of get control of it this way. But with the budget season just right around the corner, I don't know why we can't be allocating funds for that, especially the new equipment that you're requesting. It seems like there's enough money right now for the primary election, and how much of this fund will be going towards the general election? That's what I'd like to find out as well. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. With that, let me go ahead and go back to Ms. Kelly.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your questions. Mr. Daniel So, immediate needs, that's the database, the computers. Those are our immediate needs. And Yes, the dollars for buildings I included in there. Those are dire because, like I said, NOSHA has condemned one of the buildings. Handicap accessibility bin Khahint. So we're trying to address those. And stipends for INVO's aid, that's not included in this budget. Only for personnel, the temporary people that we need, and then also the overtime pay for the staff that are going to be working those hours. Ado priority for current needs, the Naabik'íyáti. I stressed the importance of the computers and the database. And, you know, like right now, I said we can't even print our reports. The registrars, when they need an updated list of voter registers, then we can't even print those. So we really need the updated computers and database. And those would be like one-time costs because I know this is a huge money that we're asking, huge budget, but it's going to be like one-time cost. And Ms. Delegate Charles Newton, the rural areas, people that live in metropolitan areas, we've reached out to them. Some of them have reached out to us to get registrars out there or train people that live in those areas. And we've done that with Phoenix and Las Vegas, but we just don't have the funds to have staff traveling to these areas to do the training. So right now, we're just telling the people to submit their application for absentee ballot. That's what we're doing. And also to register. So we have a form that we send to people that want to register or update their registration. And so everything is done by mail. Nothing is done by online. We don't have online registration, but the board assigned me to check into those. So that's still in the works. But right now, we don't have online registration. Turnover at NEA. People here that have worked here, they're either not satisfied with the pay or they say that, you know, I've been here long enough, I want to do something else. So, and I have requested DPM to do a salary study for us, and I haven't heard anything back. You mentioned 4 people. 3, they were regular status employees. All temporary, and that her employment ended back in March because I needed the funds for other temporary employees like the office assistants. Funding issue, yes, our list is it's realistic. It's not a wish list, but we hope that the council can fund our list to make our jobs easier, to run the election smoothly. And, you know, all we need is the support from the council, from our own board of supervisors, to move us forward. That's all we're asking. Ballot, I'm not aware of colored ballot. It is going to be colored. I guess the photo is going to be colored. The photos are going to be colored this time around. So we did get a quote for that from AES already. So we're ready to order those. And then, Mr. Halona, the budget season is around the corner, and I agree with that, it is, but this legislation was supposed to be an emergency legislation. We started working on it back in the latter part of February. So the general election, we're going to include it in the upcoming budget, the FY23. So that's the plan. And we're putting a better budget together because in our budget, there was only the special election that took up a lot of the money because, you know, we only had I think 5,000 set aside for special elections. So we ran out of that. So what we're doing is we're keeping track of all the expenses that were not included in the 2022 budget, and we're going to include those in the upcoming 2023 budget. The additional appropriations, it's for the much-needed computers and the database that we need to keep our data in. Otherwise, we're going to crash here. DIT, all Kotankisno. You see, it's real old, but we just don't have the funds to do it. It happens intermittently now to where we can't even access the database. And agency offices go, we can't access the database, we can't register people. So we have to contact the IT, both legislative and DIT, to help our agency offices. So I hope I answered your questions.
Thank you. With that, we'll go back to the floor. I do have Honorable Edison Wanika and then Honorable Freeland. Honorable Wanika, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Speaker and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, the presenters from the election administration. When I tabled this legislation, I asked that the voter registration specialist be on the line too. And I also would like to have the chairman of the chairman of the election board, Melvin Harrison, respond to some of the questions. Because when you put a budget together, the oversight is supposed to be the first one that you present to. So the Board of Election Supervisors should be aware of what's being requested. Because it seems like the director is the only one that's providing the information. Because the election takes place every 2 years. And from the last election, there was 2 years. Within that 2 years, why wasn't this particular budget put together? And here, it had to take emergency legislation, which is kind of late, and it's putting the election administration in a situation. And if this was going to be emergency legislation, it should be based on the database, the voting machines, and the monies that will go to the poll officials, and also computers that should be all if we're going to be getting ready for this upcoming election. And that 600,000 that was given to the election office is more than enough to take care of the primary election. Because if there's no referendum, it usually costs us $350,000 to $400,000 to take care of an election. If there's a referendum, then the additional $50,000, making it $400,000 that for education. That's usually enough. But right now, over $3 million. And I understand there's the need. It is there. There's no question about that as far as a new building and other costs that was cited. But I saw you go to this idea, and the response again, I'd like for one of the voter registration specialists to respond. Because they're the ones that take care of the elections at each of the agencies. And if they feel like this funding is not enough, they should be able to verify that. And also the chair of the Board of Election Supervisors should be able to provide some information if that over $3 million is an emergency at this particular time. I believe it is the amount that's being requested. I really feel that is a need, but not an emergency. Like I said, I'd like to have some response from the VRSs from the agency. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Wanika. That go down, Honorable Freeland. Floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Speaker. Naabik'íyáti, committee members of Lenigi. Ms. Wilson, thank you very much for the report as well, and appreciate the update. Just a little, some concerning remarks, of course, for Crown Point. Right now, we only have one staff at that office there, and she's an office specialist. And, I know she's doing as much as she can to keep everything afloat over there. She's the only one there. And we lost Miss Cohen. I thought she was doing a great job. And I don't know why she left, but it's concerning. I know she was under a lot, but this is what my Deja mentioned, Honorable Charles Newton. All the staff are leaving, and here in Crown Point, that's what occurred. And I really hope that matters get better or things get addressed as far as staffing is concerned, because it is a concern. We lost a good staff, and I know Arlene did a great job, but she's no longer with us. So what are we going to do to replace her, and how are we going to replace her experience and everything that she provided to Eastern Agency? And I feel like opportunities like this, we need to really do our best to retain our employees and keep them, not to not to work against them or anything, but we need to figure out a way how to retain and keep them happy. So those are just my comments related to Eastern Agency and election administration out here. And I know Miss Pablo was doing a good job right now by herself over there. And I hope that things work out during the election for them out here. We have 31 chapters, so I really hope she does get some support. In regards to the office building, the chapter right now, Crown Point chapter, is looking at working on a office complex here in Crown Point, kind of a office complex that will house all of the Navajo Nation programs under one roof. And that's the goal right now. And I know these are kind of preliminary discussions right now that Crown Point's to do, utilizing And we got to go through the planning and design phase and then construction. But that's one thing just to kind of keep in your radar is that Crown Point chapter is taking the initiative to look at doing an office complex, and at some point may need this body's help with the council, because it'd be great to have an office complex here where our people can go to one building and all the programs are in that building. And the issue of land is it shouldn't be too difficult working with our Club C, and there's land withdrawn in various areas in this complex. They want to build is right near the current flea market, so it'd be adjacent across west of the current election administration. There's also land withdrawn over by the current police station. So there is land out here. We just got to get the office situated and get this complex in place for Eastern Agency. So those are my comments, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. That, I'm go ahead and go back to Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly?
Okay, for Mr. Wanika's request, I don't know if any of the VRSs are online. I know Mr. Harrison said he was going to get online too, and I don't know if he's listening. I don't know if the vice chair, the board vice chair, Mr. Max, is online.
Good afternoon. This is Melvin Harrison.
Mr. Harrison,
I'm online.
There was a question to you by Honorable Edison Winika. Floor is yours.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Speaker Damon. The 24th Navajo Nation Council and the Naabik'íyáti Committee, legislative staff, Office of Legislative Counsel, Ms. Kelly from the election office, and other folks that are on the line. Thank you. I was listening. I was driving back in from Window Rock, so I was catching information here and there. We had our Navajo Board of Election Supervisors meeting this morning, and ended this afternoon. So with that said, this is something, what Mr. Wanika brought up is something that I've brought up to Ms. Kelly, is that what the election administration needs to be submitting is the needs of the election administration. We can't be submitting a want list, because I said we're in a time to where there's limited funding from the Navajo Nation. And so I gave some recommendation and some suggestions after Ms. Delegate Wanika referred the budget back to Naabik'íyáti committee. I said, this is what you would need to do. Look at your current budget. What was in your current budget for the Navajo Nation? Look at your $600,000 budget from UUFB that election administration received. So from that, how much do you actually really need is what should be in your supplemental funding, is what I indicated. And I told her that, I'm not saying this because I don't support election administration, but I said we have to be very true and honest with our budget. We just can't be asking for budgets and thinking that we're going to get all the money that we can get. And likewise, and in addition to this has money I believe needs to be spent by September, is what I indicated. And these fundings have to be expended for the primary election only, not for the general election, because that's in the next fiscal year. So that was my explanation. And so having said that, we've been getting the budgets, but we normally would get the budgets on the day of the meeting.
So it's been challenging at times. So like if there was a revision to the budget that was referred back to Naabik'íyáti committee and revised, the board does not have a copy, and it was asked for today, but Ms. Kelly indicated that it was revised yesterday, and she had a hard copy, and she gave a copy to one of the board members, and the board member said, the board member indicated that I would like to have all the board of supervisors to get a copy, but right at that same time, Ms. Kelly needed to leave, prepare for this report. So we don't know what's in the revised budget. So it's and I know Ms. Kelly's been on 9 months, but it's our opinion and my opinion that Ms. Kelly should be pretty much aware of what should be happening at the election office. And we do have the Board of Election Supervisors. We do have an accountant that's a board member. And we do have the VRSs that are pretty well knowledgeable in budgets and the needs of the election, just as Mr. Wanika was saying. So I think there's just some communication gaps between the election staff and the director, and we had a accountant, a senior accountant that come in who stayed with the election office for, I would say, I don't know, 2 months, 3 months, and she put the budget together really well, and was trying to catch up, but then all of a sudden she left, and I told her the day she left, why are you leaving? You need to stay. But, like there's certain things that were brought up, but some of the stuff that were brought up, whether is something that will probably need to be discussed in executive session and stuff to me as the chair and the vice chair and the board. But there's other issues that are surfacing. So, but I think overall, there is that need for computers and the database. Yes, we do understand that, and I do know that, and do support that. And the buildings, yes, we've been talking about the buildings since the time that I became a board of supervisor back in 2017, and we've talked about that over and over and over. So now may be the time with the ARPA monies. I don't know if it would be possible through this funding, but right now, all those issues that Ms. Kelly brought up have been brought up to the board's attention since the time that I've been with the board, where we're even in non-compliant with American Disabilities Act, with being upstairs, but it's never been addressed by the Navajo Nation. So we're functioning because, and we need to function now that we're upon the 2022 election. So I think with that said, we just need to move forward, and if support of computers and database, I think is sufficient enough. And about the personnel, I don't know what's in the new revised budget, so I can't really speak to that. But in the previous legislation that I've seen, I saw that there was it seemed like a duplication from the $600,000 budget that was approved to the one that's on the supplemental funding. But I hope that was taken care of. But like I said, I can't speak to the revised budget. So that's what I just like to say. And in response to what Delegate Wanika was talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. We go back to Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly, conclude your response?
Yes, unless if the VRSs are online. Okay, I guess they're not online, so that I don't have any other response.
Okay. Thank you. With that, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. Colleagues, this time I don't have anybody in the queue. I don't have anybody lined up. Is there any more further comments or questions? Ms. Kelly or the team? Honorable Halona, floor is yours.
Speaker, follow-up, Monica. Thank you, Speaker, and my colleagues again. Ms. Kelly, I was just checking the queues to see, has anybody already did bids for all the computer equipment and database that you're referring to? And in setting that up, it's going to take time to get it put into your building where you're presently located. Has there already been bids put out and costs completed yet on what it's going to cost total? And how long it can be before they can install it and get it up and running? That's my question. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. That, Honorable Wanika.
Thank you, Speaker and members of Naabik'íyáti. Just a follow-up on the response that was made by Honorable Melvin Harrison, the board chair. It seems like there's problems with communication between the director and Board of Election Supervisors. The Board of Election Supervisors are the oversight over the election administration. And it's kind of, not right for them to be not be aware of the updated budget. And I think if there's going to be an emergency, like I said, I think we need to reduce the legislation to database, voting machines, poll officials, and the computers. And it's pretty much what the director said, that those are really what is needed. And there can be another legislation for the building and other needs that the election administration has. Like I said, there's no question there is a need for that, but not on an emergency basis. So that will be my request is that to concentrate on the upcoming election, what is needed for that, for the primary. And I agree we can discuss the budget for the general election with the upcoming budget process. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Wanika. Let me go back to Ms. Kelly.
Okay, I will have Ms. Lavera Morgan respond to the questions on the bids for computers. Lavera?
Yate, Shenandoah, 24th Navajo Nation Council, and Mr. Speaker. I'm here to assist my Executive Director, Ms. Rosita Kelly, in response to the question and requesting for the emergency legislation for the Navajo Election Administration. The Navajo Election Administration has been here for many years, and there has been numerous executive directors rollovers are leaving and replacement and leaving, and we wonder why. However, it could be the possibility that the computers are obsolete. We are working on Windows 7 while everybody else is on Windows 11, and our computer generation is on number 7 while others are on 15 or either 12. And our database with the Navajo Election Administration is from 2005, while the current database are 2019 version. And with that calculation, we are very primitive and long far behind the technology world. Because of the pandemic, technology is our best friend nowadays as we speak on the Zoom, as we speak on the phone to make telephone calls for our meetings. We all understand that. And we're in the same situation. We are no different from the Navajo Nation, any Navajo Nation department. I myself is no different from any Navajo Nation employee or the assistant to help other people that are in need. With that said, our department with the Navajo Election Administration is in dire need of upgrade. You all are more than welcome to visit our office and see what we are operating on. We only have one printer that we use for 5 staff, and we only have one copier that operates with 5 agencies and our office. We only have a database that's ready to crash that are holding up our information by thread. And yes, we do have the quotes for all that, and it's in the works. The computers have no cameras on there to make Zoom. We have to make accommodations. We have to jimmy it around to make our own computers work one way or another. Majority of the time, I'm the one that takes care of the technology and try to accommodate the staff here to make the computer work, even trying to clean out the hard drive to make the speed faster. Otherwise, you're just going to see that turner turning over and over and over until somebody gets off the Wi-Fi or it unloads on the Wi-Fi. We are still on part dial-up. We barely got our Wi-Fi situated about a month ago. And I had to bring 3 of my own computers for the staff to use because it was not fast enough. If you're sending a report, it'll take at least 5 to 10 minutes to send a report until we got our Wi-Fi situated. And because of all the turnovers of different staff leaving, and it's not only this year or 90 days ago that staff have left. They don't share the passwords, so we end up trying to maneuver those passwords and try to find passwords and break the code to get new passwords into the computer. So with the computer, we need it. We need the tower. We need the all-in-one computer and scanner because we do a lot of scanning when we do voters registration update. We scan their driver's license, we scan their CIB and their social security cards. We also utilize scanning for a lot of communication among the Navajo Nation and outside resources to allow other people to read our data or either our information that we're disseminating to other people. Our telephone is a must. We all have cell phones. We all have 1 or 2, 3 maybe that we utilize for our communication. We have 6 lines that's connected to here, and only one is working and only one phone rings. So you're lucky to answer a phone if the phone is flashing. And you're lucky to answer a phone if it's for you. We can't even transfer phone calls within our offices. Our agency offices have the same difficulties with their phones and their Wi-Fi. Some don't have Wi-Fi. Some of them are still on dial-up. That's how primitive we are, and yet we say a Christmas wish list. It's not a Christmas wish list. We're moving forward. We're trying to upgrade our administration to where things will get better, things will look good, there will be no turnovers. Maybe because of the primitive stage that we're in, there's turnovers. I don't know. But with this being said, the database has been, we got the quotes, and we're still needing 50,000. And with that 50,000, we can utilize for the licensure and maintenance upgrades and updates. With the computer laptops, each one of them are desktop. It's about $2,000 a set. That's just computer, the light by itself. That's without the applications and the software. For a whole set of computer and the license and the software, you're talking about $2,500 for one set. And we need 19 of them because there's 2 staff at each agency. And we're not only talking agency here, we're talking all 5 plus us central. And the printers the same way. We have printers that need to be compatible with our computer. If our computer is upgraded, our printer is not compatible with it. If our computer is Windows 7, our printer is not compatible with it, or our scanner. So I had to kind of accommodate our staff here to make sure that their work is done and completed, including our accountant. She didn't have a computer. I let her borrow my laptop so she can do her work with the FMIS. And things like that we accommodate here. We see good things. We hardly see the good things, but we always see the bad things the most. With this being said, I ask all the Honorable Council delegates for the Navajo Nation 24th and Speaker Damon to please support the Navajo Nation election office. We don't want to be the stepchild anymore. We have been getting money allocations that will just cover about a portion of the fiscal year. The budget was conducted with the VRSs and the staff yesterday with Ms. Kelly and myself. So people are involved in getting things done. We should be asking and promoting to get things done for us because it's the election office that certifies everybody in their elected position. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hey, colleagues, let me go back to the floor. Anybody else? Honorable Helena, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker and colleagues. And, ma'am, I didn't hear no numbers total that you had cost analysis of how many computers you're going to be needing and programs and database. But what is the total number? And you said they're still working on it. So how do we come up with a number of $3 million if you're still working on those numbers? That's the question I was asking. And what kind of estimates have you gotten? And how many estimates have you gotten put together? And if you have, what is the time frame for that to be all completed if they're going to be installed, especially the database? That's my question. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions, colleagues?
Sure.
Honorable Yellow Hair? Honorable Yellow Hair, then Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Yellow Hair? Honorable Yellow Hair going twice. Yellow Hair going 3 times. That Honorable Eugene So, floor is yours.
Sure. Oh. Yeah. We got a third world office in our third world country. Yeah. That's the concept that get on the linear. I let that on to the whole day. A saggy, another dish. And I see me, and she did on the house. I need all wheelchair to be the car. It's never cancel this emergency legislation don't cut all this and so access to disability. I don't I get not based on that the guys tweeted a millionaire there in the late to be candidate. A credit, yeah, not the desk to help you late on into the whole hello. Hey, oversight, that's the oversight is low to the whole test. I don't say that's all that. That's the not the next, not on the whole class. Do something. Let's do something with it. I don't know. I don't know. Not a deal kid. Oh, kid, not a deal kid. I don't think that's smaller. No, that's there. This is our office. This is our election office. Navajo Nation. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you very much for that. We're going to go on back to Ms. Kelly. Any final comments? Or everybody else in queue?
Damon, Vice Chair, put me in the queue.
Vice Chair Smith, go ahead. And I'll go back to
Speaker Auto So too. I sent you an email. Thank you.
email. Honorable Vice Chair Smith, go ahead. Honorable Otto, so we'll put you in the queue.
Thank you, Chairman Damon, and committee members of the Naabik'íyáti committee, and the report that's brought before us regarding the election. And those that are listening, good afternoon. Always seems so. You know, this is part of democracy, and people are waiting for election. So we need to help our election office, and I encourage election offices to get prepared for the next. I heard the elections are every 2 years, and yesterday that the Lagi Bohanitza. And my question is, how much is the board do they have authority to ensure that these things are not reoccurring? It seems to be every year, every 2 years, we're doing an emergency, we're funding them. I think the preparation in itself should be well in advance, and we have enough funding. But if there is a definite big shortfall, then yes, it'd be something to entertain. But I support the election office because people know that there's election every 2 years, whether it's chapter or whether it's council or president. And that's why there's an election coming up. And if we don't help out, the people are not going to be pleased with what council's not even sound like. I went over there and they were saying that their office is not conducive to the safety and health. They don't have an elevator, and when they do get up there, there's no air conditioning. It's uncomfortable. Yes, they did say they were going to move downstairs, but that's just a band-aid. So I really encourage that the board, that's oversight of them, to really help out and to seek these things. And with the council's help, we can assist in getting our election office squared away, because election is very important. We keep hearing across the nation, not only our nation, but the United States, saying we need to protect our rights to vote. We need to protect that so that our folks can vote and have that freedom to go and choose their leader and make sure that their leader is elected in due time. My other question is, too, if we don't get this equipment, I know that candidates always want to know what the results is. Is this going to delay the results? Because they always go to that civic center. And that's usually where the gathering point is, to see all across the Navajo Nation, to see who's all been elected for the next term. And it's important because people are have gone and cast their vote and made sure that they got in line to vote and beat the time frame, because they always holler out at chapters, it's getting close to this time. Gotta vote, Danica. So, hey, and that should, I support the election office, and I know that this is just a report, but when it does come to, I mean, let's be realistic. Let's help them out and help them get their needs so that we can have a good election this coming year, so that there'll be no filing of complaints and making things more havoc than what it is. Thank you, Chairman Damon. Appreciate that.
Thank you. That, moving on down, Honorable Ottoso, and then I'm going to go back to Ms. Kelly. Honorable Ottoso, floor is yours.
Yeah, additional. My thought is that, and I always voice this concern, there's two entities on the Navajo Nation that shouldn't be begging for money. And Naabik'íyáti. Those are Navajo Nation election office and the judicial branch. They shouldn't be coming to the council asking for money. These dollars should be a set percentage ratio set aside from the main comprehensive budget of each year. And right now, that's what we're doing. If they're asking for $3 million, give them $3 million. Why are we asking? Oh, what happened? The whole this program should be on its own. Asati should have a some sort of a commission to oversee this. Oh, what happened? You know, maybe we can take all the current UUFB requests off the agenda and reallocate those dollars to election office. Maybe we can do that. The money request that is on this particular agenda today, maybe we can infuse them those monies. That way they can have a fair election this year and good election. Oh, this is my 2 cents. Yeah.
Thank you very much. That, I'll go turn the floor back over to Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Damon. The other delegates, and bringing our attention to your concerns. Those are well taken, and I take them as constructive criticism. And I will have Ms. Lavira answer Mr. Halona about the computers and the bids. And Council Delegate So and Council Delegate Smith Ani to Council Delegate Daniel So on Hahasoti. Akodi Yahinat outside Nunch Atole I need not dedicate by Council Delegate Halona. Halit Ada the budget Adasa. How did you come across the budget? How did you we completed this budget last night about 10 o'clock, my executive director and myself, so we were still here trying to get these things situated. The database from the Automated Election Service, which is out in Albuquerque, we have two phases that we're going to do. The first phase is going to cost $37,500, and that's going to do the initial data analysis, structure evaluation and conversion, data import, crosswalk and regression testing for functionality. the data that we have on the Navajo Nation is going to be imported across into the new data, and they're going to do a test run to make sure that it's functioning well and that things will go better and there's enough room for them to breathe. So that's going to be $37,500. The out-of-vote application rollout, testing, training, technical support, and provision of tablets for the VRSs. Each VRSs are going to get a tablet to work this database, and they're going to get their own security password that they're the only ones to use, not the OA, not the PPS or other staff, or not the board members, just themselves, because this is a very sensitive data that we are working with, has all the information of each individual, your information, that's very sensitive. That's going to cost $21,788. Phase 2, that's going to include development and customizing report and other functionality required. That's including the data report, could be the ballot report, it could be the election results, any data that we need to report. That's going to cost us $27,500. And we also included the estimated 100 hours of technical working hours, and that 100 hours can go fast. So that's where we need the $50,000 for the database to utilize towards our technical hours, because usually when you get into the first 2 years of your database, maybe even 3, you still need the technical hours, technical assistance to make sure that things are running smoothly. There's no glitches, there's no crashing. So all that they have to look at all the time and keep an eye on it, make sure that it's on security level. And then what we're going to do within the old database that we had the database on here on the reservation is that we're going to utilize that for our own database for the Navajo election by itself, which meaning that once we transition the database from DIT to AES, that database with DIT is going to be empty. It's just going to sit there. But we need to upgrade it from 2005 to 2019. And that's a lot of years, and it's going to give us it's going to require a lot of money to upgrade, which means one licensure could mean it could range from $10,000 to $25,000 for each application that we're going to use for our computer and for our database to be compatible with the database with the AES. So each licensure, and we're looking at least, I'm guesstimating 5 licensure, and we're going to need more of that because right now we're only using one database, and if we look at a bottle of water, and if it's open, barely opening it, that's how our database is. There's no more air, there's no more room in there to pour. Once we pour more water in it, it's going to explode and overflow, and it's not drinkable, it's not workable. That's how our database is right now with NEA. But if we do transition and get this new upgrade, then we're going to have a whole new bottle of water, which is going to be clear, empty, and then we're going to start putting database in there, our database here, and start filling it up. It's going to go slowly, but we will use that. That's just an analogy for you to understand a picture of an empty bottle and a full bottle of water. That's one. The computers, for 19 computers, we are looking at the telephone. We're looking at 20 telephones at $200 a set, $4,000. 5 locations for, if we can get better DSL at 6 locations, including the central and the 5 agency, $50,000 each, and that's 6 locations times $50,000, $300,000 is what we need for allocation to upgrade our DSL line. Our printer and computer, we have 19 computers, desktop, 19 laptops, and the computer itself is going to be $2,500 a set, and that's going to come out to $2,000, and it's going to come up to $60,000 just for the desktop. But if we're going to do Surface Pro or laptop, it's going to cost the same amount, $60,000. We're also requesting for 6 shredder at $500. Right now, we only have 1 shredder here at the main central office, and it gets tired. So we have to shut it off and cool it down, and then we shred again, or either we have to shred by hand. We also need 1 transcriber, which is for our legislative reporter. That's at $500. 8 copiers, Xerox copiers at $5,000, $30,000. And then the other one is the major big Xerox copier, where we can run off our ballots, our reports, or poll books. That's going to be 6 Xerox copiers times 5 agencies plus 1 central. That's $30,000 also. 20 all-in-one scanner printer. Actually, correction, 19 all-in-one scanner and printer times 800 is $15,020, $200. That's the breakdown that we have for the technology. Auto software, what we're going to use to make our computer run smoothly. We're looking at voters registration, software, database, licensure, and upgrade maintenance. We're estimating $50,000 because each licensure runs from $10,000 to $50,000, depending on what kind of application we're going to be utilizing. In this case, we will be utilizing a lot of data with sensitive issues, so we're going to have to get the security database where we need to make sure that all our database that we're utilizing in our offices is secured with our computer. And then, so it's a lot of work, but thank you all for listening to me, and I really hope that we move forward. Forward motion is the best thing that we can do at this time. So, asyahat na.
Speaker, that's the extent of our response on the computers. And then again, I want to thank the delegates, Smith, Mr. Odo So, and Mr. Brown, and others that have spoken in support of our request. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. If there's no other comments or questions for the report at this time.
Delegate name, and this is Melvin Harrison. Could I just say a few closing words as well?
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton. Can you add me to the queue?
Let me go back to Madam Chair Charles. Ms. Hare, I don't know if there was any comment or questions towards you. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, floor is yours.
Thank you for that, Speaker. And thank you for the report. I do appreciate the honesty. And I want to say that I am so sorry that you guys are really, working with old equipment, the computers, the database, your printers, your shredders. There really is no excuse for having you guys work under those types of conditions. I do support the funding to upgrade your database, upgrade your computers, your printers, getting that all in place. I think that most of the delegates do support that. I am a little bit worried, with the other things that you have listed. But I think that is a separate conversation that, when the legislation comes up, we can have a more in-depth conversation on that. But I will say that I too am a little bit concerned. I'm trying to figure out, how the structure goes. I know that there was earlier comments made by my colleagues about how, I guess, the reporting mechanism that's currently in place. I'm not very familiar with the election office. Usually, I honestly, defer to Edison Wanika since he did work in that office. I know that, he is very knowledgeable in that area. At the same time, I also heard from the election board supervisor in terms of, how he wasn't really familiar with what had been presented. And that really is concerning for me as a delegate because, it seems like the election office is always under some type of controversy. And I'm sure that when whoever was hired on as the director, I'm almost certain that they were informed that they report to the board. I'm guessing. I don't know. And I know that there was that comment made. Speaker, one is, can I get a little bit more, where can I go to get more information on the election administration in the office? I know that at one time there was a lot of controversy, especially with the Christus Cheatley vote and what happened with that. And then, election office was under fire for that. And then last year with running out of ballots, the election office was under fire for that again. I'm just wondering, is it maybe because they're not working with the board? Is that an important part of, the office? So I'm a little bit concerned about that. Number two is if I could get something pertaining just to how the election administration office, won't be going out to the metropolitan areas to help people register to vote and what they can do so that I can share that information. Specifically, people have been reaching out asking, what is the process? What do we need to do to register to vote? So I'd like to share that information so that people know, how to register to vote, what is needed, and where they can go to register to vote. So if I can get that in writing from your office sooner rather than later. I know that you guys are super busy, but if I can get that information, and hopefully it's information that you guys that's readily available. Because I think right now, everybody's asking that question. Everybody wants to know, how they can get out, how they can register to vote. There's a lot of, young people. I just attended the 30th anniversary for Navajo Prep, and there are some students that actually came up to me and said, I'm turning 18, next month, and I want to know, can I register to vote? And I said, yes, you can register to vote. So they said, well, how do I register? And I didn't know how to answer that question. So I think that sharing that information is going to be very important. So if I can get that information, it would be appreciated. And if we could, Speaker, I know that there was no questions directed to Mr. Melvin Harrison, I believe is the name of the gentleman who wanted to say something. But if we can make some time for him, Speaker, I think that I would like to hear what he has to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions, colleagues?
Speaker, as a delegate Henyo, I typed you earlier from my telephone requesting to speak. I don't know if you received my type.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chairman, we didn't get it.
I wrote a message.
Oh.
So, but can I speak?
Yeah, go ahead, Chairman. Sorry. We didn't get it. Floor's yours.
Thank you, National Chairman of Naabik'íyáti Committee, and we're on reports. And we're seeing that we're getting into the legislation itself already. And we haven't even gone to that section of the business item, but it's good though. It's a good conversation. Get us ready for the actual legislation that's coming before us. And I do see the issues at election office, longstanding issues when it comes to upgrading equipment. And the election office is not isolated. It's across the Navajo Nation programs that we that they are all some are lucky, and they build that into their budgets, and it's approved, and they go out and start moving and getting their capital equipment moving. And so with this, so with the change in leadership over the many years at the election office, I think that just kind of fell by the wayside. And so with Mrs. Kelly coming in and Ms. Morgan assisting her, I think this is something that they're really motivated to move on. And so I do support their request to upgrade their equipment. There's no doubt about it that surely needs to happen, especially when it comes to election. I mean, that's the right of every Navajo citizen, is to have a smooth election and without no hangouts. And of course, what has happened in the past is lessons that we learn and move forward so it doesn't happen again at the next election. So that, but at the same time, I do agree with Shananta, Delegate Wanika, that maybe the program needs to go back and revisit their request and look at the primary election, because that is needed. That needs to be said, that ballots need to be ordered, voter registration needs to happen, and the poll judges need to be paid. Money should be set aside for the poll judges and so forth. But at the same time, looking at putting the equipment in there too, also for the computers, the database, and so forth. So we can trim that legislation, the budget. I don't know if they're able to do that. I'd be more supportive of it, but right now, at the same time, like I said, I support the acquisition of the capital equipment, and we can move forward with that. So when it comes to the legislation, Ms. Kelly, hopefully you'll be aware of what is needed from council to make those corrections and adjustments. So I'm so Damon to the Speaker Damon.
Thank you, Chairman. Somebody. Honorable Jimmy Yellow here.
Okay, non-speakers, say I support it for the computer. That's definitely needed. Cardi and 24 councilmen by vote at the legal budget. It's needed. There's always a problem at the election office. I think it's under us as a councilman of the legislative. He yaron da an city to akot ele. Akot the Craig telling of the dish. Die Trana Heda Hutzana, die Bell Bahstine. Hela printers is a data on a print, special print, and it was delayed 3 years ago. I just had seen that in the Albany. What is the Kelly? This is my question to Kelly. I hope everything will be ordered. All the supplies should be made available for the people to vote on. Everyone's not this kid. Thank you for the floor. Yeah.
Thank you. Let me go back to Ms. Kelly for response.
Okay, thank you again for your questions. Back to Ms. Charles Newton. Thank you for your support. The metropolitan area, Ziki. We send out applications from here, from the agency offices. So they get it and then they bring it, they send it back. That's the practice, and it's also in the rules and regs of the invoke. And we have tried to do some things through the email, through the internet, and some of them we can't. And our hands get slapped. So there's only some things that we can do through the mail. But I will get the procedures to you in writing. And then Navajo Prep Yum, we can have the Northern Navajo Agency, election agency, go there and set up to do a voter registration drive. So we can do it that way, and we'll also give you the instructions to forward to the students. So Nana, Mr. Henyo, Delegate Henyo, yes, these have been long-standing issues, and earlier Mr. Wanika did allude to it. Also, I believe when he was here in this office, he also had the similar problems, if not the same. So, so we're trying to move forward, and I think we're motivated enough, and just taking the seriousness of taking our people's information, keeping it confidential and all that. So that's what we try to protect, and that's why we need the new computers, we need the new database. So and then that's the other thing, why we don't do some certain things over the internet too, because they can get hacked, and IDs stolen. We don't do a lot of stuff over the internet. Perhaps when we get a new database, we can set up good firewalls to protect the information. Nana, Mr. Yellow Hair, thank you for your question, and also thank you for your support. Shortage of ballots, kid. Ballots, no. I asked the staff, how did that happen? Only 60% of the voters put out ballots order. No, in previous elections, 80%, sometimes 85%. Put out order in that, we didn't run out of ballots down Nila. So this time around, we're going to order 80 to 85%. That's coming from the VRSs, the voter registration specialists. They've been here many, many years, so they know what they're talking about. So I work with them. I somehow felt like that I wasn't working with my staff, but I think that's the wrong conclusion. But I do listen to them, and I don't think we're going to run out of ballots, because we're going to order it like the previous elections. So we're going to order enough ballots. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kelly. With that, let me go back to the floor. Are there any other comments or questions at this time, colleagues? Going twice. Going three times. Let's go to the board. Set the report.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes in favor.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati votes green. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio votes green.
Hello, votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker, how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker. Honorable Thomas Walker did not vote. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Delegate Keelan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay votes green via text. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 18 delegates who have voted in favor and 0 delegates who opposed, with presiding chair not voting.
That 18 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries. Hey, colleagues, that continuing on down on our agenda. We are on old business, item number A, legislation 0013-22. Sponsors by Honorable Helona, co-sponsors myself, co-sponsors Honorable Adminyazi.
Speaker Damon.
Mr. Rico, if you could go ahead and read this information. Give us a recap and then go from there. But before that, someone's hollering around Damon. Freeland?
Speaker.
Yo.
Delegate Freeland.
Good afternoon, Honorable Freeland.
Speaker Damon, I wanted to make a motion to suspend the floor rules and go to new business.
We want to suspend the floor rules and go to new business.
Yes, sir.
With that motion, that'll be simple majority. We're here at Nabi, so entire new business.
Also second.
All right. We're in a new business. Honorable Freeland, sponsor. Second by Honorable Otto So, to suspend the floor rules and go to new business. Is any other comments, questions on this motion?
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Madam Chair Cardi. On the motion.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. My concern regarding this motion is we just received a lengthy report from the elections office, and now this proposed motion to suspend the floor rules will jump over old business B, which is an emergency. If I could get clarification from the Office of Legislative Counsel, what type of action needs to be taken on legislation 0050-22 to address the shortfall that was just expressed in the report. And it appeared that delegates supported this request, so I'm trying to understand the motion to move forward with suspend the floor rules to go to new business first. Thank you, Speaker.
And thank you. That this legislation 0052-22 or 50-22 was actually added on to the Navajo Nation Council agenda, correct?
Yeah.
And it was motion to move back to the Naabik'íyáti committee. Correct me if, or that's where it's at right now. Office of Legislative Council, even though this is issued as an emergency legislation, council acted on it and pushed it back to Nabi to have further discussion on it. And I think the motion of referral was to adhere to some possible recommendations, and those recommendations would need to be presented, and recommendations include possible amendment and those amendments are needed. If there is an amendment to take anything else out, there would need additional budget forms. Office of Legislative Counsel, is there anything to add on to Madam Chair Crotty's question?
Thank you, Speaker. So, 0050 was at council. They referred it back to NABI for further discussion. To satisfy council's directive, the legislation needs to be further discussed. I think the only way you can do that is to pull the legislation up and discuss it. Once it's discussed, perhaps you can come to some agreement with some amendments or such. However, the actual amendments will have to be made at council. So this legislation, once it's discussed, goes back to council. It will be council that takes action on it. I'm not sure if there is a time frame included in the referral, but if you do call it up today and you're within the time frame, that should satisfy your referral. Then it goes back to council. Let me point out that there is also a very, well, I thought it was on here just a second. There is also legislation 0051-22 under new business. That is the same, it is also an appropriation for elections in, I believe, in the same amount. It is just not as an emergency legislation. So you, in the end, both the emergency and the regular legislation are going to need council approval. Council can only approve one of them. So that will be a question for council, how they want to proceed. Speaker, I hope I answered your question. If not, please let me know.
Well, just to add on, Ms. Barbara, the motion that is at hand, though, is that Honorable Freeland's wanting to move new business up front before old business. And Honorable Otto so second that. So if this motion passes and we're going to new business, we're not violating anything because there's no timeline on the referral motion for legislation 0050-22, correct? Even if it wasn't discussed today, and it just would move on to the next Naabik'íyáti committee agenda.
Yes, you are correct, Speaker. If there is no time limit, and actually even if there was, it would move on to the next NABI meeting. Thank you.
I would keep that one if we don't address that today.
Okay, now there's a question. No, I think this is brought to my attention. Now, okay, let's go back to, I just want to bring this up, Ms. Barbara. In this referral motion, if we don't get to this legislation, let's say this motion passes on new business, under old business legislation 0013-22, if we don't get to this legislation for further discussion, it states at the next regular scheduled or special Naabik'íyáti committee meeting. That was in the referral motion. Now that would basically move that legislation to the next agenda. Or is that going to, I've never seen this before, but is that going to kill legislation 0013-22?
What is?
If you look
No.
under, so it's
Yeah,
okay.
I'm
So
confused. I thought the motion was to go to new business.
yes, it is.
First. New
Okay.
business before old business.
Okay, but let me tell you that the time is 4:30 right now. If we
Okay.
go into new business, there's 9 legislations. If we time out at midnight, say we're still here at midnight, and we don't go back to old business, does legislation 0013-22 expire?
Speaker, give me just a second. I understand what you're asking. I just want to
Speaker.
consult with my go-to, Ms. Khan. Hang on just a second. I'll get back to you.
And this was brought up by Office of Legislative Services.
Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Freeland.
Delegate Freeland, it's just too complicated. It's just, it's confusing, and I'm sorry, but I don't want to complicate things. I'm just going to go ahead and withdraw the motion. I don't want to put us in any other predicaments. Thank you.
Honorable Freeland's withdrawing his motion. With that, Honorable Otto, are you moving forward with the motion? Honorable Otto.
Speaker, I'll withdraw my second in motion. Thank you.
Okay. With that, table that question, Dana. That, moving on down, then there's no motion. Item number 6, old business. We are on that position of our agenda. Item number A, legislation 0013-22. Mr. Rico, could give a recap of where we're at on legislation 0013-22.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Tracking number 0013-22 was on April 21st, 2022. There was a referral motion to send the legislation back to the Naabik'íyáti Committee for further discussion at the next regular scheduled or special Naabik'íyáti Committee meeting. That motion was made by Honorable Chairman Henyo, second by Honorable Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, with 12 in favor, 11 opposed, with Speaker Damon not voting. So as we read this into the record, we will need to get a new motion and a new second, as the previous motion and second were already acted on. Would you like me to read the legislation to the record? Nope.
There's no motion there's no action on this legislation to reconsider. So, Mr. Rico, can you go ahead and read the legislation into the record?
Thank you, Speaker. Tracking number 0013-22, an act relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services, Budget and Finance, and Naabik'íyáti Committees, and to the Navajo Nation Council approving $540,528 in supplemental funding from the unreserved, undesignated fund balance to Rehoboth Christian School to fund student transportation costs, a Navajo language teacher position, summer school expenses, and other needs. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Pernell Halona, co-sponsored by Honorable Speaker Seth Damon, and co-sponsored by Honorable Edmund Yazzie. You do have committee reports within the legislation from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. that recommended do pass with no amendment. However, with the stipulation that the sponsors submit completed FY 2022 budget forms and according to Appropriations Act Title 12, secure a written analysis from the Office of Management and Budget and from the Office of the Controller analyzing if the UUFB request is a recurring expense. You have a committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommend a do pass with no amendment, with the stipulation that the sponsor will submit corrected exhibits when this legislation is considered by the Naabik'íyáti Committee or the Navajo Nation Council. You do have a committee report from the Naabik'íyáti Committee that the legislation failed with one amendment and referred to the Navajo Nation Council. Please note that the amendment made at Naabik'íyáti passed. However, that since the Naabik'íyáti Committee voted down the legislation with a vote of 8 in favor, 11 opposed, this amendment does not carry. You have a council action report where the legislation was referred back to the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That, colleagues, is there a motion on legislation 0013-22?
Motion, Juanica. Delegate Yellow Hair, second.
Motion by Monica, second by Honorable Yellow Hair. That, colleagues, any comments, questions? This goes back to council. Went twice. Nobody in the queue.
I have a question,
Okay.
Speaker. This is Delegate Charles Newton.
Charles Newman, Madam Chair. That, Honorable Holoney, you have 20 minutes on the board.
This is what she made. She sent it to me.
Good evening.
Speaker?
Yes, Honorable Holoney, floor is yours.
Yeah, yes, sir, Speaker. Thank you for the time, Speaker, and my colleagues in this 24th Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti. This legislation is again to assist Rehoboth High School with their Navajo program, expanding their Navajo program, the present one that they do have right now, and assist them also as well as getting a heating system for their elementary school. This legislation has been talked about several times. We had several meetings on it now, and you know, I don't know what else to add to it other than the request has been made. Most of the council is aware of it now, and I'd like to see it go through. This is a request made for the children of the Navajo Nation. The school has about 80 to 85% all Navajo students that go to that school, and that's every year, not just once in a year, once in a while. It's every year. And we've had several leaders from the Navajo Nation that have graduated from that school, and so the school is pretty well off as far as education-wise. Many of their students go on to graduate college, go on to college and graduate from their college classes, college majors. And so this is legislation to assist the school, a one-time grant for $500,000. And I'm ready for questions, Speaker. I'm not exactly sure what else I need to explain. We've already been over this subject several times. We actually spent over 6 hours in debate on this legislation, and I don't know what else I need to explain other than any questions that might arise. Thank you, Speaker. That's the end of my report. Speaker Damon?
Thank you. Honorable that, Madam Chair Charles Newton, let me go to you to the floor. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker, and also thank you, Delegate Halona. So my concern from the very beginning was really, how much involvement the Navajo Nation will have in educating our children, because that's $500,000, number one, and that question still has not been answered. Number two is in terms of the budget that you submitted, we still haven't got the full budget on how much money the school gets from not only their tuition, but also from other stakeholders as well. That was the second question, I believe, that was asked at Naabik'íyáti and then asked at council again. So as you stated, I don't know how many times we have to explain this. I don't know how many times I have to ask this question, but I think it's very important that we have that information ahead of time. Because, the Navajo Nation right now, was reported to us by Dodie during the last Naabik'íyáti that a lot of our schools are in need right now of equipment, and they're also in need of getting their dilapidated buildings in place. And so what I would like to ask my colleagues is that if we're going to fund one school, a private school, then I think we need to be looking at all of our schools, regardless of whether they're state schools, grant schools, it doesn't matter what kind of school they are. All of our children are important. All of our children, grow leaders. All of our, a lot of our leaders didn't go to Rehoboth. They went to different schools. So what I want to know is, overall, what are we looking at in terms of addressing all of our schools for all of our children across the Navajo Nation? And if we're going to be funding a school off the Navajo Nation, then I think we also need to be reaching out to other private schools. I know Santa Fe Indian School, we do have Navajo students that attend Santa Fe Indian School there too. What do they need? And, how can council help them? Because that's really what we need to be doing, is we need to be looking at all of our kids, all of, the schools that they're currently attending, and asking those questions of what can we do? Because again, perhaps my math is incorrect, and that's why I need the proper budget forms. But one child, getting $10,000 for their education, where in public school one child gets less than $1,000, is really a concern to me. So if I can get those budget forms, Delegate Halona, then I think that we would be in order. But right now, without getting that information of how much money they receive from outside, I guess from their tuition, what they charge, and then also the grants that they receive, and then also, I know that there was a presentation that was given where there was the comment made that there's donors even from back east. How much are these donors, putting into the school? And then in terms of the curriculum and, having them receive a well-balanced, traditional, Navajo education, I think that it's really important that, we also try to include, in that, making sure that they have that education. I agree with it, but what I'm worried about is, based on the information about what is taught there and what's not taught there. That's a little bit, scary for me. It is just knowing that we would be giving to a school who is not really who's not really teaching fully the traditional, side of our Navajo culture, teaching our culture, and then also, our language. A lot of my understanding is our language is very powerful. And I speak Navajo conversationally. And some people, have said, "Oh, you lie, you speak Navajo." And I said, "No, I don't lie. I just don't speak Navajo on council floor because, my belief, the way that I was taught, is our language is so sacred that, that it connects us to, to our gods." And at one point, I do recall being told, that's not the Christian way because we have gods, plural. We have our air god, we have our water god, we have so many different gods that we pray to for different reasons. So I just worry that, giving to Rehoboth, we would be opening the door for other schools to reach out to us asking for help. We set that precedence for them. And so we have to be equal. We have to treat all of our children the same. And what I want is also a report from Dodie on, what the schools are in need of. What should we be assisting them with? I still get messages from people who are saying that they applied for the clothing program and they still have not received that assistance yet. And so, if Rehoboth, if they want to be a part of the clothing school, I think that would be good. But giving them $500,000 from the Navajo Nation, I do have a lot of concerns with it. So if I can get that information, Speaker, and then also to the sponsor, Delegate Halona, if I can get the proper budget forms and so I can see the full budget of what Rehoboth is getting, number one. Number two is, in terms of the curriculum, teaching the Navajo tradition, culture, the language. I'd like to see, what their plans are in doing that, and how they plan to continue that, not just for one summer, but how they plan to continue that. And then number three, if I can get a full reporting, Speaker, from Dodie on all of the schools and what the schools need in terms of, educating all of our children equally across the board. That would include state schools, grant schools, BIA schools, all of the schools that we have on the Navajo Nation. And then also, Speaker, if we can also reach out to Santa Fe Indian School as well, and ask them, what our Navajo children need there as well. I think that's probably the best thing that we can do at this point if we really truly want to help our children, is to treat them fairly. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. I'm sure.
Speaker.
That, colleagues, is there any other comments or questions?
Speaker.
In the queue right now.
Speaker.
Yes.
This is Edmund.
Oh, good evening, Chairman.
Hey,
Yours.
Speaker. Okay, thank you. Speaker, members of the council, and to our sponsor, Mr. Halona, thank you presenting the legislation. Of course, I just want to encourage our colleagues to support this legislation. And if there's other requests that are being made with school, I know it's always our common practice that we enter a legislation, and I strongly encourage our colleagues to do so regarding the schools within the districts. And so, of course, which I will fully support as well. And so, again, colleagues, I would just ask and plead with you all that we support this legislation and for education purposes as well. I know it comes a really touchy subject when it comes to our religion background, and I am not going to, put down any type of beliefs, of course, and just out of respect. And so I know we did fund some funding with the last council to St. Bonaventure's, and was much appreciative of council understanding that our kids needed school buses, and now they are all operating in brand new school buses. So, and of course, if we all disagree, it's either the vote green or red. And so, but again, my colleagues, I ask for your support on this legislation. Speaker, I would like to make the motion to the correct budget that was made before. And I know Mr. Rico, who does a good job along with his staff, has that still on file. And I like to make that amendment to add that corrected budget to this legislation. Speaker, sir.
Speaker?
Thank you very much, Chairman Yazzie. Sorry, we're trying to find the amendment.
Remember the amendment.
You want to get clarity? You want to get her on the line?
Yeah.
Ms. Barbara. Let me go to Mr. Rico, and then I think he has a question for Office Legislative Council. Mr. Rico?
Thank you, Speaker. Just clarification, because I know when Ms. Barbara was speaking earlier, she mentioned that the amendment had to be made at council. Can we make the amendment here, or does that have to wait till council? That was the only clarification I needed. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Rico. The amendment needs to be made at council. It can be agreed upon here, it can be discussed, but it needs to actually be made at council. Thank you.
Point of order, Speaker, Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Madam Chair, Crotty.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Speaker. I know with committee we're limited in terms of, so I want to raise a point of order. I believe the amendment is available. I'm here at the council chambers, so I could see it on the screen. I just need to know if Ms. Barbroff is aware of the amendment, and I see it in front of me. I just need to know why we would need to wait till council. Thank you.
I guess further explanation, Ms. Barbroff, on why that needs to only be made at council and not at a committee level.
Thank you, Speaker. Nabi has already voted on the legislation. So essentially, it's been closed out at Nabi. It's now on council. I'm not sure of the current trend of just referring a legislation back to a committee without instructions as to have a work session, get more information. I would encourage more instructions when you send something back, but Nabi's already voted on it. So there's not a process within the rules for a committee to vote twice on a legislation. That's why the amendments have to wait till council. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, so Chairman Yazzie has indicated, and Madam Chair Crotty, the amendment already was voted on previously at Nabi, and you can't take, I guess, a dual record of the same amendment. So if you want to make that amendment can be made when it gets back to council.
Speaker.
Chairman.
Okay, that's we'll go ahead and do that on council. So I just will go ahead and withdraw the motion and ask my colleagues for your support on this legislation. Speaker, sir.
Okay, thank you. Moving on down, Madam Chair Crotty, on the motion.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. On the main motion, we appreciate that clarification from Ms. Barbroff. It does add some confusion, Speaker. So now this is on our agenda. Are we going to vote on this legislation? Do we need to take action as a committee? Because that vote does create a committee report. And I just heard from Legislative Council, you can't vote twice. So food of thought,
but my initial question was to the sponsor. This legislation is requesting funding from the UUFB, and so that's the unreserved, undesignated fund balance. And this balance is, from OMB and looking at the appropriation and other laws, this funding is really to provide the unmet need of the government. So I would want to ask the sponsor, in terms of deciding to use the UUFB, there is, Speaker, as three branch chief, we have been waiting years for the three branch chiefs to prioritize what are the unmet needs of the nation. So I would want to know from the sponsor, in terms of selecting this funding, there is, CEJACIN does allow for education purposes. And so I think that's what I would want to hear from the sponsor, and I have not heard in terms of why pulling out of UUFB. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions, colleagues? Before we go back to the sponsor.
Thank you, Speaker.
On Bahana, 4 years.
Thank you, Speaker. Just to top off the scenario with the budget and forms from the school, I did have a budget form that I did submit to the chief of staff there to hold on to the information until it did come up again. I did, Delegate Eugene Charles Newton, I did try to give you a copy of that presentation, the budget, but you had told me that it wouldn't do you any good because you were going to probably lose it by the time it needs to be used. So the chief of staff has a copy of it, and she can send that out as if we need to. Just need to have a requester to send that out to the committee. Delegate Karate, the UUFB, it was recommended to use UUFB because it's a government grant program instead of using the CSN fund. Speaker.
Thank you very much. The document that you had given to Chief of Staff, Ms. Sherilyn Yazzie, that document is being scanned as we speak right now and being sent over to you, Madam Chair Charles Newton. Colleagues, any other comments or questions at this time? Oh, Madam Chair, Member Crowdy, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I appreciate it. Delegate Halona, I appreciate your brief explanation. Could you enlighten me in terms of who was the entity that recommended, or who was the person that recommended using the UUFB? Did that come from the three branch chiefs as they prioritized the unmet needs of the government? I'm reviewing the documents and looking for any part of the findings that identify how this was recommended, and I don't see an attachment. And so I'm asking in terms of this funding is to meet the unmet needs of the Navajo Nation government. If you could provide that information. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Colleagues, any other comments or questions at this time? If there's no other comments, questions, Honorable Holland, we'll go back to you.
Thank you, Speaker. Well, when I was drafting the legislation, I had it was recommended, I'm certain it was recommended by the Office of Legislative Counsel when she drafted the legislation for me. As far as well as the Executive Department. Speaker?
Thank you. That. Hey, I think that document is en route to you, Madam Chair Charles Lewin. With that, colleagues, is there any other comments or questions at this time? We are in the main motion of legislation 0013-22.
This is Doug Henio.
Chairman Henio, good evening. What is yours?
Good evening. Thank you, Carlos. My chair of the KOT committee. So that boss by Ms. Barboff also leads me to that same question. So do we vote? Are we just here to discuss it, or are we going to be voting again? I think I'm still confused on that part. At the same time, what still bothers me on this legislation is that it's a $540,000 legislation, and more than half of that is going to the capital outlay budget, which is the HVAC system. And so only a small portion of it going to what the title is, language, transportation. More than half of it is going towards capital improvement. And so that's what, for me, why I'm voting red, because of the fact that if it was 100% intended for language immersion and transportation, I'd be 100%. But for Navajo Nation to fund a capital outlay improvement for a building that does not belong to the Navajo Nation is which what bothers me, and I don't think that's prudent use of our money, Speaker. And so during the council, I had made a request. That's why I reported back, that because the numbers didn't match at all. Also, the budget forms, and then also the quotations and so forth. Because there was a quotation for HVAC system, and there was an $86,000 quotation for electrical work to be done. All entities from Gallup. I'm sure there's some Navajo businesses that are able to provide that type of service too. Navajo electricians that are able to do the wiring and the hookup of the HVAC system. So that's the other concern I have too, is if we're going to use, if they're going to be requesting for Navajo money, then I think they should utilize our Navajo business professionals to do the work out there, give them a chance to earn some of that money also. So that's where I'll leave it for now. Speaker, Chairman. But the question still lingers. So at the end of the discussions, do we still vote again? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions, colleagues?
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Yes, Madam Chair, before I go back to sponsor. Madam Chair?
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm so glad that Delegate Crotty asked that question, because I guess that was what I was trying to allude to, is that, it does raise the question of the shortfalls. And that's why I was asking, we need to get a report on the educational shortfalls from Doty, because they reported to us the last time, the dilapidated buildings. They also talked to us about, some of the transportation, I guess, buses that need to be replaced. They also talked about, filling some teacher positions. And so I'm just really trying to be fair here. We do have a lot of our Navajo students, who are going to different schools. In fact, I did state earlier that I was at Navajo Prep, at their 30th anniversary, or their 30th birthday there today, along with other colleagues. But, we do have a lot of Navajo students who are attending different schools. And so I just want to be really fair in the way that we distribute these funds. And I understand, that we did, the 23rd did set precedence by giving to another school. I don't really know, because I wasn't on the 23rd Navajo Nation Council, but I can say on the 24th Navajo Nation Council, we have been asking those tough questions, and we've been asking those questions in terms of funding, thinking, about our shortfalls or the potential shortfalls that we'll be looking at. So I appreciate the document. I just barely got the document right now with the, with what we're seeing. And so I don't really know. I guess what I'm trying to figure out here is, with the document, the total contributions, 1,850,000. If they're getting, a total contribution with their tuition, their contributions, and their other revenue at $4,911,693. And they're asking council for, for $500,000. To me, it just seems that, that's a really big chunk of money. And when we're talking about the shortfalls, we have to take into consideration the shortfalls of education as a whole. And we also, have to have that discussion about preschool too. And, giving $500,000 to just one school means that we probably would have to give $500,000 to each of the schools as a matter of being fair. Again, because we have more Navajo students going to public schools, going to grant schools, and going to BIA schools on the Navajo Nation. If you're thinking about, that $500,000, divided into the number of students that Navajo students that Rehoboth has, that's a lot of money. And I cannot tell my schools and my community that we gave $500,000 to one school when they're struggling to find a location. And right now, I have been working with a charter school, Dream de Nest, and they're trying to build a school. They're located in Shiprock. A majority of the kids who left from the SASE grant school and then from the public school have enrolled their children at this charter school there in Shiprock. And I cannot justify giving one school $500,000 when they're charging Navajo students to go to school there. And based on, what we're seeing here, with the amount of students that are attending there at Rehoboth, I just can't justify. So I will be voting red on this. And if other, if my colleagues can justify it with their schools, then maybe you can share that with me, and I'd be happy to change my vote at council. But if I can't, if I can't justify it to my Shiprock schools, then I'm just going to have to vote red, and I can't justify it to the schools there, and I can't justify it to the kids that are going to school here on the Navajo Nation who do need funding in their school. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. That, colleagues, That, we move on down. Madam Chair Amber Cardi?
Speaker, did the sponsor answer the question?
No, I can go back. All right,
Please,
we go back to first to the sponsor and then second to Office Legislative Council.
Thank you, Speaker. Department of Executive Division, and as well as the Legislative Council. When we wrote that legislation out, that's where I got the recommendation to use the USB from. Speaker?
Thank you. That, let me go to Office Legislative Council for the clarity on the Chairman Hino's question.
Sorry about that, Speaker. I was on mute. So as I recall on Chairman Hino's question, it was about the fact that he referred it back for the redevelopment of a budget. I think that's what I understood. I'm not sure if that has been done. So, and that wasn't included in the information that I was aware of as far as on the referral. If that was indeed part of the referral, then what you should be looking at today is that revised budget. So this is why I'm tripping over my words, and this is why it's confusing. Most of the time when council refers something back, they refer it for a work session or a joint meeting or some type of specific activity. When that activity has taken place, then the legislation just goes back on the council agenda, and it is indicated that the referral criteria has been satisfied. It is unique to just refer something back to NABI without any instructions, and that is why they got placed back on the agenda. After discussions with OLC, I think that going forward, we would recommend a different category on the agenda. Today, so I have to stutter here because I did not know about the referral for new budgets to be developed. If that is indeed part of the referral, then what NABI needs to be discussing is those new budgets. If they're not available, I kind of think the legislation needs to go back to council, and then at council, it most likely dies because of the fact that the referral will not have been satisfied. If the referral was, if it was just a straight referral back to NABI without any instructions, then I would recommend that you just you just accept the discussion as a report. You don't need to, you can't take action on the legislation because you've already voted on it. So therefore, when it got back to council, you would just be calling it up and taking your actions there. So Speaker, I presume there will be additional questions, but right now that is what I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That, colleagues, have anybody else in the queue, so I'm gonna go back to, actually, I do have Madam Chair Amber Crotty.
Speaker,
No,
Otto.
with that, Honorable Otto So.
So, Speaker, with what Legislative Council has directed that we should be talking about the budget forms or the revisions, and this discussion is not about the budget. And one, do we have the budget forms, the changes in place right now that we could be talking about? If it's not in place, or if it's somewhere, what do we do? Does this stay at Nabi? Because, the discussion pertaining to the budget is why the referral motion happened. The other is, on this, I think this legislation should have been on reports instead of old business. That way, because right now, Speaker, you're going to ask us to move forward with the vote on this, on the old business, and I think Naabik'íyáti committee is going to be voting on this document twice. So along those, sorting through the spaghetti noodles, I guess that's what we're trying to do here. And that's the second question. Should this legislation be on old business, or should it be on the report, so that since we cannot vote on any amendments, but the discussion should have been about the budget forms, the corrections, or whatever needs to happen. Because right now in old business, you're going to request for an action. That's the only way it can move forth back to the oversight. Or we just, but again, we're going to vote on this again, Speaker. And Nabi's going to act on this twice. So Legislative Council indicated that we cannot vote on this legislation twice here at Nabi. So what type of predicament does this put us in right now? And is there any guidance for this to get us out of this? Because we're not supposed to. We're basically going to not vote on this particular action right now. So that's the way I see it. Thank you. Go on mute.
Thank you. I'm gonna go to, hold on, colleague. I'm going to Mr. Rico to explain that there actually was two items of, let me just go to Mr. Rico. Mr. Rico.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, speaking to staff, the requirements that the discussion that was happening at Navajo Nation Council was Madam Chair Charles Newton had requested an overall budget that was at council that showed everything the school was receiving. That was one of the discussion topics at the time. And also the other was the amendment needed to be made again to add the amendment of the new budgets. Those budgets are attached to the amendment one that was made at Nabi. So that was the other amendment that needed to be made. But as we heard earlier, Chief Legislative Counsel, Ms. Barbaroff indicated that can be made at council again. So those were the only two discussion topics that were that led to this referral motion.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Rico. So my question back to Office Legislative Council is, because that was a requirement back here at Nabi, so now it's a requirement that needs to take action here at Naabik'íyáti Committee. So what Chairman Yazi's motion to amend the budget forms and to add on the amendment is allowable here at Naabik'íyáti Committee, correct?
Speaker, Legislative council does not believe you can do an amendment at Nabi.
Okay.
You have already voted on the legislation.
All right. So in this case, then I have a motion and I have a second on the floor right now on legislation 0013-22. There has been precedence before of us doing a referral back to Nabi and taking a vote on the legislation because it needs to go back to council. So there would be no amendments then here at Naabik'íyáti committee being done, but there is an allowable vote on legislation 0013-22 to send the legislation back to Navajo Nation Council, correct?
Speaker, what I think you would be voting on is the fact that the referral criteria has been met, so it is eligible to go back to council.
Okay. That's what Madam Chair Charles Newton got received. And when it goes back to council, that amendment will be ready. The one that, or it is ready right now. The one that Chairman Yazzie is wanting to add. So we're good standing then. So with that, colleagues, the discussion items have been met. One is Madam Chair Charles Newton requested for that budget. Two was the recommendation for the amendments to be ready at Navajo Nation Council, and that both of those are ready. So is there any further discussion at this time? Not? Vice Chair Smith, want to speak?
Thank you, Chairman Damon, for the time, and Naabik'íyáti committee members, and Honorable Halona for supporting and wanting to help the Rehoboth Christian School and the legislation that you presented here. My question goes to Legislative Council. This was sent back to Naabik'íyáti, and I heard earlier, maybe I didn't hear it correctly, but we're supposed to take action here, and it goes back to the council. That's the reason why it was sent back here. So we're talking about funding out of UUFB. And if UUFB is the big issue in behalf of funding the Christian school, could we entertain an amendment to ask for the same amount from citizen? And in that citizen language, I think it says that he can be reimbursed too, if that's an avenue to take. I'm looking out to try to help in behalf of getting the funding to the school, because that's our children that are going to school there. Yes, it's a private school. Yes, they have certain protocol on behalf of their curriculum, and it's just like any private school that parents want to send their kids to, or their children, and they're subject to certain parameters on behalf of their education. But in the reality of this, our kids are going to grow up and they're going to become leaders, and I'm sure they're listening to us and seeing that we as the 24th Navajo Nation Council are going to support this and help them along, because their classrooms are cold in the summer, or cold in the winter, and hot in the summer, and very uncomfortable, and they need to upgrade that system so that they would be not subject to the elements of the Mother Nature. And this also entails too that we support education, because our leaders in 1868, during the signing of the treaty, had said, education is the key. Go get an education. And this helps prevent recidivism. This helps prevent crimes. The more that we have educated folks on the Navajo Nation, they realize that the importance of social ills, social things that are happening, and they can be a mechanism to help rather than being a statistic. And we just heard indigenous that was reported by Honorable Crowley this morning. And if that can be a way to prevent that, that would be something great to have all students and all schools to promote, because right now we're talking about graduation, and graduation's coming up, and I'm sure a lot of them are looking forward to going to trade school or military or going to college or university, and they're looking for their future out there. And I support the fact that we are trying to help our youth and our students and pushing this alone to make sure that they get quality education. Because one of these days they'll come back and they can help with the Navajo Nation. And we're trying to help them so that they can help themselves and they can come back and help us. So I have that question, if that can be answered by Legislative Council, because we're supposed to do something here at Naabik'íyáti. If that's the amount that we could change from UUFB to citizen, and if that's possible, and if that amendment passes, then that's, I guess, something that we could do on behalf of that. Chairman Damon, thank you.
Move to Office Legislative Council.
Thank you, Speaker and Vice Chair Smith. So we've already discussed whether an amendment can be made at NABI, made today at NABI. That answer from Office of Legislative Council is that amendments have to be made at council. They can't be made here at NABI today. So basically what you would be discussing is the possibility of having a amendment ready for council, which we can certainly do. Now the question about could you use CSN instead of UUFB? Under the CSN statute, which is in Title 12, Chapter 25, under the purposes, which are in 12 NNC 2502, purpose for under A2, purpose of the CSN funds are to provide financial support and or financing for education opportunities for members of the Navajo Nation. Now, I think you can make the argument that this legislation, this funding, does support education opportunities for members of the Navajo Nation. The only hiccup I think you run into, and yes, I believe will be a leadership decision, but certainly because Rehoboth, as they stated, has members from, or has attendees that come from different tribes that are not all Navajo, that you may be providing some funding, however minimal, to for the benefit of persons who are not members of the Navajo Nation. Thank you, Speaker. And OLC, certainly if you want to switch it from CSN, we will develop that amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. That, colleagues, we're on legislation 0013-22. This legislation has been discussed. We did meet the requirements, and this legislation can go back to council. As heard from Legislative Council, No amendments can be added on at this time, but can be made for a possible amendment to be brought up at Navajo Nation Council. So is there any other further comments or questions at this time? Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to the board. Make motion.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Yeah, on the screen. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Knutz Bakrati also votes red. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
John votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Henny votes red.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes red. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So votes green via text. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Okay, so Diego,
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker, how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker.
Red. And then
Oh, Thomas Walker votes red via text. Honorable Vince James also votes red via text. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Ms. Delegate Begay, I vote red.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes red. Once more, Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 14 delegates who voted in favor, 9 delegates who oppose, and presiding chair not voting.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, 14 in favor, 9 opposed, and chair not voting, motion carries. Legislation 0013-22 moves on to council. With that, moving on down to item number B, under old business, legislation 0050-22, sponsored by Honorable Stewart. Mr. Rico, if you could give details on this legislation.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. This legislation tracking number 0050-22 was also on April 20th, 2022, referred back to the Naabik'íyáti Committee for further discussion. Motion was made by Honorable Edison J. Wanika and second by Honorable Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Nguyen with a vote of 15 in favor, 6 opposed, Speaker not voting. Once again, this is a similar situation to the legislation we just addressed. The legislation was addressed at the first Naabik'íyáti, so there's no motion and second. You'll have to call for a motion and second, Speaker, and you don't need to take it off the table because legislation was not tabled. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, on legislation 0050-22, sponsored by Honorable Stewart. With that, colleagues, before I get a motion, this is the exact same thing like on legislation 0013-22. Also, city councils, if there's any amendments need to be made at council. Is there a motion? Motion by Vice Chair Smith. Second by Madam Chair Crotty. That, any comments, questions? Went twice. Went 3 times. Go to board. On
Honorable Elmer.
0050-22.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canas-Bacrati, how do you vote?
Shabeza, this is Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canas-Bacrati votes green. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Excuse me, Honorable Charlene So votes green via text. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker, how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker votes green via text. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison
Green.
Juanica votes green.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Key Allen Begay votes green. Once again, Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 21 delegates who voted in favor with 1 delegate who voted to oppose and presiding chair not voting.
Thank you. With that, 21 in favors, 1 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries. With that, colleagues, legislation 0050-22 moves back onto council. That, moving on down, we are on item number 7 under new business. Good evening, everyone. If you're joining us, if you just joined us, it's 5:52 in the evening. We are having our Naabik'íyáti committee meeting of the 24th Navajo Nation Council as our regular session. We're here in Window Rock, Arizona on the Great Navajo Nation. We did complete our reports, which was item number 5. We went on to old business and legislation 0013-22 and 0050-22 both passed, and both those legislations are moving on to council. We are now at item number 7, which is new business. Item number A under there is a consent agenda item. We did make there was an amendment to add the consent agenda at the beginning of the session this morning. So Mr. Rico, if you want to go ahead and read those into the record, and then we'll go ahead and move forth with taking a motion, second, and action.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. The consent agenda consists of legislation tracking number 0077-22, which is an action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services and the Naabik'íyáti Committees establishing the Navajo Nation Foster Care Awareness Month as a recurring event in May to bring awareness to Navajo foster children and increase the need for more Navajo foster parents. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Nathaniel Brown. This legislation is final authority here at Naabik'íyáti. Per Navajo Nation Council Standing Committee Rules of Order Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Tracking number 0093-22 is an act relating to the Naabik'íyáti Committee and the Budget and Finance Committee, approving the fund management plan for the Diné Relocatee Fund. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Otto So. This legislation moves on to the Budget and Finance Committee for final authority. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, is there a motion?
Freeland.
Motion by Honorable Freeland. Or second?
Second, Delegate Paul Begay.
Second by Honorable Paul Begay. That, colleagues, on legislation 0077-22 and 0093-22, let's go to the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay.
I voted green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay, how do you vote?
Yeah, I voted green, thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati, how do you vote?
They said this is Delegate Cardi. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati votes green. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Haney votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate Jan votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, yeah.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker, how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker. Honorable Thomas Walker did not vote. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable
Daniel
Thomas Walker. Excuse me, Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Once again, Honorable Thomas Walker, how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker votes green via text. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 23 delegates who voted in favor, 0 who opposed, and presiding chair not voting.
Thank you. With that, 23 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. That, colleagues, we're moving on down under new business. Item number 7B, legislation 006 or 0086-22. Sponsored by Honorable Freeland, co-sponsored by Honorable Halona, co-sponsored by Honorable Stewart, co-sponsored by Honorable Juanica. With that, Mr. Rico, if you could read it into the record.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Tracking number 0086-22, an action relating to the Naabik'íyáti Committee and Navajo Nation Council allocating $1,070,298,867 of Navajo Nation fiscal recovery funds, approving the Navajo Nation fiscal recovery fund expenditure plans for chapter assistance, public safety, emergency communications, E911, and rural addressing projects, cybersecurity, public health projects, economic development projects, hardship assistance, water and wastewater projects, broadband projects, home electricity connection and electric capacity projects, housing projects and manufactured housing facilities, bathroom addition projects, construction contingency funding, and reduced administrative funding. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Mark A. Freeland, co-sponsored by Honorable Pernell Halona, Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr., Honorable Edison J. Juanica. There are no committee reports, as Naabik'íyáti is the first committee. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
Motion, Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you very much. There's a motion on legislation 0086-22, Vice Chair Smith. Second by Honorable Halona. Comments, questions? That there's 20 minutes on the board. Honorable Halona, Honorable Freeland. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you for the correction there. Good evening, Shanata, Naabik'íyáti committee members, everyone listening, staff as well. Thank you for this opportunity to present 0086-22 to you in hopes that we can proceed forward and look at helping cohesively our Navajo people, especially those who are most in need at the local and rural level, with basic infrastructure needs, as well as addressing many of the issues that they still feel they're still challenged with today. There's also a hardship component that we'll get to in a moment, but the proposed breakdown is as follows. Chapter projects was budgeted at 81.9 million. Public safety and rural addressing is at 35 million. Cybersecurity is at 5 million. Department of Health has a 79.44 million breakdown. Senior centers is at 19.2 million. Wellness centers at 21 million. Detox centers at 15.2 million. Assisted living facilities budgeted at 15 million. Warehouse at 5 million. Transitional housing at 4 million. The breakdown is as follows for economic development at 45.4 million. NSBCI is at 5 million. The dinosaur tracks is at 4.6 million. Shiprock Visitor Center is at 8.7 million. Economic development tourism at 16.1 million. Twin Lakes Wells at 500,000. Church Rock Industrial Water Lines 8 million. Nat'atzil water lines at 900,000. Black Mesa Cal Springs cleanup is at 1.6 million. So the total impacts of COVID, the COVID relief services, all those listed are at $164,949,898. Now, we do have to include a hardship component. There's additional need for hardship of $120 million that's being requested, or that's actually need, excuse me. We do have some explanation to that as far as our increase of our enrollment. We have to pay all of our Navajo people out, Shanantai, and we have to consider everyone to get a payment. So that's a huge part of this breakdown. As far as basic infrastructure needs in the response to COVID-19 and addressing COVID, we have water and wastewater at 215 million, broadband at 120 million, home electrical connections at 96.4 million, electrical capacities at 3.6 million, housing and new housing at 50 million, housing for veterans at 50 million, housing manufacturing components at 50 million, and a housing component for the former Bennett Freeze area at 15,550,000. Bathroom additions is projected at 150 million, excuse me. So the total subtotal of all the infrastructure needs identified or pushed forth is going to be 750,550,000. There is a contingency line funding line item of $500. And then there's also an ask for a reduction of administrative FRF costs from executive branch, $42,151,531. And then legislative branch would be at $5 million, and that totals out to the $1,070,298,867. These reduced FRF administrative costs are needed to help cover the hardship and other items that are listed on this proposed budget. I do have several agents with me this evening. Speaker Shnatai, President Jonathan Nez is on the line, as well as Chief of Staff Paulson Chaco and Mr. Tom Platero. I'm going to give President Nez some time at this time, Speaker, and turn it over to him. President Nez.
President. Mr. President. President Nez. President Nez going twice. Number feeling.
Okay, Speaker. I think he was going to be on the line, but I'm going to go ahead and have Paulson Chaco go ahead and also do serve as an agent, as well as Mr. Tom Platero. Mr. Chaco.
Thank you, Honorable Delegate Freeland, and also Speaker Damon and the honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Appreciate the opportunity to present 008622 before the council. This evening. So, Mr. Speaker, last week, I believe the president gave an overview of 008622 to some members of the Hopi Land Commission, and just to reiterate some of those items that we had conveyed to some of the delegates, Mr. Speaker, and members of the council, and not to go over the budget that's already been Mr. Freeling went over. One of the areas that we're looking at, Mr. Speaker, and members of the Navajo Nation Council, is the amount of time that is really pushed upon us right now. We have we have a second construction season that's coming up right now. The construction season is going to be shortened fairly quickly here, and possibly lose 2 construction seasons, only have 1 left. So with that, it's really incumbent upon us and the council to make some of these decisions at this point so that we can move forward with our construction team, our planning team, our design teams, our right-of-way teams, in order to address some of these areas that we need to move forward with Untitled. The other area that we also have to take a look at is the supply chain issue. As you know, across the world, we have issues with regards to even fuel right now. Fuel is at an all-time high. We're looking at concrete, steel, glass, everything associated with the construction industry at a high price. In addition, some of these items have to have for months in advance of ordering and manufacturing. For instance, in the water, we need to have valves that need to be ordered right away so that we can bring those materials into our construction season. So that's another issue we're faced in trying to in delivering these projects. In addition, we had under 025721, we tried to incorporate some of the feedback from the various meetings that we had, the various meetings, including all the work sessions and all the work sessions that we had with council, with the chapters, with everyone that had a feedback on 025721. Some of those, for instance, we reduced the funding for infrastructure, reduced rural addressing, cybersecurity, water, wastewater, broadband, home electric connections, in order to make available funding for the hardship assistance, which Council Delegate Freeland mentioned, and also in addition to identifying funds for chapter projects. 025721 did not include funding for chapter projects. And during our discussions, that's what one of the areas of concern was from delegates, was that chapters need to be identified in this. So with that, we included the 82 million of funding to go directly to chapter needs. Hardship assistance, that's one area that we took a look at as well. And with the 557 million that was allocated in the previous legislation, that making the calculations, and now we have a population of over 405,000 and possibly increasing. We anticipate we're going to, with that anticipated amount of Navajos registering, we're going to allocate additional dollars to the hardship program. So that's the reason this is another item that we included in 00861. Health response in COVID, 0257 didn't include health, but we're including 80 million to address the health component. Water, wastewater, some delegates had concern that there was too much money for central facilities. Now 08622 focuses basically on connections. The project identifies well over 1,000 individuals. Bathroom additions, we're anticipating assisting over 1,000 Navajo people. Electric connection, again, we took out some of those areas that had more of a central facilities. We're now having it specifically identified for Navajo families. So there's over 600 electric connections for homes, 400 electricity connection extension. Broadband, there's a concern with broadband. Funding to going directly into UA now under 08622. Broadband funding is going to the broadband office, and that's what was discussed yesterday. And then there was some concerns with to be determined projects. We took all the to be determined projects we do have a list for both water, wastewater, water connections, and also electric. There was also concern from delegates regarding former Bennett fees. We have included funding for former Bennett fees for housing. And finally, there was some several concerns with delegates regarding administrative costs. The executive branch was allocated 180 million. In 008621, we're proposing to put 42 million of that 180 million back to assist with hardship and also with chapter projects. So, Mr. Speaker and Honorable Delegate Freeland, that's a summary of what I wanted to briefly go over. I do have members of the team consisting of the divisions, members of NECA, IHS, and NTUA on the call to address any specific questions that you may have. So, Mr. Speaker, with that, that will conclude my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me go back to Honorable Freeland.
Thank you, Speaker. I don't know how much time we have left.
About 8 minutes and 20 seconds.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Mr. Chaco, thank you. I'm going to give some time to Mr. Platero.
This one? Yeah. No? Yeah. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, the FRF office did complete the analysis of legislation 0086-22. I did email it to Chief of Staff and Office of the President, Vice President. I wanted to make sure that they're okay with it. I haven't received language back from them, but what we had our staff do was our principal civil engineer, Mr. Max Bighorst, did an analysis of all of them. Since this is being requested, I'll go on ahead and email it to you so that you have the information. But basically what we did is we broke it down into two formats. The first one is council had talked about equal distribution. And so what we did is we analyzed how, because it's very difficult to kind of come up with percentages. And so our thinking when we were preparing the information was that we need to have some sort of basis because when you look at it, there's a variable as far as how many chapters there are. There's even a variable about how many delegates there are in each agency. So if you'll give me a minute, let me go ahead and grab my laptop and I'll get that information for you and I'll email it to you. Just give me a real quick minute and I'll take.
Speaker. Speaker, while he's looking for that, I just want to emphasize to my colleagues and on this legislation that this is really an effort to address a lot of the deficiencies that, were related to COVID and COVID-19. And as a delegate of 8 chapters, 7 of which are rural and remote, seeing firsthand the many challenges that our people still face today, who do not have water, electricity, or even adequate housing, or even bathrooms. And it's more of a humanitarian effort in looking to address those needs, and especially in more vulnerable populations like our elders, our multi-generational homes, as well as our veterans as well. So this is looking at the picture as a whole entirely across the Navajo Nation. And it's not, of course, there's 24 delegate regions, but it's really analyzing the entire needs of the Navajo Nation as a whole. And just wanted to provide that as well. So, Mr. Platero.
Thank you, Delegate Freeland. So what I did is I emailed you the information. The first one that we're going to be taking a look at is the breakdown. So we took a look, and what we're calling it is the percentage analysis of chapters, delegates, and the difference. So when you look at chapters, there's 110 chapters. Chinle Agency has 16. Crown Point Agency has 31 chapters. Fort Defiance Agency has 26 chapters. Shiprock Agency has 19 chapters. Tuba City Agency has 118 chapters. So altogether, there's 110 chapters. When you use that percentage, what it comes out to is out of the 100% as far as equal distribution, percentages, all of that, Chinle Agency comes in at 15%. Crown Point Agency comes in at 28%. Fort Defiance Agency comes in at 24%. Shiprock Agency comes in at 17%. Tuba City comes in at 16%. So when you add 15, 28, 24, 17, and 16 together, that comes out to a total of 100%. So what we're trying to find was a variable that we could analyze the information against. And then when you start looking at delegates, Chinle Agency has 4 delegates, which amounts to about 17%. Crown Point Agency has 5 delegates, which is 21%. Fort Defiance Agency has 6 delegates, which is 1/4 of all the membership, or 25% of the Navajo Nation Council. Shiprock Agency has 4 delegates for 17%. Tuba City has 5 delegates for 21%. Fortunately, we couldn't balance that to 100, but when we totaled those percentages up, it did come to 101%. So when you take the difference between the delegates, the delegate percentage and the chapter percentage, there's Chinle has a -2, Crown Point has a +7, Fort Defiance Agency has a -1. Shiprock is the only one that has a 17% when it comes to chapters, 17% when it comes to delegates, so they're even. And then Tuba City Agency, when you look at it, actually has a -5. So the percentage from the number of delegates to the number of chapters it's not even. And so we were trying to, what we want to do is point out that when you look at it and you're looking at equal distribution, whether you look at it in the chapter perspective or whether you look at it at delegate perspective, you're never going to get where everything comes out to 20%. So when council speaks of equal distribution and you're trying to give the same amounts to each of the 5 agencies, it actually won't, mathematically you can't do it when you base it on chapters and when you base it on delegates. So that was the basis of the analysis that we wanted to do. So now I'm hopeful that you received the email by now. The next one that we want you to take a look at is the breakdown of legislation 0086-22. And so I'm going to have Mr. Big Horse, Max, our principal engineer, explain this because he was the lead for this. Our whole team contributed to it. And the percentages that we used as far as distribution was percentages based on chapters. So I'll go on ahead and let Mr. Big Horse explain all of that. And then I will jump back on.
Honorable Freeland, FYI, you have 1 minute and 44 seconds.
Okay, Speaker, go ahead. Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Big Horse, go ahead.
Yeah, this is Max Big Horse with the Fiscal Recovery Office. Just getting right to it, Chinle had 15%, Crown Point 28%, Fort Defiance 24%, Shiprock 17%, and Tuba City 16%. So we went ahead and applied those to the list that you just got in the email. So that breaks it down by agency: Chinle Agency, Eastern Agency, Fort Defiance, Shiprock, Western Agency. And those are the numbers that each item is broken down to. And then there's tabs there too that refers you back to where that, like the chapter assistant has tab number 4. Rural addressing has tab number 5, Exhibit E, and that'll point you where the exhibits are, where the documentation is, what the funding amounts. And then the totals are on the right side. All the totals on the right side. And then the bottoms are the totals too. Way at the bottom is also the totals too. So that gives the percentages there. So So that's the breakdown we have real quickly with the minute I have. Yeah, the bottom total is,
Delegates, when you look at the bottom total, hold on. When you use the bottom total, using the percentages from the chapters, the number of chapters that are there, Chinle Agency has 15%, but underneath legislation 86-22, it has 16.38%. Under Eastern Agency, which has 28%, the dollar amount under 86-22 comes out to 27.06%. The Fort Defiance Agency is set at 24%. In the allocation of 86-22 comes out to 23.06%. Shiprock Agency has 17%, has 16.3%. Western Agency has 16%, and that came out at 17.2%. So almost all of the percentages, when you use the chapter percentage numbers, actually comes out to almost within 1% of the all numbers. So that was our analysis of it, to indicate that when you're looking at equal distribution in reality, if you use the percentage of chapters out of the 110, you're relatively close to that amount.
Okay,
Thank you,
time.
Mr. Chair.
Honorable Freeland, your 20 minutes is up.
Thank you, Speaker. I appreciate the time and the opportunity. Aside from the humanitarian effort and work, we need to look at construction timelines, construction season, as well as demand, supply and demand on materials, and of course, supplies, as mentioned by Chief of Staff Chaco. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Colleagues, we do have a motion and we do have a second on legislation 0086-22. Motions from Honorable Vice Chair Smith, second by Honorable Helona. That I'm going to the floor. I do have in the queue at this time, Madam Chair Crotty, then Honorable Vice Chair Slater, then Madam Chair Charles Newman. Madam Chair Crotty, good evening. Floor is yours.
Oh, yeah, Speaker, thank you. I appreciate this last minute information that's provided to the committee. I think in terms of allocating $100 million for expert administrative support, it is important as a delegate to recognize that it takes this long to receive information, but it's not even information that the council requested from the work session. We did not ask for an analysis in terms of a breakdown by agency. We asked for a breakdown of projects. I don't understand how clear that request could be made. So I made it in English. Delegate Kiala Begay made it in Navajo. Delegate Vince James made it in Navajo. Other delegates. This is a serious concern, because if this technical team and this office cannot provide a simple project breakdown, what makes you the experts in project management? Everything that has been spent to put up and pull up these consultants, this office, what is the challenge that you cannot do a project breakdown? Please write that down, because I'm going to need an answer, and I'm going to have to ask Legislative Council, what in terms of a council delegate does it take to get a project breakdown of this legislation? What is it going to take to be able to understand this? What was presented from the fiscal recovery program is just numbers. Again, we have numbers. The only programs that we have broken down now are health and these economic tourism projects. What is not clear is, what legal remedy do I have as a delegate to get this information? I would need that to be answered. So please, I have other questions, but I am going to continue to put pressure on the office of the president, vice president, on your technical team, which my understanding is Chief of Staff Paulson Chaco, and we're learning a lot from your former experience at NHA and at NDOT. And I think those are areas that we're also concerned about in terms of how projects will move forward, and also the chronic delays in how we move forward on, and also some personnel issues that need to be addressed. If Tom Platero is on the technical team, then we would also need this information to be provided. You're wasting Navajo Nation money. Let me say that again. You are wasting Navajo Nation money, because what you have right now is not providing the information that myself as a delegate has requested. I also want to raise concern in terms of if Walter Haas is still on the technical team. I don't know then if this is stalling to get information, but I do believe, Speaker, what was said in executive order should be honored, and we should be getting the information that is being asked by delegates. And if Dr. Yellowman, in terms of being on the technical team and not answering what projects were submitted to Navajo Nation DOJ, the projects that that division requested from chapters to submit into a portal that they develop and that they manage. We still have not received information what projects then were submitted to DOJ for review. We had a community meeting with Delegate Daniels and his chapters. Visually, we saw a glimpse of what projects were submitted from the portal and what projects were not. We need that information as delegates. Back in the beginning of April, I did make a request to Mr. Platero's office requesting expenditure plans for the district that I represent and the ARPA project proposals. I will need an update if those expenditure plans were completed, minus the project that Mr. Platero identified that an outside entity should be filling out that appendix. What we find here, and I hear the frustration from our constituents, I hear the frustration from chapter officials, but there are severe delays in getting information so that we can properly cross-reference chapter projects. Now, with the education part, Speaker, and I'm going to need your help from your PIOs, when delegates are talking about chapter projects, these are projects in the Division of Community Development portal. That information needs to be provided. Because I looked at my list, we have chapters who are asking for power line extensions, bathroom additions, water line, wastewater, warehouse projects, laundromats, helping with senior citizen buildings, community water line projects. These are all projects that meet the criteria, but these projects are not, the information is not being provided to delegates if this is in this legislation. I don't understand why or what is the issue, and so line by line, I am going to ask. And I feel at this point, this is my only recourse. On the record, is Biklabato's power line extension part of legislation 0086? There's 32 projects, so bear with me. Grab a cup of coffee. Number 2, is Biklabato project for bathroom additions in legislation 0086? Number 3, is Biklabato water wastewater project in legislation 0086? Number 4, is Cove waterline project in legislation 0086? Number 5, is Cove chapter warehouse project in legislation 0086? Number 6, Is Cove Chapter Power Line Extension in legislation 0086-22? Number 8. Is Cove Laundromat and Sewer Lagoon Project in legislation 0086? Number 9. Is Cove Chapter Surveillance and Alarm System Project in 0086-22? Number 11. Is Cove Carports for Cove Chapter in 0086-22? Number 12. Is Gadiai Tolkon Chapter New Administration Complex in legislation 0086-22? Number 13. Is Gadiai Senior Citizen Building in legislation 0086-22? Number 14. Is Gadiai's Community Water Line in legislation 0086-22? Number 15. Is Gadiai's paved road improvement in 0086-22? Number 16. Is Gadiai's water line extension in legislation 0086-22? Number 17. Is Gadiai Tolkon's water line extension in legislation 86-22? Number 18. Is Gadiai 20-acre site warehouse in legislation 0086-22? Number 19. Is Gadiai bathroom additions in 0086-22? Number 20. Is Red Valley rural addressing in 0086-22? Is number 21. Is Red Valley chapter warehouse in 0086-22? Number 22. Is Red Valley waterline project in 0086-22? Number 24. Is Tolina to Gray Hills water project connection in this legislation? Is Tolina to Gray Hills chapter bathroom renovation in 0086-22? 27. Is Tolhotsoy Sheep Springs bathroom addition in 0086-22? 28. Is Sehotso chapter new scattered water line in 0086-22? 29. Is Sonosti water line extension in 008-22? 30. Is Sonosti chapter rural addressing project in 0086-22? 31. Is the water line for the Sonosti connection in 0086-22? And 32. Is the Sonosti route 5010 N342 improvement in 0086-22? Speaker, I have other questions, but I think my primary concern is if these projects are in the legislation and if I could get documents that they were submitted to DOJ for eligibility as I am preparing to make amendments, and if needed, ask council delegates to consider waiving some of these provisions, just as we did with hardship, if the technical team does not want to provide the support and get our chapter projects reviewed by DOJ per Navajo Nation law. And we need to know in terms of why these projects are not being submitted completely and not getting the information that we need. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Roddy, it's a lot of questions. I'm going to go back to sponsor to get that information, but just to clarify, as indicated, Madam Chair, I'm sorry that my team is not done because we did reach out to try to get that information again. And we have been working together with Department of Justice on trying to see which projects were actually reviewed. And as of right now, we cross-reference just what we have, it's available to us. And out of 550 projects, there's only 3 that were submitted through the DOJ review process from the portal that they vetted. That's all, but the team's not done. They're trying to get done by tomorrow to get that report out. That Honorable Freeland, let me go back to you.
Thank you, Speaker. Shananta, colleagues, and Honorable Karate, thank you for your questions and comments. I'm going to go ahead and have Mr. Chaco respond, as well as the, I believe, no, this is Mr. Chaco. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Delegate Freeland, and also Mr. Speaker, and also honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Again, here Kodoshanat a Tanigi, Kododo, so Hashim Zagshi, the Naabik'íyáti Tido Leshti, to address Madam Chair, Honorable Madam Chair Karate, Shema, Kodona Idens Kidigi, Kodok Beda Kahako, at the Shnoi on the Schnickle. So, Ms. Karate, Delegate Karate, and had some questions in regards to our presentation. And the question with regard to project list, on April 14th, that project list was given to you. And I can certainly resend that again today in a few seconds here. I'll forward you that email that was sent to you. I'll forward that email again today. So you put that on that project list. With respect to the projects that you had identified with Glapato, Cove, Gadiahe, Red Valley, those are the ones that are more specific questions with. And what I will do is go to Dr. Yellman and also Rex from NTUA to address water lines, and also to Garrett with respect to road projects, because there are several items that are under all those questions that you had with regards to projects, and if they're included in 0086, those are numerous projects that I wrote down. And I'm not sure the reference to the transportation and NHA. Maybe you can clarify that so that I could respond that a little bit more directly. So, so I will give some time over to Rex and also to Dr. Yellman. So, Mr. Speaker, and also Honorable Delegate Freeland. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Yeoman or
Mr. Coots.
Yate Speaker, I can proceed.
Floor's yours. Good evening.
Okay, thank you. Good evening to all of our leadership, President, Vice President, Speaker Damon, and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, the Chief of Staff and colleagues, Yate. I just want to preface that in 8622, there are categories or areas that have been distributed or divided into chapters and by delegate regions. The chapter
Hello, speaker, are we still on?
Yes. Dr. Yellowman, can you hear? Dr. Yellowman? Honorable Freeland. Honorable Freeland. Honorable Freeland. Is Honorable Helona or Honorable Stewart, Honorable Wanika on the line? Honorable Helona, Honorable Stewart, Honorable Wanika, Honorable Freeland. Going twice.
Honorable Stewart's here, Chair.
Honorable Stewart, floor is yours on trying to, I don't know who would you like to give the floor to?
Sorry, Speaker, I
Okay.
lost connection.
All right. Dr. Well, let me go. It's your Honorable Stewart.
Yes, Chair, we'll go
I
ahead
don't
and
have
continue
the, I
with
don't have
Dr.
the
Yeoman.
sponsor on the line.
I'm here, Speaker.
Honorable Freeland, I called on you.
I'm sorry, I was muted.
Where your what are we doing?
Okay, Dr. Yellowman lost connection, so we can go back to her, Speaker.
Hey, Honorable, or Dr. Yellowman, floor is yours.
Okay, my apologies. Sorry about that. I lost connection. I just wanted to give a brief overview of the funding categories that are distributed or allocated to a delegate region or chapter, individual chapter. So under 86-22, the chapter allocation is divided into 110 chapters. So there's a distribution there. The other is the bathroom. At 150 million, the goal is 1,000 bathrooms, and we do have the listings, or we do have that generated by chapter and delegate region. The other one is the housing. There is a section in there for 50 million, which we will be distributing per 110 chapters. So that being said, there is an allocation there for bathroom addition, and I believe Delegate Crotty mentioned and requested for bathroom addition in her second question. And there was another one in her list of questions as well. Also she asked for which items have been approved or reviewed by DOJ. So both myself and Mr. Mel Rodas are on the call. We have cross-referenced all of the projects that have been submitted into into DCD's portal, and also that we submitted to DOJ. We have roughly a calculation of 240 submissions where we have been tracking those. And so I have that information available. It's quite lengthy and there's quite a bit of information here. So we can provide that information. I can go into further detail, Speaker, on what specifically DCD has submitted. Our goal was to go back to the DCD portal and to review all of the projects that have been submitted. But to date, just to recap, to date, DCD has submitted for the housing type of housing request from the DCD portal. the water line, the power line, and the bathroom addition. We have not submitted for the warehouse. Again, prior to 257-21, there was a proposed expenditure for the chapters to receive an allocation at $2 million, at which time the chapters could take on the projects that have not been submitted for 257. Since then, we have reviewed and submitted to DOJ for wastewater projects, bathroom addition, and electricity connection. There's still a potential allocation for chapters under 86-22 for chapters to receive funding. If chapters and this legislation moves forward, then chapters still would have the opportunity to address projects that are not infrastructure related in 86-22, which would be the remainder of those projects that were submitted through the DCD portal. For example, which would be a fencing project. That's one of the projects that was submitted to the DCD portal, or a warehouse. So there are projects that are still at the autonomy of the local chapter to decide if 86-22 continues to proceed with an allocation to each chapter. Speaker, that's part of my response. I do have the listing that Mr. Mel Rodas and I have been working on, or I should say DCD and DOJ have been working on. We do have that information. And I did respond to number 5 of her question. And I believe that there was a listing that was sent to her that could address number 8 on the laundromat and some of the economic development projects. The road projects we've shared with many of the delegates, and was also presented by President Nez, that we are anticipating to move forward on the Build Back Better funds to address road and road projects. And that was her 13th question, Mr. Speaker. So I'll continue to work on Delegate Crotty's list here. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland.
Speaker, that does conclude our response. Thank you.
Okay, with that, Mr. Paulson Chaco, and you referred to a project listing. Can you please forward that over to Chief of Staff Cheryl Niazi so that she can send that out to my colleagues? And then also, Dr. Yellowman, you referred to a list that was vetted or cross-vetted by yourself and Mr. Mel Rodas. Could you please forward that information over to as well, so we can have that sent out to members of the Naabik'íyáti committee? Thank you. With that, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. I do have Honorable Vice Chair Slater in the queue at this time, and then Madam Chair Charles Newman. Honorable Slater, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the legislation sponsor and co-sponsors and the presenters, the agents. Bear with me, I got the flu, so my voice isn't too loud or clear. My first question is on the E911 rural addressing / cyber section. It says it's a sole source procurement for the rural addressing, which to me raises a lot of red flags, and that we already have a vendor identified when there are a lot of vendors that could potentially produce this work. And I know that the nation including people who have put together this budget proposal, have sought information on pricing for these sorts of items from different vendors. So I don't know if that's shopping around a number or what exactly is taking place there, but that's pretty concerning to me. And I hope we can get an answer this evening about what this means in terms of that sole source procurement. Additionally, it doesn't list the Division of Community Development as a participating entity or partner. It says DIT, DGS, and DPS for that. And to date, rural addressing has taken place at the chapter and Division of Community Development level. So again, that's another concern I have, and I'd like to hear how that coordination will take place in this scheme. I will say the DIT cyber budget is pretty incredible, and they do a great job of breaking it down and talking about the justifications and all of that. That's probably the best budget breakdown, except for the electrical line connections and some of the water connections in this document. Under the health section in part 3, it lists additional documents. I'm not sure they're there, but the senior centers says 15 new senior centers and then 88 infrastructure upgrades. And then it says the document includes for 115 facilities. So 15 plus 88 is definitely not 115. And I just want to know where that 115 comes from, if that's just an error. There is the budget form 1 attached, but I really think that more information is needed on exactly how that's going to be spent. And I don't know if this is just the HES committee, got a pretty big binder that covers items that could be addressed within our, I don't know if you call it deferred maintenance backlog or what have you for our senior centers, and that's good. But I also know that there's information in there that's quite dated because CSN Permanent Trust Fund, I think State of New Mexico sources have covered a lot of, not a lot, but have covered some of the upgrades or renovations that are required within that document. So I want to know, how updated is the data we're working off of, and for those 15 new centers, if you could identify them. And then for the wellness centers, when you pull up the document you just sent out, and I really wish you had sent this before, this is a lot of information to digest. It does list 3 new constructions: Window Rock, Tuba City, Chinle, and then it says 500,000 for HVACs, and then it only lists that within Fort Defiance Agency. The way that the document was written in the exhibit, I thought that this was going to be HVAC upgrades across the entire wellness center system on the Navajo Nation. But it looks like it's only going to apply to Fort Defiance Agency in addition to fire protection and some other items there. And then they're going to get some new equipment and supplies and none of the other wellness centers. So I thought this was going to be for wellness centers across the board, but it looks like it's confined solely to Window Rock, Tuba, Chinle, Kent, to Shiprock, and then in Window Rock. So, or I don't know if it's Window Rock or if it's in Fort. I think it's in Window Rock. So if I can get some clarity there on, is it only going to be those locations, or are we going to be helping out all of our wellness centers? Is there a possibility to maybe reconfigure that budget so it could have a broader impact? Or to potentially look at funding, maybe nonprofits or other government or non-governmental programs that are producing similar public health and wellness work on the nation. There's a lot of good outdoor recreation and biking groups that are doing some great work. On the detox and substance abuse treatment, I want some more detail on what precisely is going to be constructed. When you look at the distribution, schedule or whatever you'd call it that you sent out earlier, it says 2.25 million to Chinle Agency, 4.2 to Eastern, 3.6 to Fort, and then 2.55 to Shiprock, and 2.4 to Western. In the document, it doesn't exactly break down, I believe, what the new facilities would be as compared to the renovation of existing facilities. It just alludes to additional facilities constructed and then renovation. So I want to know exactly what the new and what the renovations will be. And on the breakdown schedule that you sent out, this is on page 1. Where are those numbers coming from? Are these saying, okay, well, we're going to allocate 15.2 million, and then you divided it proportional by delegate region or chapters? Or is this consistent with budgets for those specific agencies? That's not really clear right now. And what's the breakdown going to be between outpatient and at-home care and residential facilities or inpatient care? And I want to know that because when you look at the very effective detox and substance abuse treatment, in Indian country, in the Southwest and outside of Indian country, that outpatient at-home care is highly effective. And sometimes I think we as a nation, or maybe not we as a nation, but we as politicians are attracted to buildings. We're attracted to things that we can construct and say, okay, well, I built it, let's put all those people over there, and then the job is done and we wipe our hands with it. But in reality, that might not be the most effective method with treating this issue on Navajo. And these outpatient at-home care facilities are really effective after speaking with some psychiatrists and learning about the work that they do and getting some of the medical data on this. In terms of the operation of those facilities, is that going to be through like Medicaid reimbursement? What exactly is going to be the sustaining funding source for them in the future, and I guess to start up and get going? Or is it going to be a continuation or just focus on the renovations? And then I guess lastly, it shows the 11 million for repair and maintenance and then the 3.16 for capital outlays. So that goes back to my question on what's the breakdown between new facility construction and then renovations of existing facilities, and how does that tie into this per agency distribution schedule that you forwarded, I don't know, was it 20 or 30 minutes ago? Then you go to the warehouse. It says a 50,000 square foot warehouse for $5 million. I think that's it's a good idea, but where is that going to be located? It was talking about centrally located for distribution purposes, which okay, of course makes sense. But what does that mean? I mean, has there been an analysis? Is there land withdrawn? I'm not saying those things are prerequisites, but I just want to know what the logic and thought process is at this time for all of that. Then on the DBMHS transitional housing plan, it says 2.9 million for repairs and maintenance, and then 1.01 million for capital outlay. But there isn't really a supporting document that explains what the plan is there. And I want to hear, what is that plan for transitional housing? You go to the Tuba City long-term care, it says 1.5 million for contractual services and then 13.5 million for capital outlay. I don't exactly know why we're spending the 1.5 million on contractual services and we're not just putting it all into capital outlay through a subrecipient agreement or something with Tuba City Regional Healthcare Corporation so they can get the full 15 million. So if they can explain what the 1.5 million is for, I might have missed what that purpose is in the document, but please explain that. And when you go back to that distribution schedule, let me go down here. This is long-term care facility, tab 6, exhibit F6, and it says 2.25 million for Chinle Agency, 4.2 million for Eastern Agency, 3.6 for Fort Defiance, 2.55 for Shiprock, and 2.4 million for Western Agency. I don't understand how the construction of a long-term care facility in Tuba City is going to impact Eastern Agency to the tune of $4.2 million, or say Fort Defiance Agency to the tune of 3.6, Shiprock to 2.55, et cetera. To me, if we were going to break that down, it'd be 15 million in Western Agency, and everyone would understand what that means. So can you explain why those numbers are broken up in that manner? That seems either misleading, or are they going to, is Tuba City all of a sudden going to start serving places outside of its service area? It just doesn't make any sense, to be quite honest. And that's on page 1 of 3. Then on the economic development program, it says the SSBCI admin costs for $5 million. Under that, it says that incubators, are possible. They're an allowable cost under ARPA. And I don't see any inclusion of partnership agreements or anything to that effect with any incubator type programs on Navajo, including Change Labs or the Diné Chamber. And I know a big part of their work has been to help formalize people's, financials, get them in a better place so that they can apply for credit or financing or grant programs when they become available at the federal level. But you have to demonstrate, this is a viable business, here are my receipts and cash flow and all of that. So I want to know what the plan is on that admin cost. It says that and I also want to know, so what is the SSBCI timeline relative to the ARPA guidelines or the ARPA timeline? We have to have all this encumbered by the end of 2024, and then we got to spend it down by the end of 2026. Would it make sense to front more flexible general fund dollars and have that be the source for covering these admin costs? And, if there is a surplus with ARPA at some point, we could always reimburse ourselves for the general fund dollars that were spent. Then it says, that there will be 3, I think, entities chosen to administer the funding. And I'd like to know, is that going to be equally divided? And is that from the 1.5 million, or what is within this budget going to be the funding source for those entities to administer? And what types of entities are those going to be? Like banks or credit unions, or it's not really laid out there. And I know that there's 1.5 million from Treasury for program management and auditing. And how does that factor into this if that's coming from Treasury as opposed to, spending this $5 million on the program management? When you go to the budget breakdown, it says personnel 1.5 million, travel 125,000, meeting expenses 125,000, supplies 150,000, lease and rental 700,000, comms and utilities 400,000, 500,000 for contractual services, and then 1.5 million for capital outlay. So that's where I'm trying to understand, how this budget all fits together. We just had some very strong proposals from, Change Labs and the Diné Chamber to help with these things. I also know that the CDFI had submitted a proposal or a concept to administer the SSBCI, which I think is a lot more elegant solution and makes a lot more sense overall. But I'd say only generalities or generics have been shared about SSBCI, and I'm not exactly sure why we need to spend ARPA funds on it as opposed to Navajo Nation funds. We could have a revolving line of credit for that program if we need to do that. And I think it's a matching program, right? So this $89 million figure has been advertised previously, and then we were told that's going down, but nothing's been shared with me about why that figure is going down or how we're going to fund the dollar for dollar matching. My questions related to dinosaur tracks, the Shiprock Visitor Center, the Window Rock Visitor Center, are all pretty similar. And that is, do we have feasibility studies and projected flows from both the rental income from some of those spaces like the visitor centers, in addition to the the visitor fees that would be collected to sustain the operations? And what sort of experience does the tourism department have in running programs like this? You know, standing up, standing up three pretty huge operations and running them is a big deal. And it's a lot of money. And when I think about, again, trying to have the widest possible impact, the broadest impact with these dollars, you have to compare where else they could be spent. And that could be either on infrastructure at the chapter level, the Hogan level, or helping a broader set of business interests on the nation. Thinking again about, Change Labs and the Tanat Chamber. And then in the Church Rock Waterline extension, I want to know, does that $8 million include the $500,000 for the Twin Lakes well phase 2 for the glove factory? They seem to be very close, and I want some detail there about, is this really one big project that'd be more like 8.5 million, or are these really two separate things? The document that was included to talk about like the ROI for the return on investment for the glove factory is back from when the nation actually made the investment. It doesn't talk about what the ROI has been since we've invested. And I think, for me, that would help me vote green if I could see some solid numbers that says, okay, well, here has been the documented effect of this facility, and here's how it was either consistent or deviated from the expected or the projected return on investment and economic impact in the region and for the nation. So I think that report was from August of 2019. So, I want to know like what actually happened since then. And that's a $500,000 project. It's not a crazy amount of money. I'm kind of curious why that company cannot pay for that upgrade, or it doesn't identify this as matching funds. It just says 500,000. Are they contributing to this if they're a profitable enterprise and this is growing the right way? The expansion plans that were in that first document had a pretty specific schedule. Has that been impacted by COVID, or are we still on track? What exactly is happening there? And then you have the trading post cleanups. Those just seem to be political giveaways. So it's good that whoever got those in there. Congratulations. On the hardship side, there's 48,000 for, and I would like to say that on the trading post cleanup side, there's a lot of those across the nation. Within central agency, I was asked to advocate for trading post cleanups and other projects. And I thought that we weren't going to do these sort of funding from this funding source. And these things seem to be reflected in the 5-year plans from DED. And this is the first time that they've made their appearance. So I don't know how these became prioritized over, say, other infrastructure or investments in nonprofits that could help a broader group of people. On hardship, it says 48,000 adults and 40,000 minors. And, these are just numbers on a piece of paper. There is very little to substantiate this. And I've had conversations with people in Office of Vital Records and Statistics and elsewhere. Essentially, the previous controller and and the consultant for OOC at the time developed a projection, and then I feel like that was sort of rubber stamped, under the CARES Act for what our population is. And there's one thing to say we want to reach everyone. The other thing is we want to reach everyone who applies. And it seems that there certainly are people who are saying, well, I'm not going to apply because I want to make sure everyone else gets an opportunity to first. You could set that aside and then actually question the numbers and say, well, how do we know that there is this demand? I think the last report that we saw said there was like $45 or $47 million left in the hardship program. So I still am not seeing strong numbers or justifications to substantiate this $120 million amount. And I would like to see a fuller report that explains where that's coming from, because it's going to tie up those dollars for a long period of time where they won't be able to have, that broader impact. Then you go to the centralized wastewater treatment, and it's focused on fixing compliance at Ganado, Kayenta, Chinle, Shiprock, and Tuba City. I want to know how the sponsor of the legislation decided that it was important to address NTUA's Clean Water Act violations as opposed to investing and expanding water access for our people, and why he chose to include this portion to, I don't know. I have difficulty here because I want to see things in compliance, and especially an entity of the Navajo Nation. And I'm not an expert on this particular matter, but I look at that and think, well, if somebody goofed up and is in violation, is out of compliance, why should the central government be in charge of rectifying that issue as opposed to the entity that put themselves in that position in the first place? So I really want to hear that from the sponsor. Pardon me. So, in the drinking water transmission and distribution, it's about $51 million. There's 23 projects. They're all in New Mexico. So congratulations, New Mexico, that you're getting those 23 projects, and nowhere else in the nation was deemed important enough to receive them as well. In terms of the other water distribution, moving on to the broadband section, Mr. Platero and Mr. Charlie and Ms. Nez, I think, did a decent job at answering the questions that I had the other day, and just explaining that they have not fully fleshed out either the 60 or the 40 million middle and last mile, respectively, those programs, how you're going to do either a request for proposal process or how you're going to evaluate what to invest in. And I think as a nation, as an appropriating body, I made this comment the other day, there's a lot of anxiety because, we as appropriators have seen how a lot of legislation have been developed politically, and then you kind of bring in the later on justifications on why this has to be done or that has to be done. But there isn't necessarily equal access or opportunity to funding for some of these things. So that said, I still would like the nation and us as an appropriating body to become more comfortable with going off of needs-based and data-driven approaches. But we need to have a demonstrated commitment from the executive branch that they'll fulfill that responsibility if we make those designations and we start developing programs like that. When you look at how a lot of funding happens at the federal level, it is needs-based and it has to have strong data to substantiate those investments. So, I hope that that's the process that would be followed if this legislation passes and is enacted into law. That one, there would be some way to provide equal opportunity across the nation, which you certainly can't do with $100 million, but also that there will be data to back up those investments. The $20 million match was explained that timeline is consistent with the IIJA, so I think that is a good point to keep in there. On the housing side, let's see here on was it CHID or HIP, the 50 million, you got 4 million for contractual services and 46 million for capital outlay. So I think when you break that down, that's $418,000 per chapter. The initial eligibility determination said that those would be distributed, I think, equally by chapter. So how many homes are you able to construct with that? I'm not criticizing the dollar amount or anything like that. I just want to know realistically, what are you going to be able to do at the chapter level? And then just reiterate the application and vetting process for that. I know some of it's been done thus far, but I don't know if it's going to reopen again. On the vet side, it does already have an identified vendor, the Sparrow Group. I think that for 50 million, with no contractual services and all of it going to capital outlay, that'd be $454,000 per chapter. So does that mean that the administrative costs are going to be swallowed or covered by the existing veterans funding and that funding source to cover administrative costs and sort of program oversight? I'd like to know that. And then you have $15 million for house manufacturing facilities, and it says 5 facilities. Then when you go to the 15.5 million for the former Bennett Freeze, it says that 1.55 million would go for home construction at Nahabik'íyáti. So my question is, why would we construct 6 different home construction facilities and not just have, dedicated lines within the facilities for the former Bennett Freeze? Or it just seems kind of redundant at this point to do that. And I'm not quite sure why we're doing it. It seems more like a political consideration as opposed to a demonstrated need. Under the CARES Act, I started investigating house manufacturing, home manufacturing, and what can be accomplished with those. And, the nation is situated, essentially your market is 500 miles from your production facility. So we could cover all of the 4 major capitals in the Four Corners region and even get down into Texas. And that's a big, big market when you consider how big the West is growing. Now, who is going to oversee these? Is it going to be exclusively for the Navajo people? Because that's what, CHID is focused on, our vets are focused on. When you look at the funding sources, there's no information in here on how these are going to be viable. And thus far, I've just heard, we're in talks with NHA or we're in talks with this or that. I think, housing improvement gets like a little over $1 million a year. That's not enough to keep the lights on at all these facilities, let alone even just one. If that's like 5 homes, you could produce that. And depending on the number of shifts, the number of lines that you have, that's not a year's worth of work or a year's worth of employment. That's maybe a month. So if we're going to go with NHA, how have we, worked that out? And I'm just kind of skeptical at the 5 figure. I think it's good to have house manufacturing. It's a good option for us to have, but NHA's needs and the needs of our people aren't always going to be the same depending on what sort of developments we produce, whether we need to push for apartment style complexes at any point, or we need to we will get locked in if we have this 5 facilities, and that will start to dictate what our needs are as opposed to our people dictating what their needs are. Then you have 150 million for bathroom additions. So I think the bathroom additions are good. I spoke with Mr. Kuntz the other day, and we were talking about septic cleaning. I know that Kiel Begay, Fna'ash, has brought this up several times, and I want to know, in the bathroom addition program, is there going to be any support for either failed drain fields or clearing out septic tanks or anything like that? I know that was an issue under the CARES Act. I don't know if there's more flexibility now, but I think that's something that we need to look into, establishing that program between NTUA and IHS on having a service that will do it with people paying, maybe a nominal $10 a month, but when it's required, they'll be able to get their septics clean. So those are the questions that I have on the legislation. And I really don't appreciate when we go around the horn and it seems like nobody is the expert in the legislation. So my sincere ask is that, to the extent that you can, Delegate Freeland, that you answer these questions, because this is your legislation. And we just get these super long-winded responses with lots of editorializing, and it's just a lot of bloviating. I want some specific answers on this. I know that some of them are going to require the actual subject matter experts to respond to, but I'm comfortable supporting this if I know that at least at the top of the executive branch and the sponsor have a really strong grasp of this and why this is the best legislation. I'm still open to voting for it, even though I'm co-sponsoring the other legislation with Delegate Crotty. But it's not been super inspiring, a lot of these responses. That's just, I'm not trying to be mean-spirited. I think the fact that, we get things at the last minute. I don't know why this document, took this long to produce when the legislation's been out for a couple of weeks now. I'm talking about the schedule distribution by agency and some peculiar assumptions that seem to be built into it, particularly looking at that long-term care facility makes me question the dollar amounts for each of this. Like if you go to the SSPCI, it says $750,000 for Chinle agency. I mean, how does that make any sense if I don't even know how to ask a question about that because it just doesn't seem to make any sense at all. So, that doesn't inspire confidence in how the documents are produced or how this technical team is producing that. To reiterate this point, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars were allocated to both the legislative and the executive branch. And I was hoping we'd really get a higher level in how all this was put together. So thank you, Speaker. I'll yield the floor back to you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chair Slater. Before I move on to Madam Chair Charles Newton, there was a lot of questions in there. So I'm going to go back to Honorable Freeland at this time. Honorable Freeland, response.
Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Vice Chair Slater's comments and questions.
Speaker, thank you very much, as well as Honorable Slater. A lot of good information, a lot of questions that you asked, and I appreciate it. And first of all, I'm to understand the legislation as a whole and comprehend it fully. I was not a part of. I'm not a part of the technical team. So to answer your questions about directly, my involvement, of course, was after the result of 0257 happening and trying to find some common ground to move forward as far as how can we make this how can we get these dollars and how can we best establish a middle ground of some sort and move forward and proceed forward, because I'm using my area as an example. I told you and my colleagues that during COVID, I was out here checking on people and delivering supplies and food during the whole time, like many of you did. But to witness and to see the living conditions with my own eyes and to see the lack of basic infrastructure that our people are living without. And as a delegate, you want to do everything that you can to change those lives forever and enhance those lives. When there's little kids like that, living like that, when there's elders living like that, when there's multi-generational living under one roof, you've seen it all. When you've seen elders' roof with no, there's basically all the ceilings gone. You literally see the roof. You see wood, the old wood deteriorating, and you can see sunlight coming through the roof of an elder's home. You want to do everything you can to help, and those are the kinds of things I experienced, and I'll never forget that. And for me, that was a medium to really do as much as I can to help address these needs, especially in the very remote areas of the nation. And like I said, I'm just using my area as an example, but there's other areas across the nation that are just similar to my area as well. And every opportunity that we have to help our people given, we should definitely utilize that and ensure that our people are given those same opportunities to have running water or a bathroom or even electricity. Another thing that I saw a witness to was the burned out generators piled up. Families having 3-4 generators that no longer work, and giving me an idea of having to help their kids with homework, especially in the wintertime when the sun goes down at 5 o'clock. These are kind of the realistic things that we see as delegates and as leaders, and this is why I came together and wanted to move this forward, was because of the humanistic factor, like I mentioned previously. And, you know, it's a mechanism to address the needs across the entire Navajo Nation, not just my area, but across the nation as a whole. And I'm not an engineer. I'm not anyone on the technical team. I'm a council delegate, like I tell my chapters. But like you all, I care deeply about our people, and I really want our people to thrive and prosper, and to recover and to heal, especially from COVID. We don't want to have them ever find themselves in these predicaments or these situations again. And when our people are facing deficiencies in sanitation, it's heartbreaking, and that's the realistic factor that we have, is our people are not living with adequate living conditions. And those are just kind of the thoughts that I have, Honorable Slater. And, you know, like I said, I'm not an expert. I'm not on the technical team. I didn't provide any input, but knowing that I can trust the experts themselves to come up with these listings and come up with the ideas, working with the chapters. And all 8 of my chapters made submissions, and they were vetted. And the chapters are the ones who led this charge. And they know, working with the administration, working with other sources, other resources like CXR or Daltex, they know who is in need. They know who is trying to make ends meet. They know who is hauling water. And those are the kinds of situations that are real and prevalent and among us. And I was bewildered by our U.S. government giving a federal aid package to Ukraine, which is good, $40 billion. And yet we're still trying to deal with basic infrastructure in this country. And, you know, that kind of speaks a lot. And for me, I kind of scratch my head when I see that, you know, and with all due respect to what's happening over there, you know, we still have to address a lot of needs here in this country as well. I'm going to turn some time back over to Mr. Chaco. Mr. Chaco, if you can do your best, along with your team, to just precisely answer Honorable Slater's questions and concerns. Please don't make them long-winded, but just get to the point. If you can, if there's anything that we miss, Honorable Slater, please let us know. I appreciate the time. Mr. Chaco?
Thank you, Shenandoah, Honorable Delegate Freeland, and also Honorable Delegate Slater, for those very good questions that you have. Thank you, Shenandoah. In addition to the 24th Navajo Nation Council speaking, there were several questions that were posed. I will try to be succinct, Shenandoah, and I just inform all of my presenters to be to the point and not elaborate, but to the point of the questions that you posed. And in response to know in detail every one of these projects would be inhumanely possible. There's about 515 pages of this legislation, and there's thousands of projects that are included in there, and that's why we developed a team to develop this legislation. So really quickly, I know you had some questions regarding E911 cybersecurity and sole sourcing of that. I will have Tico and also Mr. Tico answer those questions, along with Tom Patero. Health, you posed several questions. One is, you know, the 15 senior citizen centers. The 15, why is 15 and 88 is not equal to 115. The wellness center, a lot of information. Winter Rock, Tuba City, and Chinle. Why, and then you mentioned the $500K for the HVAC system, Fort Defiance Agency. There's a lot of other questions in health. What is the breakdown on new construction versus renovation? The warehouses, you asked where they're going to be located at. if necessary, right-of-ways have been obtained. And then you went to SSBCI, which I'll have JT respond to that on the types of entities are eligible, and if the program has the ability to manage it, and also the auditing. What is the budget breakdown? Then you went to the Windrock Visitor Center. Again, you asked the question if they're available to or have the ability to run those programs, and then the projected rate of return on those. And then you also went to the 47 and 45 million for the hardship. Again, Tom Patera will go over that in detail on why we're projecting 120 million for hardship, water, wastewater treatment centers, and the Clean Water Act and the violations. I'll have really quickly have NTA respond to that. Broadband, I'll have you ask questions on broadband section, the middle and last mile, and if RFP is going to be developed, I'll have Tom and Nico address that, and I'll have Dr. Yellowman and JZ respond to the housing question, the housing manufacturing. There are several questions that were posed to that housing manufacturing, and then in addition to bathroom addition, and if septic failures are going to be included in there. So with that, Mr. Honorable Slater, if I may, I'll give the floor over to, first of all, would be to Dr. Jim, and then we'll proceed from there with JT, and then Dr. Yeoman, and then so forth. So, Council Delegate Freeland, thank you. Speaker.
Speaker, I think we're going to have Dr. Jim give some explanation.
Yes, go ahead.
Good evening, Speaker. Can you hear me? This is Dr. Jim.
Yes.
Okay. Well, good evening, everyone. Speaker, to Honorable Delegate, Honorable Slater, and the council members, and also Chief of Staff. I will answer the questions regarding the DOLTECs. The DOLTECs are mainly focusing on, as you had asked about the estimates for outdated information. I know you guys receive a large binders from DOLTECs, and majority of those repairs have not been made. So as we are focusing on trying to keep senior center open, I think that's a priority. I think senior centers have continually been underfunded. So the priority items that were listed, there are areas around major renovations and like roof leaks, completion of renovations, either handicap accessibility, and there's minor renovations are included in there. And so, yes, it is part of the binder that you receive. I don't think that binder will go away until we actually start addressing the issues. And there are probably more recent issues that are probably listed in there, but there is a large ongoing unmet need around keeping senior centers open. We know some have closed and some will eventually close just because we don't have any additional funding to even keep the buildings updated. A lot of them are outdated, and when there are outdated buildings, of course, it needs more maintenance. So as you have seen in this administration, there has been just that large unmet need. So I just want to let you know there are differences in the agencies receiving support. There is already inequity in funding that is being disseminated by state governments for capital improvements, such as New Mexico. They commit House Bill 2 and additional capital improvement funds where for New Mexico centers, and Arizona and Utah do not support centers. So there is going to be differences around the repairs and maintenance, just because there's really a lack of support for Utah and Arizona senior centers. And then also just to keep in mind that to the extent if chapters are responsible for assisting with repairs, some are, and this is a larger issue that needs to be resolved. There is the need for, I think Shama Amber Crotty has continually advocated for a set aside to try to address this. And to this day, senior center program, the Adultex program, each year has to rely on either personal lapse funds or either some additional funding. I know that OPBP helped out in supporting the program and allocating additional dollars. So there is always a large unmet need. So these issues are going to remain until we actually start tackling it and addressing it. Senior centers were open during the pandemic. I want to thank them for their contributions for providing meals, but as far as I know, there is always going to be an unmet, that the list that you have is what we have. So as far as chapters, like I said, these are the inequities that we see. As far as wellness centers, the information that you received in that spreadsheet is not accurate. There is some information in there that differs only because we were creating our Indian Health Service budgets at the time. And in the Indian Health Service budgets, we are supporting some of the projects that are listed on here, and not every single one of them. The new centers that remain on there are the Window Rock Center. It's a replacement facility. It is a replacement facility for the Window Rock Wellness Center near the fairgrounds. The modular building is approximately 15 years old. It will require design, demolition, and construction. Hopefully the new facility will be 40,000 square feet. That will include indoor fitness area, cardio, weight room, restrooms, basketball court, and that's around the 6.7 million. There's going to be a new Tuba City Wellness Center, 3 acres near the old airport. The chapter has verbally confirmed land use, and they are in an existing modular building in Tuba City, but that's 20 to 25 years old, and that will be demolished. The modular building is located near in the Tuba City Regional Healthcare Corporation area. And this cost is about a little over 7 million, and that will include demolition of the existing center, design and construction of a new wellness center as well at 25,000 square feet, including the same areas. For the Chinle one, that will be a new wellness center at 6.4 million. That land is located near the old airport, and the chapter has verbally confirmed land use. Currently, there's no wellness center in the Chinle area. The project will both include design and construction of a new center at an estimated 25,000 square feet. Maintenance and repairs that you mentioned is around 715,000, mainly related to COVID-related repairs and maintenance. As you all know, that the wellness centers were all were considered pod sites for the Health Command Operations Center now for a little over going into 2 years or more. They continue to operate, and they were the arteries to providing food to COVID patients and their families through referrals from the health facilities. And the wellness centers were basically closed during that time. And so there is a lot of repairs that need to be made, and those would need to happen before they reopen. The HVAC system is supporting all 7 facilities on the Navajo Nation. And when we keep saying HVAC issues, this isn't just one program issue. It's actually an issue with Division of Behavioral and Mental Health Services. It's also an issue with senior centers. And I just encourage you to think that this is one way when we're thinking about infrastructure. that we need to maintain these facilities for them to continue to operate safely. And especially during COVID, we really talked about indoor air quality. Indoor air quality is one way that we all need to work on improving our own indoor air quality, excuse me. Then the fire protection service system is for all centers as well. And that's a little over 200,000 within the 715,000. So those will be for maintenance and repairs. It's covering all facilities. And I think you had questioned that it was only for certain areas, and it really isn't. With the new constructions with facilities, we don't have that many facilities on the Navajo Nation that are operable. Crown Point is the newest facility that we have. And then the other facilities that were listed on your spreadsheet were Kayenta and Shiprock, but those two facilities are being funded by the Special Diabetes Program. So there is a lot of cost sharing with the existing dollars that the congressional dollars that we're using to cost share to make sure that these wellness centers are built. So there are staff across the Navajo Nation that are providing out prevention activities, but these wellness centers will have to require additional staffing and funding. And there will have to be a shift in the way the wellness center, the special diabetes probably operates in order to fill the gap for staffing. And also like towns like Kayenta and also like Crown Point. And if you're really looking at community development and infrastructure, and I know that there is capabilities in looking at how to use supplemental funding or other dollars in order to support these additional wellness centers as well. So right now, the existing wellness centers, as I mentioned, is about Window Rock, Dilcon, and Crown Point are the only facilities. And obviously, that's an insufficient amount for over 180,000 individuals that are possibly residing off on the reservation and living to access centers. We do have a center in East Nazbus, but that's a smaller facility. So with the special diabetes program, I think to make the point, as I mentioned, if we're providing access to physical activity in order to build healthy communities while we are sort of recovering and not figuring out where we're going with the pandemic. But I think the health and well-being of our citizens and the Navajo people are very important. So with the wellness centers, I hope that answers your question. The additional funding that they have, there are already funding for outdoor recreation for like the junk food. The Junk Food Act, I think, has funding that goes back to the communities, and those are a lower cost where communities and chapters can build trails and biking areas and wellness activities. And that tax that we receive for drinking soda, and the intention of that Junk Food Tax Act is basically to encourage people to eat healthy and be discouraged to drink soda, but sometimes that's not the case. There are probably revenues from that because it is very hard to change our lifestyle sometimes. So as there are revenues that are continue to accrue, and we just want to thank the delegates for approving that. There are other dollars and funding for these outdoor recreation areas that we have. And then I just want to address that question around the outdoor recreation as well. In regards to the detox facility, there are the detox facilities, there are the costs for those, and basically at the forefront of our mental and emotional health all have been severely impacted during the pandemic. We have seen increases of substance use and mental health needs. We do need to expand services for our relatives to safely and comfortably start recovering their home. Detox facilities require a higher level of care because a patient may require medical treatment. Integration of medical staffing to residential centers will meet this requirement. So the proposed location for that is the Shiprock location. There is the Navajo Regional Behavioral Mental Health Center. So there's already an existing facility, and with all other issues that we had talked about in maintaining buildings, the residential treatment center is requiring a lot of repairs at the moment. And I think it's time that we do have the opportunity to include this service as an extension, an additional service. There are different levels of care, as you mentioned. There's a level 2D, it's an ambulatory detoxification with an extended on-site monitoring. So it's a day hospital service. For an example, it is an outpatient service monitored by appropriately credentialed and licensed nurses. So the level of nursing and facilities it is doable. There is another option. It's a level 3 7D medically monitored inpatient detoxification. It's also known as a freestanding detoxification center and provides 24-hour medically supervised detoxification services of evaluation and has withdrawal management. And that will require a physician. And when we're talking about detox, transitional, and outpatient residential treatment services, the funding to staff these are available. Currently, the Division of Behavioral and Mental Health Services, as we are reorganizing and restructuring and refocusing the division, we're looking at I would say, over $63 million at this point that is still funded under the Indian Health Service contract. So there needs to be a lot of work done. Our funding does not allow us to construct, and this will allow us to construct and build facilities that are permanent and can last long. And we do have the funding to continue to operate it and manage it and cover personnel and operating costs. The other location for a detox center would be in the Gallup area. And in addition to that, it's a potential location if we do purchase the Gurmirco site for the new Gallup Indian Medical Center. And I think this would be a good combination, as we know, you would need to be near a medical facility in order to provide a higher level of detox services. So that is another location that's incorporated into this particular area that you have been talking about. So if all of the projects get funded, the Department of Health IHS contract received $22 million for behavioral health needs, and that will support a Tuba City location that will include a detox and outpatient treatment center. So if both projects get funded, and the Indian Health Service one is already funded, in total, at the end of this, we should have 3 new detox facilities across the Navajo Nation. In addition to the transitional housing that you talked about, the need is very large, and there's no detox facility on the Navajo Nation. Individuals receiving ongoing treatment for substance use disorder require continued assistance to become independent and self-sufficient. Transitioning back into society is part of recovery. So we need a safe place for those going through recovery and meeting their goals to be independent. So the proposed transitional housing location is in Chinle, which we're renovating an existing building. And in the existing building for the transitional housing is basically to renovate the existing building to include not only transitional housing, but also to include an inpatient residential treatment program, which we don't have. So DBMHS is having ongoing conversations with the chapter, and I hope they resolve some of the issues. Currently, the building is 10 to 15 years old. The residential inpatient services did shut down over 10 years ago, and the outpatient services have only been provided. But there are issues with the building based on the age of it. As I mentioned, the current foundation is not stable, and the building will have to be brought up to code. And we do receive maintenance and improvement funds from Indian Health Service, and that will cover some of the repairs currently at $2 million. And we will still need some additional funding to support the repairs and maintenance of that building. The transitional housing is completed. It should support about 8 to 10 beds, and it will help patients transition back into society. So all in all, this transitional housing is just, it won't be just one transitional housing. It will continue to include an outpatient treatment center and inpatient residential services in one location. And as I mentioned, there are no transitional housing that's allocated under the Indian Health Service funds. So I just wanted to make those comments to the staff and Honorable Slater and Honorable Freeland and Speaker and council members. So back to you.
Dr. Jim, thank you for your response in regards to the areas around Navajo Department of Health. And always thank you for your work too, Dr. Jim, to you and your department. Next up, I wanted to have Mr. JT Willie respond to Honorable Slater's questions, comments, and concerns too. Mr. Willie?
Yes, Shania, Honorable Freeland. Good evening, Honorable Chairs, Speaker Damon, and also members of the 24th Navajo Council and the Naabik'íyáti Committee. I am going to respond to the remarks, concerns from Honorable Slater. Going to the section dedicated to the Division of Economic Development, we had proposed the following projects, which were outlined based off of our what we have been contributing to overall consensus for the American Rescue Plan. If honorable members can recall, under the CARES Fund, our dedication was geared towards economic relief for businesses and artisans. This next go round, we're appreciative to the opportunity to project development and management. The first one is in regards to the SSBCI. The Navajo Nation Division of Economic Development was charged with finding alternative resources for funding capacities for our entrepreneurs, private sector, small businesses. So therefore, under the American Rescue Plan at the federal level, the Navajo Nation applied to its notice of intent to participate in what is known as the SSBCI, or State Small Business Credit Initiative. I do have this program designated under one of my staff, Mr. Douglas Capitan, who has been the lead with our Department of Justice to submit eligibility criteria as well as also requirements to the Department of Treasury based off of the application status that was submitted. And in our development of the program, it's been going over, I would say we're going into over a year now of this application process. The hindrance from the Treasury level has been extending the deadline, but has also given us opportunity to really evaluate some of the areas of what is the SSBCI program going to be for the Navajo Nation. So our allotment that is going to be coming to the nation is about 89 million. However, these are geared towards specific project funded opportunities for businesses. So to answer the question of the partners that are going to be established under this program, the Navajo Nation Division of Economic Development put the $5 million expenditure plan together to support those administrative costs for our partners that we will be working with, which include Navajo CDFI, Change Labs, and the Net Chamber. Through our consultations with the three entities, the Department of Justice plus my office evaluated each one of these partners to develop a hierarchy of support through this SSBCI program. 89 million is not enough. We understand that. So therefore, in the requirements outlined by the SSBCI, we are not able to use portions of those funds for administrative costs or capacity management for our three partners. So therefore, the funding that we're seeking is going to support our main partner, which is going to be the NCDFI and Change Labs. Our Dinet Chamber is going to be more of a technical support unit that we are looking to administer and assist with the application process through the SSBCI program. So therefore, under this program, we're looking to move forward the loan guarantee, the loan participation, and lastly, the venture capital funding, depending on some of the timelines that we are looking at. And in the response to timelines, The initial application was due on May 11th, which the nation had submitted. And therefore, the extension did happen, and that's now been moved to September of this year. However, because of the necessary components needed once the funds become available, we want to be able to meet those requirements in time for the funds to be designated to the Navajo Nation, which will be the Division of Economic Development. And then therefore, in some other phrases, subgranted to our partners to manage those 3 programs on behalf of the Navajo Nation. There is some additional requirements that are going to be submitted, and those timelines will be coming up, which is July 11th, is the technical assistance and the technical program establishment of the SSBCI operational budget for 2023 to 2033. So in looking at in this program, it's going to be developed in a phase. So phase 1 will include this initial start off program, which we are seeking to get the nation's support through its designation of ARPA funding for our 3 partners to assist in this process. Because these are timeline designated funds on the nation side, we have until now, until December 30th of 2026 to use those initial $5 million. At that point, based off of our projections and analysis, the entities that we have designated in place with the support of the division should be able to administer the program continuously into a phase 2 and a phase 3, which is looking at January 1st, 2027 to December 30th, 2030, and phase 3 from January 1st, 2031 to December 30th, 2033. At that point, our capacity for lending and small loan guarantees, as well as loan participation programs, should be coming back to the Navajo Nation. And then therefore, those fundings based off of interest or any sort of other loan specifications coming back will help to be designated to continuously fund administrative plus those of the capacity of each one of these entities moving forward. I'm really appreciative to the work of all 3 entities in working with us to develop this process. It has been ongoing, and therefore, because of the crucial analysis that we have done on all 3 of our partners, have established the areas that we are looking to move them forward and help them and assist us, because one of the 3 entities have been very instrumental in working with the small business community. So therefore, I hope that suffices the answer for the $5 million use on behalf of the division's use of the ARPA funding. In regards to the travel centers, we had designated a list of travel centers, which include Dinosaur Tracks, Shiprock Visitor Center, the Winter Rock Visitor Center, which is at 16.1. That's the Economic Development Tourism heading. And those are the ones that we had designated. They all are accompanied by the initial feasibility studies. Honorable Slater, I did let the program manager know for our tourism department that we will be sending those for reference, as well as to honorable members, because that's how we had initially come up with some of these projects. The dinosaur tracks could have been a higher dollar amount, but because of the work of our tourism department's initiative to seek alternative resource funding with their grant writing experience, we're able to resource some funding opportunities to fund those feasibility studies, as well as to begin some initial project development for the dinosaur tracks out in Western Navajo. So therefore, we will be compiling the additional supporting documentation necessary for the those particular projects were tourism related. The capacity of our tourism is also in partnership with not only the Division of Economic Development, but in partnership with regional chapters that these particular projects will be located in. They also include the relationships that our tourism department has strongly held to with the state, as well as also with the county. And so therefore, continuous efforts to kind of seek alternative resources and funding, not only those related to funds, but also those related to employee management capacity to support projects. And the feasibility, there's also responses and answers that will seek to provide further clarification of return of investment and funding, kind of like the tripler effect that we did with our Church Rock development. The last portion, which includes the Church Rock and Twin Lakes well, those two projects again are separate to what their intent is to support the industrial location located at Church Rock. Because of the upgrades and because of the necessary needs to support these particular projects, they are two different entities needed in supporting the industrial park out there at the Church Rock location. This also includes possibilities for us to expand its capabilities for recycling, as well as also additional facilities needed, not particular to just Randall House, but also another entity that may be interested in participating based off of the performance of the current industrial manufacturing location there. And so the site itself the projects itself is looking to support the overall capacity based off of the Twin Lakes well, because this is for the pump and mortar located there at Twin Lakes to increase the water demand from the Gallup regional system to the industrial park. And then the other one there is for the construction of the water lines to bring the additional capacity to the entire park located there at Church Rock, as I mentioned, to sustain and also bring feasibility for additional possible developments that we are looking to do there. As we know, there's a current warehouse that's been abandoned just east of the Rhino House, and that's another particular location that the nation's looking to move forward and support as we move forward in the development phase there. I do have a multiplier effect based off of the economic impacts. I'm not sure if honorable members have received this, but I'll be sending that out in regards to the industrial park. And I will be also including some additional information at the conclusion of my response here. And again, the project manager who has been working on this particular area is Ms. Charlene Bigay-Platero plus Mr. Tony Perry. Each one of these areas are divided up into different departments within our division. And then last and foremost, I don't know if this was a question related to the Nahat Adzil water line. This there supports the current facility at Sanders because this is an independent well system that the current market is located at. We are looking to bring a more feasible water line system in there because we are going to be going into expansion with an additional gas station plus additional buildings there located at the market at Sanders. So at this time, Shana, Honorable Freeland, I'll be turning it back over to you.
Mr. Willie, I'm going to go ahead and give it over to Dr. Yellowman.
Dr. Yellowman.
Okay, yeah, Nana. And thank you, Delegate Slater, for the question. I'll be as brief as possible. With the 50 million going to the 110 chapters, the allocation is roughly at $454,545. We have not opened a housing portal, but we do have a housing portal on standby. There is a screening process. There is an assessment process. There is a determination of size of the home, which will equate to the total number of homes that can be purchased with the 454,000. So for example, if a resident in a local chapter community is in need or requests for a 1-bedroom, there's variations. So we've been working with NECA on stick bill, and we also have been working with a company that could potentially meet the demand of manufactured homes, and potentially working with this legislation on the manufacturing company through this legislation that is proposed as well to help bring down some of the costs. The short answer is roughly 3 to 4 homes with the 454,000 at totaling a little over 330 homes throughout Navajo Nation, potentially with this allocation. Thank you. I can be available for additional questions if they do come up. Speaker and Delegate Freeland, Mr. Chief of Staff and Mr. JZ Zerline can also speak a little bit more into detail about the manufacturing and the potential use and location of the manufacturing. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yellowman. If we could go ahead and have Mr. Zorline speak next. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Freeland. Good evening to everyone on the call. In the interest of brevity, I will be brief. The Veterans Housing Program and the candidates we have selected to receive homes with this $50 million were based on needs-based criteria that was approved through our current housing program policies. Again, to be brief, I will just give numbers by delegate district for where we anticipate to be able to build these homes. For Delegate Crotty, quantity of 12. Delegate Slater, quantity of 5. Charlene So, 9. Daniel So, 3. Wanika, 9. Yazi Edmund, 5. Elmer Begay, 11. Eugene So, 3. Newton, 10. Daniels, 4. Yellow Hair, 1. Kealan Begay, 3. Freeland, 2. Brown, 3. Otto So, 2. Paul Begay, 7. Alona, 10. Smith, 7. Nez, 11. Damon, 1. Walker, 1. James, 23. And Stewart, 8. So based on the needs of the first 150 veterans on our list, that covers 23 of the 24 different delegate regions. Delegate Haino is the only delegate that does not have a qualified veteran on the first 150 homes, and in the first 320, he only has 1 qualified veteran. So again, our criteria was based on needs of the individual applicants without consideration to the geographical location. And just real quick, the breakout by agency, Shiprock has 42, Chinle 12, Western Agency 17, Fort Defiance Agency 68, and Eastern Agency 11 for a total of 150 veterans homes. Thank you, Delegate Freeland.
Akila, Mr. Zorline. Next, I want to have Mr. Charlie address some of the questions that were raised and concerns that were raised by my Honorable Slater. Mr. Charlie. Maybe he needs to star 6. Mr. Charlie? We'll come back to Mr. Charlie. I want to have Mr. Tom Platero summarize as well. Mr. Platero?
Delegate Freeland, members of the Naabik'íyáti committee. There weren't really any questions for broadband. Delegate Slater did acknowledge that he understands that there's a process that's still being developed, but the intent is to involve everybody, all the stakeholders on the Navajo Nation, including the educational entities on the Navajo Nation. So we're trying to cast as wide a web as we can. Mr. Delegate Freeland, thank you.
I think that pretty much summarizes it up, Speaker. Response wise. Speaker Damon?
Oh, sorry, someone muted me. Oh, with that, thank you, Honorable Freeland. Let me go ahead and go back to the floor, or the queue, actually. Madam Chair Charles Newton, floor is yours at this time.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Madam Chair.
Okay, great. Thank you, Speaker, and also colleagues. Thank you for this conversation. Number one, I do want to point out that I would like to add on to what Delegate Crotty stated about asking questions and not getting the answers. On May 2nd at 11:01 a.m., I did send Miss Yellowman, an email asking about the housing data. And since she had brought it up, saying that information was used to, since she had that information readily available. I thought I was going to get it right away, but to date, I haven't received it yet. And it doesn't surprise me at all. But, we did ask questions specifically about, how that information was gathered. And the reason why I asked that question was because we have a lot of people in the Shiprock community who have requested for housing, and I don't know where their application went. And I know that they did go to the chapter house and they were told that there was no funding. They continue to be told that there's no funding. Yet I look at our budget for the chapter and we do have funding available. And by chapter resolution that was passed, there's supposed to be a housing committee that's supposed to be reviewing the requests that come in, but none of that has happened. And then on top of that, delegates, it's election year. When the chapter is turning away our people, they're not giving them a letter. And I always talk about how, like with Social Security, when people apply for Social Security or any type of benefits, even VA benefits, if they're denied, that denial is given to them in a letter along with instructions on how they can contest it or how they can appeal the decisions that were made. I believe all of our chapters on the Navajo Nation, when they turn away our Navajo people, they're telling them verbally, and they're not providing any type of letters, denial letters to them, or they're not providing any information or recourse on how they can try to address the issues that they're facing. And so there was a comment made earlier about, how we all see the dilapidated homes. We see, our elders living in, poor living conditions. And I agree. I see that all the time in my Shiprock community. And yet, we, the 24th Navajo Nation Council, talk about a slap in the face. We talk about seeing that in our community. And we bought a home in Washington, D.C. that still needs renovation, that is dilapidated itself. We bought it over market price. And we want to sit here and we want to talk about, our elders and the living conditions that they're in. Where was that discussion when we were talking about that Washington, D.C. house? Where was those arguments that we should be taking care of our elders and our people here, taking care of them here on the Navajo Nation first? Where were those arguments? They weren't made. And so, it's really kind of funny that now we're suddenly, let's remember our elders. Let's remember our people that, are living in these poor living conditions. They've been living in those conditions now for years. And, council did pass, I believe it was an amendment to help with the burnouts across Navajo Nation. And that was vetoed by Jonathan Naz. And I just don't understand, how we can sit here and say that, we're trying to do it for our people. We're trying to do it for those who are living in these types of conditions when we tried to pass legislation to address burnouts for those people whose homes burned down, and that was vetoed by President Jonathan Naz. And then, we turn around and we buy a house in Washington, D.C. So in terms of the housing, I still haven't got that information yet. I know that I did meet with 9 families, and some of them were burnouts, 6 burnouts during COVID in my community, 6 people who lost their homes. And to date, they have not been given any information on what kind of assistance they can get from the Navajo Nation. We have one family that their house literally was swept up in a mudslide, and they lost the bottom portion of their home. And to this day, this elderly couple is living in a shed house. And to me, we are not addressing those issues. And I have zero confidence in Division of Community Development. Zero confidence. And I've said that on the record, and I'll say it again. I just don't think that the leadership is there, and I really worry about giving them money for housing. I don't see why we can't just give contractors money, why we just can't work with them, to build homes at a faster rate, instead of having to give funding directly to Window Rock when nothing has been done. And there's like a turnover in Division of Community Development where, people have retired, people have left, people have been let go of, and it just is really just a shame that suddenly now we're hearing, oh, well, we can handle the housing needs. I can say honestly that I don't agree with giving Division of Community Development any funding. Maybe the next administration, will have, maybe they'll have better luck in moving forward with some of these issues. But right now with housing, I can't even get any information for housing. And so it's really just a shame that, simple information, as Delegate Crotty stated, we have been asking for this information since the very first work session that we had, and we still haven't gotten that information. How else do you guys want us to say it? I sent an email. I CC'd the entire 24th Navajo Nation Council, and I can say again, to date, I haven't received that information. I need to know how many of the people in the Shiprock community came in asking for housing renovation, how many people were denied, what was the reason for their denial, how many came in because of burnout, how many came in because they needed new homes. I need to know those numbers. And right now, I have asked for those numbers. I've asked for them in the past, and I still haven't been given that information. So it's really just a shame that this administration continues to state on the record that they have the data, that they've been meeting with the chapters, but they can't share that information with delegates, and they expect us to give them millions of dollars. That's the first thing that I do want to point out. The second is that this legislation it is really concerning, because it doesn't have any funding for our third branch of government, the judicial branch. As chairwoman for the Law and Order Committee, I find offense to that fact that our people need help to stay safe in their homes. And we just got a report this morning from Delegate Crotty about the issues that our great Navajo Nation faces with crime and with sexual assault, and then also the federal cases that get declined or that fall through the cracks. And I can say that the judicial branch originally came to council asking for $27.1 million from ARPA to address some of the backlog cases and to prepare their buildings for COVID, and basically, to open their facilities to the public to provide services to them, and then to hire personnel to assist their courts, or to assist our Navajo Nation courts. I can say that crime didn't stop because of COVID. There wasn't even a pause. If you look at the call for services that are being reported right now from the police department, It's really just a shame that public safety is not really even addressed in this ARPA legislation. We have money going to dinosaur tracks, and I'll even say it. We have money going to the shiprock tourism, but we don't have any money going to any of the facilities to address public safety needs. And that really is a shame that, a decision was made by somebody that these were not eligible for ARPA money. But thankfully, when we went to Washington, D.C., we did learn, colleagues, that this funding is available for public safety because public safety is considered to be first responders. So some of this money can be used to help assist with the substations. I know that Delegate Charlene So has been, asking about substations for her, Utah communities, especially the one in Annis. Delegate Chair Henio, is talking about his substations for his satellite, for the satellite communities. And then we also have Delegate Halona, who talked about the first responders substation that he wanted to get more information for. So this funding actually could be used for those first responders substations. Originally, we thought that the police station, was the substation for the police department, but we learned actually because they house EMT and fire department that they're actually considered first responders substation. And some of the senators were really surprised and shocked to hear that this ARPA money could not be used for those first responders substations. So we do have a scheduled meeting with the Department of Treasury to get the answers directly from them. But it's really just a shame now that we are moving this legislation forward and there's nothing in here to address the public safety needs of our Navajo people. And this is COVID. Our EMT, our police department, our firefighters were out there on the front lines. They were the ones who are providing assistance to the community because they were in need. And yes, we might have had some chapter officials out there. We might have had some, chapter managers and coordinators out there, but I can promise you our first responders were the first ones out there, and they were the ones who were putting their lives on the line to help assist our Navajo people. And to look at this legislation and not see any of that being addressed within this legislation is really just a shame. In that same token, our courts were inundated with temporary protection orders. They also saw an increase in cases being filed. Their buildings, they weren't protected from COVID. They actually were, they were there as well. And many of our court administration were coming down with COVID. Chief Justice Joanne Jane came before this council and she had to beg for more funding, which would be, which would try to address the backlog of cases and what the courts were seeing. And it's really shameful when you have the third branch of government that's not even included in this legislation. How greedy is the executive branch and the legislative branch that they didn't even include the judicial branch in the 10% funds that were originally taken off and at the top with the ARPA funds. And yet we talk about the three-branch government. It just seems to me that a lot of this, what has been said is really just a lot of words when really our actions of the 24th Navajo Nation Council states otherwise. And I am so glad to see that, people are starting to take recognition of that. People are starting to remember a lot of these things that were decided during COVID that really haven't been addressed. Right now, the Navajo Nation Judicial Branch is requesting $15 million, $15,780,047 in ARPA funds. And the purpose of this is to maintain their operations and their critical infrastructure within the Navajo Nation courts, which includes their courts, their peacemaking programs, their probation and parole services. And they're also working to protect the health and well-being of the public and personnel, and also to facilitate recovery of operations to full capacity. This funding request actually represents a decrease of more than 11.3 million from the previous request that the judicial branch made, which was included in legislation 0257-21 as an amendment. This revised request has been deemed eligible already by the Navajo Department of Justice, and it's outlined in the approval process for the requesting funds. The use of these funds, these ARPA funds, are going to be used to address the court case backlog that was directly addressed by the U.S. Treasury Department in its final rule, and it is an eligible use of ARPA funds. These requested funds are going to support 58 new positions. Those positions are like the district court, judicial hearing officer, court clerks, probation, parole services, report writers, and the list goes on. The judicial branch program and courts are going to utilize these funds to address the backlog of court cases to help facilitate the court program operations for recovery to full capacity. We need our courts open just like we need our chapter houses open. And it's also going to address the increased workload as it expands its services. In addition to that, the court is planning to use those funds also for personnel expenses like operating funds that are budgeted to ensure that they continue with outreach, training, continued implementation of the COVID-19 safety measures, information technology equipment and improvement, and the judicial branch facilities. All of that will be upgraded to meet the safety mandates for prevention and mitigation of COVID-19. We have to remember, colleagues, that the judicial branch was open through the entire COVID-19 pandemic. At the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, the judicial branch implemented I think it was a COOP, the Continuity of Operations Plan, I believe is the name of that plan that was presented to council in order to, inform our constituents that the courts was still open. And they also maintained essential service workloads and caseloads. I believe in July of 2020, the court did provide a roadmap of full capacity to help assist the expanding services as public health conditions did allow at that time. So the court did provide that information to us as colleagues, 24th Navajo Nation Council, and really to try to give us an idea of how they were planning to continue to work to address the the cases that were coming in through the process. So at that time, staff were coming down with COVID, and so it was kind of back and forth. So the courts were basically, they had to shut down in order to continue to keep going, which kind of sounds like, it sounds, I guess, a little bit backwards, but that was really the only way that they could operate, was they had to close their doors to the public in order to keep going within the courts. The funds, the ARPA funds, are going to also be used to assist and provide improvements in the court and program services to the public and to the Navajo Nation. And I think it's just really safe to say that the judicial branch, was severely impacted by the coronavirus, by COVID-19, and it created a backlog for over a 2-year period. And so a lot of that included the temporary protection orders that were being filed with the court. And also we've heard the probate cases. So a lot of our constituents are coming forward and they're talking about, how justice is now being, it's being interrupted right now because their cases are not being, they're not being heard. And a lot of that was because we didn't give the judicial branch the funding that they needed in order to get, to have their services restored. I find it very interesting that we go into council chambers right now and, as delegates were protected by these glass, these plastic sheetings or plexiglass, to help protect us. And yet we as a council, we haven't even returned back to the council chambers yet. Occasionally, you might have 5, 6, delegates there in the chambers, but we have not been required to return back to chambers, and yet the chambers is ready and it's prepared for us to return. The courts didn't, they didn't have that luxury. they made do with what we gave them, and it wasn't very much. And then when we finally gave them the CARES money, we gave them such a short time to implement, some of these safeguards in order for their employees to come back. At this point, I am asking on behalf of the judicial branch that we include them in this legislation. I think that they have been really good because they came down. Originally, they were asking for $27.1 million. And today, after going back, looking at federal funds, looking at, their specific needs, they've come down to $15,780,047. And I think that, as Delegate Otto so stated, this is certainly a branch that should not have to come to council asking for. I'm gonna correct myself, and I'm gonna say they should not have to come to council begging for this money. And it is a shame that the Nez Leiser administration created this plan and did not include the judicial branch as part of being, as combating COVID and being an important part to our Navajo people and to our way of life. It's just really a shame because we know that the justice system is required for our nation to be able to function. So I'm asking you colleagues right now, I'd like to make a motion to amend this legislation to include that $15 million that the judicial branch is asking for. I believe that that amendment was sent out to everyone at 7:02 p.m. and it was sent out by Ms. Dana Barbroff. And so, Speaker, that is my motion at this time. And colleagues, I'd like to respectfully ask that we do give the judicial branch the funding that they need so that they can address the court cases that are currently backlogged and to help assist our Navajo people in seeking the justice that they need. Thank you. Hello, Speaker, are you still there?
Yes, we are. We're just getting it ready.
Speaker, Delegate, so I trying to look for that amendment and I don't see it in my email. Thank you.
I'm trying to make sure what time was sent out and everything. Hold on, colleagues. What was it sent out? 2. It was sent out at 2 o'clock by Miss Dana Barbroff. Was it? Oh, she didn't send it to everybody. Okay, we're resending it. We're resending it out right now, colleagues.
Thank you.
I got Dana. Honorable so and the rest of the Naabik'íyáti committee members, you should be having that amendment now. If not, it's running over the mountain, running over the Table Mesa. Should be at you right now. With that, Mr. Rico, I think it, or we could pull it up on the, if you're on Zoom, it's right here on Zoom. Mr. Rico, if you could read that into the record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, Amendment number 1 on page 1, line 22, after projects, insert _ judicial branch projects, colon or semicolon, end of new language. 2 on page 6, line 17, after projects, insert _ judicial branch projects, end of new language. 3 on page 14, line 16, delete overstrike $79,487,500 and insert $74,487,500. 4 on page 15, line 2, delete subparagraph number 4, including exhibits as follows. Overstrike 4, health storage warehouse as other public health services, expenditure category 1.4, as set forth in Exhibit F-4, with administrative oversight by the Office of the President and Vice President, and legislative oversight by the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. End of overstrike. 5, on page 15, line 29, delete overstrike $45,462,398 and insert $34,682,351. 6, on page 16, line 2, delete subparagraph 1, including exhibits as follows. Subparagraph 1, overstrike $5 million to the Division of Economic Development for the administration of the Navajo Small Business Credit Initiative as provision of government services, expenditure category 6.1, as set forth in Exhibit G-1, with administrative oversight by the Office of the President and Vice President, and legislative oversight by the Research and Development Committee. End of overstrike. 7, on page 16, line 20, delete overstrike 7, page 16, line 20, delete overstrike $16,100,000 and insert $10,319,953. 8, the NNFRF office, with the assistance of the Division of Economic Development, shall submit a revised Exhibit G-1 to the Office of Legislative Services consistent with this amendment. 9, on page 24, line 18, insert new section as follows. New section _ section 12, approval of judicial branch expenditure plan. Paragraph A, the Navajo Nation hereby approves and adopts the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund judicial branch. A, the Navajo Nation hereby approves and adopts the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Judicial Branch Expenditure Plan set forth in Exhibits N and N-1. B, the Navajo Nation hereby approves total funding for the NNFRF Judicial Branch Expenditure Plan from the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund to the judicial branch in the total amount of $15,780,047. Paragraph C, the $15,780,047 of NNFRF funding to the judicial branch is allocated as economic impact assistance, other expenditure category 2.372, and shall be distributed to the Navajo Nation judicial districts as set forth in Exhibits N-1. Paragraph D, the requirement in CJY-41-21, Section 3F, to establish a contingency reserve for NNFRF economic development construction projects shall be implemented on a case-by-case basis through resolutions approved by the Navajo Nation Council and enacted pursuant to 2 NNC Section 164A-17 and 2 NNC Section 1005 C-10, 11, and 12. End of new language. 10, insert new exhibits in and N-1. 11, renumber letters succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The council and committee hereby authorize Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel to correct technical errors, including adjustment of comprehensive dollar amounts and insertion of adjusted exhibits consistent with the intent of this amendment. This amendment supersedes all inconsistent language in any other committee or council amendment. Also included with this amendment are the new exhibits in and N-1. Mr. Speaker.
All 39.
Minus the exhibit. Minus the amendment.
Okay. With colleagues, with the entire amendment, there's 39, 41 pages that's attached. That colleagues, on amendment number 1 on legislation 0086-21. Motion by Madam Chair Charles Newton. Is there a second? Going twice.
Chair, I second.
One more. Charlene, so that almost later. In the queue on amendment 1. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to Delegate Charles Newton for this amendment. I guess a comment first, and that is I emailed the 24th Council earlier today and asked if, or maybe it was yesterday rather, if there are amendments that were going to be offered that delegates could at least inform the council what those amendments would be so that we as committee members of NABI would have adequate time to review them. And it's just a shame that that didn't happen, because I think this is a worthy amendment. But as you said, Speaker, it's 41 pages, and it seems like it was prepared in advance, and I just wish I'd had the opportunity to review this so I could be more informed in making a decision instead of reading 41 pages at 8:44 p.m. today. Second, my question is, in the amendment language, there are some deletions from certain items, and one of them is clearly stated, deleting the SSBCI funding, deleting the warehouse funding, but some of the other ones are, it looks like reducing amounts in certain programs, but it's not clearly stated. It just says, on page X, line X. And I would just like an overview of the programs that will either be deleted or reduced from the legislation. So essentially just a summary of what we're taking out in order to add this in. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Are there any other comments, questions, colleagues, at this time before I go back to the sponsor? If not, Madam Chair, Charles Newman, I'll come back to you.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Delegate Slater, for those questions. So just to be clear, the amendment, as I guess, just as a recap, colleagues, we did get an email from Office of Legislative Counsel, our Chief Counsel, Dana Bobroff, and she did state that there's an overwhelming number of delegates who are sending in amendments, and she was trying to get them completed. So this particular amendment wasn't completed until this afternoon. However, we had to run it through judicial branch in order to get, I guess, maybe confirmation or to get their okay in the way that the language was stated, since we were working with the judicial branch to try to address their needs and to make sure that the funding was corrected. And so, in all honesty, this particular amendment wasn't ready, probably not for the last maybe hour is when we finally got the confirmation that everything looked to be okay. And I do apologize. I should have sent it out right at that moment. I thought that it was. I thought it was sent out at 7:02, and I just realized that it was only sent to me. It was not sent to the entire 24th Navajo Nation Council. So for that reason, I do apologize. But again, it was really officially done at 7:02 this evening. In terms of the deletion of the SBCI funding in the warehouse, I can say with the SBCI funding that there's still funding that will be available to small businesses, which is why we took funding from that particular section of the legislation. And then in terms of the warehouse, the concern, and I believe that there were some delegates that did bring this concern in as well, and that concern is that this warehouse, there's not very much information on where it's going to be provided, and it's centrally located. One of the issues that we ran into during COVID was the state of New Mexico was making donations to the New Mexico chapters, hoping, that that the chapters would be getting some assistance with the donations that were being made. However, those donations were being collected there in Winter Rock, and there was never really any information provided about the donations. So there was a lot of confusion coming out from Santa Fe and then coming to chapters here in the New Mexico chapters with the donations that were being made. My understanding is that the donations were being collected there in Winter Rock and they were being dispersed. And it's good that our Navajo people were getting assistance. However, the state of New Mexico did, state that they were not happy with that because the donations were made within the state boundaries of the state of New Mexico. And to date, there hasn't been any, any feedback provided by the president's office the way that the distributions were being made. I did report to the state of New Mexico, to Santa Fe, that Shiprock did not get any of those donations. And so they were very surprised to hear that. And I say that because the Shiprock chapter house did not have one distribution the entire year of 2020. They never made an announcement to the Navajo people that they were going to be distributing any food, any PPE, anything of that nature. So when Santa Fe, when the representatives and senators and even Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham's often called to ask, if the donations were sufficient, I was really surprised, and I did tell them that, as far as I know, Shiprock didn't receive any donations. And so that's where there was a lot of, questions that were being posed to Winter Rock, and those questions have yet to be answered. So it has been, and I believe the same thing happened as well.
Madam Chair, we could barely hear you.
Can you guys hear me now? Hello, speaker?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Okay. So I apologize for that. I'm pulling over right now. I apologize, colleague. We had a death in the family, so we're barely returning from that. So I am on the road. I just pulled over. So very quickly, so in terms of the warehouse, I know that there was questions about whether this warehouse was going to be centrally located in Winter Rock. As a delegate, I disagree with it being centrally located in Winter Rock. I think that these warehouses should either be located within the agency or with the chapters themselves. And I know that some chapters have already taken the initiative and built warehouses at their chapter houses as well, which is why we decided to take from that funding and give to the judicial branch. Again, right now we don't have anything, any funds going to the judicial branch, and we, talk about it being the third branch of government. So this is based on the plan, and it really was difficult, to try to figure out which programs, we felt that, the funding should be, funding should be taken from that program, and then which programs we should eliminate. As far as the warehouses, I did eliminate that one just because I do think that the warehouses should be built at the chapters, where chapters can help to assist their community and their needs, as opposed to doing one warehouse in Winter Rock where everything is centrally located and having to depend on, a president going out and dancing on, the various social media platforms while handing out, COVID food to people, who are obviously in need of these foods. So that was the reason why we did eliminate the warehouse. Speaker, I don't know if I'm allowed, with an amendment, if I'm allowed to call upon an agent who may be able to provide a little bit more information. Speaker, if I'm allowed to, I know that there was a request that, as a sponsor, you should have the answers. I have provided a justification. I've also provided the documents that have been provided along with this exhibit that details where the court is going. This, I just want you colleagues to be aware that the exhibit was originally approved by Department of Justice at that $27.1 million, which is what council did originally approve judicial branch, to have with the ARPA funding. However, I think that the judicial branch has compromised, and they've come back and they said, look, I don't think that we'll be able to get that entire 27.1 million. And that's why they came back with 15 million. And I think that shows really good, that really good relationship with council in saying that, we originally asked for this much, and we know that, there's other funding sources that we can look to, but we are requesting that 15 million to help assist. So, Speaker, if it is okay, I would like to call upon Stephen Atsidi, who helped me with putting this amendment together, and we did work with Ms. Dana Bobroff on this amendment, and he may be able to provide a little bit more information on behalf of the judicial branch. Speaker.
Thank you. Well, yes, you're allowed, agents. So. Mr. Ed City.
Thank you, Speaker. With that, I would like to call upon Mr. Stephen Atsidi, the court administrator for the judicial branch. And Mr. Atsidi, it's *6.
Mr. Ed City. City going twice. Mr. Ed City. Madam Chair.
Speaker?
Mr. Chair, it's Mr. Speaker, Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I was having trouble with my *6. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
All right, thank you for your patience. First of all, let me say, good evening, honorable Navajo Nation Council delegates. Che Stephen Atsidi Dashijina, Tohe Gini Nishle, Ashiha, Bashishin, Aro, Putsotni Edishache, Twitchini Edishanella, Nenshle. My position is the administrative director of the courts within the Navajo Nation Judicial Branch, and I really do appreciate the time and the recognition provided by our chair, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, and all the members of the Law and Order Committee who've been working with us for months now on the judicial branch's approach to the American Rescue Plan Act, recovery funds, funding requests, and we started this process in earnest back in February, and we were there in March at the leadership meeting and Naabik'íyáti meeting in Twin Arrows at the end of March. We unveiled our $27.1 million plan. It was included into the prior legislation. And after that didn't work, we came back and we regrouped with our chair, and she provided us guidance as to how to best move forward. And we worked with all of our districts and business unit managers, court administrators, program managers, the Chief Justice, and the financial staff within my office and the administrative offices of the courts. And we reviewed the needs, and we looked at the passage of time too, and the remaining time that would be available. And we put forth a revised packet, which still meets our core need, which is for additional personnel to help address the case backlog. And the equipment that they would need, the new staff, and the ongoing operational needs to continue to provide a safe working environment in all of our judicial branch courts facilities. This is going to become even more important, as you all know, as we resume full capacity operations and provide a safe and secure environment and workplace and courts and program offices for the public when we open up our doors back and have the public become in-person customers once again. And that is happening. It's on schedule to happen this year. We are implementing our roadmap to full capacity, and we are moving in the next weeks to have a handful of our district courts enter into what we call phase 2, which allows the in-person hearings. And currently under our administrative order that was just finalized and implemented on April 22nd, 2022 by Chief Justice Joanne Jane, that the district court judges now have the full discretion to hold in-person hearings and court proceedings. So we are right at the beginnings of bringing our customers back in person into our court buildings. And while we have made plans and provisions, we've got the beginnings of the safety structures and the spacing and plexiglass barriers in our courtrooms. There's going to be a need to make sure that we have the resources so we can do the adjustments once the public starts to come in and really test and implement the implementation of our plans. So, and we'll have the need for ongoing supply replenishment for PPE and cleaning and sanitizing products. So when we do have the need to secure or provide the safe environment, we have the necessary supplies on hand. We will continue to make improvements to our facilities, and that includes any additional HVAC or other safety needs in our building, and as well as ongoing improvements to our information technology systems. And so all of these are prominent in this reduced request, and they still meet our needs to address the case backlog and the additional workload that we expect as we begin to, we're starting to see a rise in overall filings of all case types, and we're looking to meet that need and to be able to respond in a timely fashion to our clients, our customers, including working with our judicial partners within the Navajo Nation government. That's the Office of the Prosecutor, Office of the Public Defender, Division of Social Services, Family Services Department, our police departments, and the Division of Public Safety, most prominently. So these will give us, these funds will give us that opportunity to do an even better job in our full recovery. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, delegates of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Madam Chair, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. City Speaker. I believe that we are done concluding, or we are concluding with our questions. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, go ahead and go back to the floor. I don't have anybody else in the queue, so I'm gonna go back to Honorable Vice Chair.
Chairman Damon, I have a question.
Right, I'll put you in the queue.
Speaker Kelly.
Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. Delegate Charles Newton covered the deletion of the SSBCI and the warehouse, and from my recollection, those are each $5 million a piece. And so I just wanted to know where the remaining funding is being deleted from. Thank you.
Okay. With that, we're going down, Honorable Vice Chair Smith, then I'll go back to the sponsor. Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chairman Damon, Naabik'íyáti committee members, and also for the that's it for putting in the amendment for judicial. I was approached regarding this concern for judicial. I do support the fact that we do need to support judicial. However, my question is to the sponsors of the legislation or this amendment. At the end of the when we call for the main motion, are we going to get your vote for this 0086-22? Because there's two legislations going, and this is a good measure. Do not forget judicial, but we do still need your vote for this overall 0086-22 with this amendment. That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. That. Move on down. Honorable Keelan Begay. Oh, no. Wait. Hold on, Chair. Let me go back to, I did say I was gonna come back to Madam Chair Charles Zoom. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker, and also Delegate Slater, and also Delegate Smith. Thank you for asking those questions. I can say just that, this is what happens when no communication comes from creating a legislation. In this case, I was really baffled that, I was baffled at the idea that the third branch of government would not be included in a legislation where ARPA funds are being distributed. We didn't include them when there was administrative costs taken off the top. We didn't include them, with the funds that are going through the FRF office for administration. Well, I guess that's the same thing. But we didn't include the third branch. I don't know if there's any conversation coming out from Speaker Damon and from President Mann reaching out to the Chief Justice and asking her, what does your branch need? I feel like, that conversation hasn't happened. And it's really just a shame that now, we're having to go back and we're looking at this legislation that's supposed to be completed. And, we're saying, wait a minute, what about the third branch of government? How much money are they going to be getting? And, we had to make the decision in terms of, where are we going to make cuts? What money has in 0086-22, the money that has already, that has already been identified to go to certain divisions or departments, we had to make that tough decision. And, where are we going to cut it? And, what are the reasons? Like, if we get asked those tough questions at council, like, why did you cut this? Why did you cut that? What I want to ask my colleagues is, why didn't we include judicial branch from the beginning? That should be the question that you should be asking. And I just don't understand why we always make the judicial branch come back and have to say, oh, hey, remember us, we're over here. And so that was the decision that was made, which is why these cuts were being made. Delegate Slater, you asked a really good question with the remaining funds being deleted from, and quite honestly, I don't have the legislation in front of me. I brought everything, I brought the amendment, I brought the documents. That's kind of what happens when there's a death in the family. Your mind kind of just is on different things. But I could have just not been a part of NABI and just taken the off. But I feel like I owe it to the judicial branch to help them get the funds that they need. And so I do apologize. I am almost home. I should be home in about 15 minutes. I'll be happy to go through the legislation to show you where, where the cuts are being made. But that was one of the things that judicial branch and I, what we did is we took small amounts, and we could have just wiped off one program altogether, but we tried to take small amounts from different programs so that, we can give to the judicial branch, but not really, affect totally, the way that the legislation has been written. So whether this legislation, gets passed with this amendment, really, again, it should come down to the question of why was the judicial branch excluded from this ARPA money? Why didn't President Sands and you, Speaker Damon, why didn't you both go to the judicial branch to ask them, what do you guys need? And, now we're put in this situation where we're having to take small amounts of money from the different project ideas in order to fund the judicial branch, the third branch of government, the people who, the branch that provides justice to our Navajo people. And so that's where I want to ask our colleagues is maybe the question shouldn't be, why are you taking funds from this money? The question should be, why was it the judicial branch originally included in getting funding from ARPA? So, Mr. Damon, I'm going to go ahead and ask my agent, Mr. Stephen Aptity, if there's anything that he'd like to add on. And Delegate Slater, I promise to get back to your question. I just have to get the legislation in front of me. And again, I do apologize. I left it sitting in my car. We switched vehicles and I was just a little bit scatterbrained, so I apologize for that. But if you just give me 15 minutes, I'll be able to pull that information up and I'll be able to answer that question. I apologize for that. Thank you, Speaker. But again, if my agent, Mr. Stephen Aptity, would like to add anything on, Speaker, I'd like to recognize him at this time.
Mr. Ed City?
None. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes, can.
Okay. Again, I'd like to thank Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton for giving me the opportunity to assist. Delegate Slater has the correct amounts and the allocations that we propose to delete for in two amounts of $5 million. That's what Chair Eugenia Charles Newton explained. The last amount of $5,780,047 in this amendment proposes to take that from the allocation that was provided to economic development and tourism on Exhibit C in legislation 0086-22. That allocation for that project amount is at $16,100,000. And if this amendment passes, then that amount would be reduced by $5,780,000, 8740. Let me start over. $5,780,047. So that new total for economic development and tourism would drop down to $10,319,953. That's the answer that I can provide and help Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, and hopefully that information is answering Honorable Delegate Carl Slater's question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you. That, Madam Chair Charles Newton, does that conclude your response at this time?
Yes, sir, it does, Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, that, go back to the floor. Honorable Keon Begay. Floor is yours.
That is Chair. Good evening. Ado kudos nanda kudo banda huil naki to basis ta huil naki. Kudo amendment ben it's haki first of all, I don't have a problem with the amendment, but what I have a problem with the intern judicial branch based on maybe specifically Mr. at City. Why only 53,686 for peacemaking? I believe they have a heavier caseload. You look at the Chief Justice report, the last Chief Justice report, total there's 24,564 a case. Koko peacemaking does have 176 case, but they still have 165 pending case. So within the quarter, it seemed that they've covered almost 100 cases. Koko, the biggest one is the biggest case is criminal, which is 8,798 cases. But as of today, and I know when I was on the Law and Order Committee, they usually refer a lot of these court cases, refer them to the peacemaking. And then the other thing, if you divide that 5,000 being 53,000, and then you got the 12 district court. It divide half of that, you're only talking about 20-some thousand, and then you divide that up by 2 again. That gives you even lesser for the full 2 years for the peacemaker program. So, I mean, because the other one is, we always say district level. The administration, I don't know if that's combined with the Window Rock District Court, because administrative office of the court, you got $4.4 million out of this particular $15 million that's being amended. I mean, if we're talking about I guess the justification is to quickly deal with the court cases, but yet not much is being disseminated to the to the court, the district court. So you got like Alamo Court, you're only getting 312,000. Annis, you're only getting 314,000. Chinley, you're getting 1.3 million. Crown Point, 1.2. Delcon, 1.2. Thislegene, 562,000. Kayenta, I think they have a bigger case as well, 650,000. Pueblo Ventado, 667,000. Rayma only getting 502,000, and so on. And Shiprock District Court, you're only getting 752,000. Toyjule, 428,000. Tuba, 904,000. And Supreme Court, 693,000. But yet, the data says that you only have 83 cases. 83 cases, but yet, as far as you have more cases. Alamo has more cases, but they're only getting 312,000. So, well, actually, I get that back. Alamo only have 96 cases. So anyway, I'm sure these is kind of appropriated by the case number. That's but I don't see the Window District Court in the listing, unless if it's, like I said, if it's within the Office of the Administrative Court, AOC. But why 4.4, almost 1/3 of it, is going to the Window office? Again, why only 53,000 for the peacemaking program? Because, I mean, you got 12 district court. And then you also have about 7 vacancy judge because if we're going to be hiring but there should be a saving. I'm not sure how long these vacancies were in place. But nonetheless, I'm just, I guess, somewhat advocating for peacemaking program. Speaker, I could open my desk.
Hey, Jay. Now let me go on down. Honorable Yellow Hair. Where's yours?
Oh, yeah, they have. The Speaker Damon in the 24th Constitution at pero partistie ati hotin nata ajna sinde arole pesbana and shigi bet in 2012 so you were there turning those underfunding for judicial branch forever. The most budget alternative was mostly in position title like a probation parole officer and also a district court clerk. These are the people. It's a budget in the A based on these two positions. Each caseload was really high. We were almost 87,000 caseload at the time. But the Chief Justice for so many years, a year after year. 2013, though, that the year retired. But that money finally came. And it's been awarded. Based upon that, the judicial branch on the budget they laid that thing. The Christian rate is $18 million. It's going to hit like 50 million. Year after year, how much you guys going to get judicial branch? Because based on how you got out on the judge. I think there's about 7 position judge vacancy. But yeah, he got going to catch up judicial. Well, catch up with his backlog. With don't need auto peacemaking doc at how many cases to others. There's really not much hearing because of this COVID-19. But the hardest don't hear about that data. You can answer the phone judicial, not like the way it was. Great. And he died with a flagship judicial branch. Where yeah, it's Honorable Chairwoman, she had declared by Yeski Peso. Peso by hot not to by Yeski. The declared all judicial evening 27 million for you the Navajo Nation President or the Inayo. Oh, her use judicial. So that all her unit Peso. For her she Peso also in the Lord. There's money. Oh, her you Peso judicial. Call it up at all. Call it up Judge Harden at all. Says it is at the judges. When judges are not there, how can they catch up with a backlog? It is not just. But it's as it is at the Professor Hello, judicial, with federal funding. It's going to be forthcoming. Oh, what else? About this, around the case look at case management at the resume report in the land from the judicial branch. Because once about hospital, let's be fair, you did all that. I say I work green, but I'm very cautious. We can't get extra money. I don't know if the judicial one have lots of money. I don't know how they're going to spend. Even it just depends on case. You can't bet on it. I don't know how many cases will be start coming in. Once about hospital, thank you, Speaker. Yeah.
Thank you. Honorable Yellow Hair. That move on down to Chairman Hino. Good evening, Chairman. And then I'll go back to the sponsor. Chairman Hino.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, I forgot I'm here. Again, Speaker Damon, Chair of Naabik'íyáti Committee, Alison and 24th Navajo Nation Council, Naabik'íyáti Committee, and Madam Chair Charles Newton for this amendment for judicial branch. And let's look in at this legislation 0068 on 00622. All the applications that are in this legislation. The way I see it, there was a bull run of applications to put in this legislation. Such as the first one, 257-22, and all the applications that you see that were in the legislations were from the Window Rock area. Akudo close by, and staff members readily available to crunch the numbers, to fill out the application form, the budget form, supporting documents, run it across the street to Division of Community Development or Economic Development, Navajo Nation Water Management. They were just right there for them. They were convenient. Get it reviewed right away, get division director's signatures on there. And then after that, take it to DOJ. And DOJ is just right there. And odd enough, they pass through. But for outlying entities like the chapter governments, and particularly in my case, the two entities that I've been working really, really hard with, which is the Rainbow Navajo School Board and the Alamo Navajo School Board. And getting their applications moving, get it done, submitted to Window Rock, to Division of Community Development for their review and signature, and then on to DOJ for their review and signature. And then, of course, there are other external entities. I'm sure they had applications moving also, and that had to travel long ways just to submit these applications and so forth. But no, just kind of thinking about it, it seems like there was a little bit of favoritism or riffraff going on or something. That these entities, outside entities, were really never on their priority list. They were kind of put to the side. And of course, the Window Rock entities, they were given first preference for reviews, signatures, and moving forward. And that's all you see in these applications, these legislation right now. 257-22 was like that, and now 0086 is like that again. There is not a single application from the outside, from a chapter government, from an outside entity like a school board, or maybe even an outside business. I'm sure they were aware of the application process and everything. They submitted applications, but for some reason, they're just sitting back at the offices and kind of being pushed aside, and the Window Rock area entities being favored over the outside entities. And that's my conclusion here. And it's not fair. It would have been nice to see an outside entity's application as part of this mix. To say that, hey, they took the initiative, they were motivated, and they did their homework, and now look at this part of this big legislation. But then it's all Window Rock, centralized Window Rock. That's all we're looking at right now. And they were saying, we're looking at your chapters, we're looking at your communities. But it would have been nice to see an outside entity's application as part of this mix, is all I'm saying right now. And I'm glad that judicial branch was brought up. And looking at the amendment and supporting documents, they it's all about personnel, hiring additional personnel to mitigate the effects of COVID. And so with that, I do support this amendment, and then at the same time looking at all the budget that was prepared. It's prepared by the district court administrators. So in my opinion, I believe on what they feel that they want for their community areas, and that's how they prepared their budgets and everything. But the speakers of Chile, that's what I wanted to bring up, is that there needs to be some equity at the division when they receive ARPA applications, to give equal consideration to all the entities that submitted applications. And to DOJ, same thing, to look at them equally, not to favor one over the other. And I say that because I've seen that with Alamo Navajo School Board's application. I mean, they've just been put on the wayside. They had to do, they submitted one back in November. First time around, then, nobody knew where it was at. They got a receipt from Division of Community Development saying that it was received over there. But after that, nothing happened. So I had to go back and tell them, you know what? I don't know where it's at. Do another one. Within a couple of days, the staff filled out the application, and then the school board assembled themselves, had a special meeting, passed another resolution, and they brought it there to drive all the way in again, 4 hours, all the way to Window Rock to drop it off physically at community development. They got a receipt from there saying that was received, and to this day, I don't even know where it's at now. I don't know if that application is still sitting in file 13 or somewhere. See, that's what my frustration is to the speaker, Kodo, that these outside entities, I'm sure there's numerous applications that have been received, but either they're scrutinized more than others, and they're being sent back with more questions or something, but yeah, so I just thought I'd let that know, Kodo, to the speaker, Damon. Yeah.
Good. Thank you, Chairman. That I'm gonna go back to the sponsor, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes, Ken.
Great, thank you. Thank you, colleagues, for the question. At this time, I would like to point out that the Law and Order Committee has been working on a booklet to provide to the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Actually, we'll be reporting to the 24th Navajo Nation Council, but the booklet is to really be left for the 25th Navajo Nation Council to provide information on where, the work that was done by the Law and Order Committee, and then the work that still continues to that is left. And I can tell you right now that, part of this booklet is to provide statistics. The statistics is required by the Bureau of Indian Affairs whenever we ask for an increase in funding or whenever we ask for assistance, like for facilities. Right now, we know that the judicial branch actually was not receiving funding for several years by the BIA, and there was a lawsuit that was filed on behalf of the Navajo Nation Judicial Court. Now, the judicial branch will be receiving some of that funding, but you have to also keep in mind that for several years they were abandoned by the Bureau of Indian Affairs. And they didn't receive the funding that they needed. So it seems like that backlog really kind of started around that time, that they weren't getting the proper funding from the federal government that they were supposed to be getting. Now, I appreciate, Delegate Jimmy Yellow here when he shares stories about when he used to work at the judicial branch, but that was several years ago. And so since then, a lot of changes have happened, and a lot of, the case numbers have increased. Looking specifically at the judicial caseload for each of the districts, in fiscal year 2018, Dithligene had 1,398 cases that were filed with the judicial court. In 2019, 1,251 cases. And in 2020, because of COVID, there was somewhat of a decrease of 993. But that's what we're talking about, is the backlog of cases that have accumulated because of COVID. because of, the lack of funding that the judicial branch was, that they were not receiving from the BIA, that they were not receiving from general funds, that they were not receiving, from council. And we barely gave them CARES money, but we didn't give them enough time to spend those funds. So I just want to share that we do have the statistics for each one of the districts, for Alamo, Anna, Chinle, Crown Point, Delcon, Diflagene, Kayenta, Pueblo Pintada, Rama, Shiprock, Wahajale, Tuba City, Window Rock, and also probation and peacemaking. So on average, our peacemaking is seeing 1,096 cases a year. And that does say a lot. And I appreciate, the what Delegate Kialan-Bigay is stating, that is that enough? And the bottom line is it isn't enough. This $15 million that the judicial branch is asking for is a compromise. I will state that again. It is a compromise. They were not included in the conversations in creating this legislation. They were not a part of, I guess when it came time to asking divisions and departments, what do you guys need? And that's why I said at the very beginning that it's a shame that we are treating our third branch of government this way, that they have to come forward and we're giving them the responsibility of saying, hey, if we give you this $15 million, which one of the programs are you going to have to take from? So in a way, it's like we're making them out to be the bad guy when they should have been included in the conversations. And I really appreciate what Chair Henyo stated about, it needed to be spread out equally. I agree. And I look at this legislation as free. And on Facebook, I'm calling it the Freeland-Nez legislation, because we know that this is what President Nez is pushing. We know that when he has his directors and his chief of staff on the line answering questions, that they are in support of it. So we know that it's his legislation and it's centralized in Window Rock. And that's really just a shame, because the world turns in Window Rock, as Delegate Otto so always states, the world turns in Window Rock, when in reality, our people are suffering in our communities. And we see that as delegates. We meet with them, we talk to them, we hear their stories, and we try to come up with plans to try to address some of the issues. Well, this is one plan that will try to address the issues. I am a big proponent of helping families seek the justice that they need to be able to move forward in their life, to be able to find that healing. What kind of chairwoman would I be if I just ignored the fact that judicial branch was not included in these conversations, and that they wouldn't be included in this ARPA legislation? They're asking for $15 million, and it's not enough, Delegate Kialan-Bigay, it's not enough. And they we council originally allocated, I believe it's 27.1 million to them with 0257-21, 27.1 million. And as we work together with the judicial branch, the one thing that I did encourage the judicial branch is let's compromise, because my colleagues are going to look at your exhibits and what your budget, and what I want them to see is that this is what the court needs, not this is what the court wants. This is really the minimum of what the court needs. I wish that we could give them more, and I'm open to any delegate who wants to give the judicial branch more money, because they do need more money. And as I stated earlier, Delegate Yellowhair did make the comment that the courts have all this money. They don't have that money. They don't have that money because they were abandoned for years by the federal government when they were supposed to be getting 638 contract money. And because of that, judicial, the general funds, we were just giving them just like a little drop in the bucket to be able to address their needs. But since the judicial branch wasn't getting the proper funding through their 638 contract, and they were getting minimum funds from general funds, the backlog began. And now we have families out there that are, just trying to find some closure. They're trying to find some closure to the cases that that is currently sitting there at the judicial branch. And as long as we don't assist the judicial branch, that we're basically telling families that that justice that they're seeking is going to have to wait. So colleagues, I'm asking you to please, again, the question shouldn't be, are they asking too much? Or the question shouldn't be, why are we taking from other divisions and departments? The question should have been from the very beginning, why was judicial branch not included in these legislations? Why does the judicial branch have to continue to come back to council asking for funds to deliver services to our Navajo people? So again, I stand by this amendment. I stand by supporting the judicial branch. And I know, that there has been, concerns about the backlog of cases that are, that the court is currently facing. But if we're not assisting them with funds, and if we're not assisting them, to try to open to the public, then this is going to continue. And so at this time, I will say that I do appreciate Chair Hanyo's support in this, and I do appreciate Delegate Kealan-Begay's, asking that question of, is that really enough? When the answer is no, it's not enough. It really isn't. It was a compromise made by the judicial branch in order to get some funding. And I'm open to giving them back that 27.1 million. I would be happy if the delegate could help us find other funds that we can cut down within this legislation to give judicial branch what it is that they need. I would be open to that conversation, and I would be happy to help sponsor, or if you want me to step aside and you want to sponsor that, I'll be happy to step aside. But the bottom line is the judicial branch needs this funding. And as long as we continue to keep ignoring them, this problem, we can't, we can ignore the judicial branch, but really in essence, what we're doing is we're ignoring the justice that our Navajo people are seeking right now through the judicial branch, through the courts. So with that, I think I was able to answer some of the questions and the concerns that have been brought up. And again, I do want to point out that this legislation is really a result of no communication. And that's why I have a problem with this particular legislation. And, I at this point, it's going to be very difficult, to see this legislation through, but I'm going to try. I will try, and if this legislation doesn't go through, which I'm hoping that it doesn't, and Delegate Crotty's legislation comes up, I'm going to be making the same amendment with Delegate Crotty's legislation, asking that we take from the chapters to give to the judicial branch, and it would be taking from all of the delegates' regions, so that the equal amount is being put into the judicial branch to help address the caseload. So Speaker Damon, at this time, I would like to ask my agent, Stephen Atsidi, if there's anything that he would like to add into my comments and answering the question. Speaker Damon.
Mr. Atsidi. Good evening. This is Steve Atsidi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, thank you. Madam Chair, Eugenia Charles Newton, Otto Shnanta, Mr. Speaker, members of the Navajo Nation Council, Naabik'íyáti Committee, in furtherance of Chair Jamie Henio's comment, if you do take a look at the budget forms, you will see that every budget was developed in concert with the business unit manager across the judicial branch. We got the experience doing this for every year that we generate our general funds budget, proposed budget requests. We have work sessions developing those budgets. We're doing that now for FY 2023. We used that process back in 2020 when the CARES Act became available. And then we also relied on an open process with all of the districts and program managers in March of 2021, when the American Rescue Plan Act was enacted by the new presidential administration of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. So every budget that we have presented before you has been developed in concert with the district outside of Window Rock perspective, whether it be the district court or the programs. So the peacemaking budget that Delegate Key Allen Begay was highlighting, in the $27 million request that was mentioned, that was approved the last time, a couple of months ago, peacemaking's budget was much bigger, and it included personnel. What was the main criteria that got us to our current request of 50.7 was to really take a look at the case backlog. And when the peacemaking program manager and all of her staff really reviewed the case backlog, they came to the conclusion that it wasn't such the case for the peacemaking program. And I just did a quick review of some of our quarterly reports, and Delegate, our chair, Eugenia Charles Newton, is correct. Every quarter we put these statistics in our quarterly report and we hand them to you for your opportunity to peruse and really, go through and find out these statistics, and as well as the work that's going on. But in the third quarter of 2020, right at the beginning of the pandemic, that was third quarter is April, May, June 2020. The peacemaking program had 213 cases that were brought forward from the previous quarter. So that was the number of cases they had March 2020, right as the pandemic came on. And the second quarter report that we just submitted recently for FY 2022, the total number of cases that were pending in the peacemaking program is at 165. So that, that statistic is not demonstrating that there is a case backlog. They've been able to work through all of these months of the pandemic and address the incoming cases. Now, I also mentioned that filings went down too. So we do expect filings to come up. So the case numbers for the peacemaking program may go up, but that's going to be additional work that is going to be tied to our recovery and coming out of the pandemic. But it doesn't reflect a current backlog. And so it was the decision of the peacemaking program based on our review of case backlogs, and they made the decision and came up with a much smaller budget for this request. And every district court business unit manager, the court administrator, and the judge also went through the same review, looking at case backlog. So that was the main criteria. We got that clarification from the final rule from the United States Treasury, which was confirmed, and that's what we communicated to all our business unit managers to help guide them in putting their budgets together. And I do understand that when you look at the general fund side, what Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair was pointing out is that there may be some personnel resources from vacant positions. We are putting that to use. We are putting those resources to use in hiring temporary positions. In our initial $27 million request, which was approved, we had 104 proposed positions. Now in this budget request, we have scaled that back to 58. So we're going to be moving forward with a combination of positions that would be supported by ARPA, FRF dollars, supported by current general funds, and in this fiscal year budget, also some temporary positions that we might be able to use personnel lapse funds for before the deadline in June, we may make those decisions and get some additional support because we've looked at all of our funding sources that support personnel. So, you know, everything that we've been doing with the ARPA funding request, we've always reviewed what's happening in all of our other budgets. And I do appreciate that question from Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. And the other concern that Delegate Key Allen Begay raises is the high number or the large number for the administrative offices of the courts. And this gets to another concern that Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair raises. How are we going to be able to spend all this funding? The AOC conducts a lot of the financial procurement processes for all the branch. We have not yet decentralized those responsibilities across all business units. We have better capability to implement FMIS and the 6B procurement processes, but in the administrative offices of the courts, my financial staff has only 4 people, the manager and 3 financial technicians. And our experience from the CARES Act, when we had those funds available, it really stressed and strained our capacity to handle all that procurement in a short amount of time. And so we have additional financial technician support and other administrative positions in the administrative offices of the courts, expecting an increased workload in the amount of procurements and processing of purchasing actions that we'll be doing. And we just hope that we're going to be able to get the similar support from our partners at the Office of the Controller and Office of Management and Budget. We know that everybody has been working real hard to get funds expended, but we know that the timeframes are starting to become longer and longer to get contracts through, to get procurements, purchase requisitions converted to purchase orders, and to get the final payments and checks to our vendors. We're all challenged as the Navajo Nation to expend these funds before 2024 and the closeout period, which goes all the way out to 2026. And with that, I want to just lastly say thank you to Chair Jamie Henio for his supportive comments. We do try and work very closely with all of our business unit managers, court administrators, and judges out in the district in the field. And you see that reflected every year when we do our budget presentations. We do have all of our managers available for those presentations and discussions and on point to answer questions throughout the whole budget process. So in this, I'm the only agent this evening, but I'm speaking on behalf of all of our business unit managers, and that's my honor, and I'm proud to do that. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. At-City Speaker. That concludes our answers to the questions that have been posed by my colleagues. Thank you.